1 minute to the deadline. One deadline.
Hello and welcome. We are live and excited to be here talking about the 2023 World DIPCON in Bangkok, Thailand. This is the first major event held in Asia here that a part of the nationwide and worldwide clubs that we organize through, which is a great excitement. And the best part about today is that you won't have to be listening to me all game long, because we've got some great analysts that are joining us that are here on stage with me now. We've got Siobhan Nolan from the Bay Area in California. Welcome, Siobhan.
Hi, Kevin. Thanks for having me.
Because we're playing with some European-friendly rules, we needed some European experts on here. You all know Robert Chupa making the 2023 DBNI top board. Welcome, Robert.
Yes, making it and not playing. We're happy to be here.
We'll edit that out. We celebrate the success, and celebrating success is what we do with the guy in my bottom left. I'm not sure how he appears on your YouTube, but Nicolas Taille, the VDL connoisseur. Nicolas, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Kevin.
Excellent. I bring up the European rules because we're going to get through a lot of these early round games today, and they are going to be played in quick fashion. So we'll definitely keep you interested, and we've got a great lineup of players that we're going to talk about today. Before we get there, though, let's talk about Bangkok, Thailand. This event has been in the planning for years and years and years, and we definitely want to start out the broadcast thanking two individuals. Andrew Goff, who's put in yeoman's work organizing outside the U.S., traveling many times. I think he was even in America playing at a major tournament that we had on stream just not too many months ago. But Andrew is the diplomatic leader of the social network that we all kind of dive around, and he put everything together. We've been asking viewers to contact him leading up to this, and he put on a great event. Along with Andrew, we had Lee Sarlin, and Lee has been, the behind the scenes, the on the ground. He's been making this work over the last, I want to say, 2 years. Once the post pandemic lockdowns were fading, and we were starting to get back to real, in-person tournaments. We thought about these and how we're going to do. And when they proposed this idea, it was we've never seen it before, and we were going to run with it. And those guys, from everything we've heard throughout the tournament, it has been an excellent success. The social, we don't have any behind the scenes videos, but I know that DBN's Brandon Fogel was working on some Ed Sullivan back channel type videos. So we hope to get those on stream or on the channel once he returns from the con. So kind of going back. So this is a face-to-face World DIPCON. We had one recently, November of 2022. Dan Lester from England won that one. I don't think any of us were there. Anyone, is that right? No. But Robert, I know you've been to the major events in Europe. Nicola, I don't know if you have, and Siobhan's hosted and played in World DIPCON. Siobhan, what's it like knowing you're going to go in to an event with not just the best players in the country, but the best players in the world?
I mean, it's the most stressful tournament diplomacy you'll ever play, because you know that everyone's there for the same reason. They want to play their absolute best diplomacy. Nobody's coming to World DipCon to play and just say, oh, however it goes, as long as I have a good time. Like, 'cause I go to some normal tournaments like that. I just want to have a good time. I'm not going to really worry about winning. But World DipCon, you leave it all on the table, and it's stressful. But speaking of the stress, you were speaking about Andrew Goff and all the work he put in. I saw a comment from him before the tournament that this was more stressful than any World DipCon he's ever played in, hosting one. So thank you, Andrew.
Coordinating flight schedules from those around the world, I'm sure, is no easy task. So
yes, when you've won like 6 of those, you're like, do you really care afterwards about the stress? Right?
Yeah, playing in them is not stressful for Andrew Goff anymore.
I don't know. The last one that he won, I think he was when he was laying on his back and he couldn't walk around on the top board. So that provides a different type of stress than just moving everyone else's pieces around.
Yeah, right.
Robert, speaking of moving everyone else's pieces around, so being a newer player to the tour, you're talking about the stress. When do you feel a different type of stress versus for like a VDL, regular league game, for a con, for a DBNI? Like, those are 3 different types of diplomacy events. Is that stress something that just the older players feel because we've seen more of it, or do younger players, newer players to the hobby feel that same stress?
I think anybody kind of feels that. I think that is not limited to any part of the hobby, to any certain group of players. But I think players cope with it differently. I think there are players who really excel at these, high-class games with lots of people who are very well known in the hobby, who have a name, who have won a bunch of stuff, and they really bring out their A game in these type of situations. And there are players who are very good at managing newer players who are maybe not as skilled and really just crush those boards, but have a lot of trouble when they get into high caliber games and games with a lot of pressure. And I think that is a difference that is not really correlated with are these younger or older players from this or that region, but it's really just 2 different types of players. So that's at least my impression on that topic.
We did not plan that answer, but that was going to be the segue that I have for Nicola, who seems as cool as the other side of the pillow. Thank you, Stuart Scott. For that reference. You just look like you're so calm. Do you have to motivate yourself when you play in different type of events if you're going to be playing in these different, the different, tourneys versus league games?
So first, I only play virtual face-to-face, so can't really speak about the face-to-face event. But I have a very different strategy when I play league game and when I play a tournament. Like, I think in a tournament, because you have fewer games, you need to maximize your results. Of course, that's not how everybody feels. If you ask Ed Sullivan, of course, it's going to be, 3-way draw during 3 games, and then you end up on the top, right? From my perspective, it's more, you need 2 good results out of 3. So let's go for the 2 good results as soon as you can, and let's make it count. So that's how I see it. And as far as the calm goes, like, you can ask Liam at the last DBNI. Like, sometimes I also lose my cool, so everybody does, and I think that the higher the stakes, the more you lose your cool.
But Siobhan, I'll speak for this. And when we've hosted here in Chicago twice, you feel that excitement like the week leading up. And these are ones I've hosted when I've gone to DipCon, the Bay Area in 2010 and World DipCon in DC in 2018. You're like, your whole week, you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to see this player I haven't seen in so long. It's just it's a grand event. And so when we're talking about it today and we're analyzing the boards today, we're just looking at it on the boards, looking at these orders without the emotion of, I want to qualify for a world top board, or I want to play well because there's a guy who I haven't seen in 15 years, because, when they're overseas, Americans, it's hard to, get out if you don't, we young kids and just don't have the time to get overseas. And DipCon's the same way. But we're going to look at the games. We're going to look at the analytics of the orders, but take with context today that these boards mean a whole lot more than some of the other ones we'll see on a regular con or a regular league night. So. Speaking of league night, they did a great job last night previewing some upcoming events. We won't recap it, but this is day 2 of Diplomacy-a-thon here on DBN. So we'll get a link either in the chat or in the show notes. The biggest upcoming events is the Summer Classic. So speaking of virtual face-to-face tournaments, the Summer Classic hosted by the WDC server, which, pardon me if I'm not looking at the camera right now, but I'm going to get the QR code for there. It's up that way. 6 rounds, world friendly timing. I believe it starts Friday early morning American time, which is perfect time for Europe and Australia, and it runs. I think games are running consistently nonstop for a 48-hour period. Is that right? Are you guys?
Yeah, it starts on Friday evening. And what I could say is, for newer player, don't hesitate to come. Like last year, it was a lot of fun, and we had a lot of new players who then started actually playing VDLs this year. So that's kind of fun. So it's a good way to enter the fray.
Excellent. Sign up is on the server, so if you're not involved, go there. I believe then the top board will be the following weekend. Is that right?
Yes. Indeed.
Excellent. Okay.
And Michaelis is doing a great job organizing all that with Johnny Gillam. So we need to thank them for that.
Excellent. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Michaelis, who wins. So if he's organizing, he can't win this one. So please join in and
let's see.
Oh, wait, he can. He could. All right, fine. Well, still sign up to defeat him, because as you guys might have seen on last night's League Night broadcast, Brandon was left for dead, and then Brandon wins again. So if people don't go into these events trying to beat the winners,
kill Brandon.
Too many trophies. There's shelves. See, my shelf back there has like one, I think, award on there, and I need to beef that up. So I got to play more. But watch League Night. We had a great time last night. So that's the next one virtually. The next in-person one, I believe, is Weaselmoot. That is the weekend of September 29th through October 1st here in Chicago. We love it. We're not as long as David's DixieCon, but we are on number 17 now. So we're excited about that. Only stopped by the pandemic. Sabia Huja is doing a great job recruiting. I believe if you were not on the shame list or everyone's chuckling because they know that if they're not signed up yet, they're going to be getting reminders. But we've got a great crew already coming in. I saw 2 new travelers said they booked flights, lodging this week. So we're getting there and we're going to have a great time. I can't speak for Chicago enough in the fall. The weather is perfect. It's 75, which is about 25 Celsius for anyone who might want to come overseas. Perfect time to be here in Chicago. 2 days of gaming. Friday night will be a fun night. Saturday, 2 rounds. Sunday will be a 3rd round. So that is that. Followed by Liberty in Philadelphia, I think either the following weekend or 2 weekends after that. And then Carnage in Vermont is 2 weekends after that. So we're going to a lot of face-to-face diplomacy here in America. I believe the Swiss Championship is coming up soon. I should have done a better job writing down notes last night watching the broadcast. But the Swiss Championship, I'll put a ticker on the bottom of the screen. These better players are talking about the games today. And lastly is the European Championship, which is, I think, in November. Perfect. So we will do that. Go to diplobn.com/calendar or schedule, which I will figure that one out as well. Again, I'm better with the tickers than with the talking. So we'll get that on there. Lots of diplomacy coming up. And then don't forget VDL, which is September 23rd. Nicola doesn't want you to do that because that will ruin his average score of about 150. So we'll work on that. All right. So the big event. So we're here. I'm going to show the top participants by DBNI. And what you see here is a button that I will push. That is a list of players that I would not want to be the seventh on that board. Siobhan, one of these things that doesn't look like the other from Sesame Street. What do these six have in common?
I mean, what they have in common is that they're all fantastic diplomacy players. This is not a table that I would want to be a seventh on. You've got Peter McNamara, Brandon Fogel, Bradley Grace, that one guy, Jason Massbaum, Nicolas Ahuguet, and Lei, just top tier. This is amazing. But one thing I'll point out is that at an event like WDC, a lot of really top tier world-class players who don't play in the DBNI rankings won't get listed here. So people like Dan Lester or Chris Brand or, other people. And so there are names that would be in this top six if they played events that were ranked in DBNI more frequently, probably.
And stealing my next question for Robert was going to be, man, if he didn't have these six and we had names like Dan Lester and Chris Brand, former world champions like that. No, I'm just kidding. Three of these are the only three members of the Diplomat of the Year Club by DBN. We've got Peter, who won the first one, player that his name shall not be mentioned, Jason Massbaum winning the second one, and of course our current Diplomat of the Year, Brandon Fogel, winning the third one, all on this list. Robert, so with former world champs such as Chris Brand, Dan Lester, Doc Binder, Nicolas Ahuguet, we're talking about stress going into tournaments, playing on boards with players like that. Is that a different type of stress than playing with people you don't even know?
I think it is. However, I think it will be a tournament that will be very interesting in the sense that it is a bit of almost like neutral turf. I don't know if we have many local players at all. But for most players, playing a tournament in Thailand will be a completely new experience. And that is something completely different to, let's say, if DixiCon is hosting North American Championship, where you have DixiCon players who know the system, who know the setting, who know the whole weekend in and out because they've been there for years. And so I think in a way it might be a World DipCon where newer players or players who have maybe quite a bit of diplomacy experience, but not necessarily face-to-face or tournament experience, maybe have a better chance than some others where usually you have regular running tournaments that have been around for a long time hosting WDC for a particular year. So I think people shouldn't be too frightened. Yes, sure, those are all amazing players and they can be scary, but there are always ways to make them stumble and to come up with a good result. So I'm looking for some shakeups, and I would love to see some more local players, whether that's actually from Thailand or some other region in Asia. I mean, it's our first WDC in Asia to make a splash and surprise us a little bit and see names that we have never heard before doing really well. I would love that.
That was going to be my follow-on for Nikolai. You're more of a virtual player, and so with that, you might play against people you never heard of, places you never heard of where they're from. I feel like when I've traveled to bigger cons, there are more non-regular players, or the locals you'll go in. How do you introduce yourself in like a spring 01 or a fall 01? How do you get to know the players you've never spoken with before, accents you haven't heard before? Because with the World DipCon, you're in a foreign country where, to me, English is my only language. So if I'm playing in another country, I'm going to hear words, I'm going to be confused. Is there a way to break down those barriers when you're playing, whether virtual or in person?
Sure. Like personally, and Robert can confirm this, I don't care if I've played with you before or if I've never played with you. So my attitude is going to be the same. It's a new game, and when we don't know each other, of course, like the small chit chat at the beginning may last a bit more, but it's always a pleasure to meet new people. I'm not going to have like the strategy, oh, he's a new person, maybe he's so good that I'm going to attack him, or maybe, oh no, maybe he's new, so maybe it's going to be easy to take his dots. For me, like I try not to have some preconceived ideas about the person I have in front of me, even if supposedly that's the first game. It can be a lie, and then it's not because it's the first game that it's really great to just end somebody because that's their first game. I'm always going to ask like where he or she's from, what they are doing for a living, and that kind of stuff. That shows that you're interested, and it's not to be useful during the game. It's more like to try to have some kind of relationship and try to know the new people, because else diplomacy sometimes, and I have some new players who have asked me that it seems like a closed community, because you always see the same names, like and so I think it's important to get new people and to show that it's an open community. That I think last night we saw, I think it was a game with Josh Hennessy, and there was a new player. They did like a Western triple, because like they say, to invite you into the game. That's also a nice way to do it. So you can have all this kind of stuff. Like, of course, as for David Hood, like triples get under my skin, as he says, and I wouldn't do that. But it's a way basically to build a new relationship and to show that you care also, and that you're ready to introduce those people in the community.
Yeah, I think it was Kylie. I think that was the new player, first time ever, and we're never gonna be able to make a board of 7 if we don't keep bringing new friends to the table. So we were pointing at a QR code that way. Thank you.
That way, yeah.
This is the list of all the upcoming places in North America to play. My favorite former president is on stream with me today, not the current one. So join Join the VWDC one. Click rewind to go back and do that. But this is the place to play, and we're going to see how a lot of these players who we've met both face to face in the past and virtually for the first time, how they hit it off this weekend. We also play the system. I don't like it, but we play the system. There are scoring rules. This is a 4-round tournament to start, and the top 7 from the preliminary rounds will make it to top board. So we are playing the scoring system. We all want to play to win. Sometimes we play to have fun, but most of the time it's play to win. Here are the rules on where we're at. I'm not going to try and explain them. We'll go through them as we go through, but we at least want to have a mention of this. So again, if people want to come back, we can record it. It's at 23 minutes on the timeline. If you're watching on replay and you want to go back to see kind of what players are playing for when we get 3 hours into this broadcast, you might be like, why did they do that? Oh, well, they could split 420 points this way. Okay, so maybe this is the way we're going to see it. But as with all systems, solo is going to get you the most points. Top in the board is going to get you second. There's not a terrible penalty for sharing board tops here, so we might see a little play like that, which we've seen on the stream. But I feel like maybe pulling away from some of those share tops this year, which is kind of good. So that is where we're at.
I think it's good to point out, just as a quick summary, that it is sort of a mix between center-based and rank-based scoring. So draw size doesn't really matter that much, but it matters whether you're in first, and if you're not in first, you would like to be second, and you would always like to have a lot of center. I think that is sort of the essence by quickly looking at it. I have to say I've never played under this system. I believe the Australians have used it before, or a very similar system. I think it was modified a little bit for tournaments like PoppyCon. But that was at least the essence I got from quickly looking at it.
But you should always go for the solo. That's what you should do.
David Hood must have paid him a few bucks before the show to say that one. All right. So speaking of going for the solo, let's get to our first game. If I can figure out how to do the transitions. All right. I won't give away the theme to this weekend's board names, but you will certainly have it by number 2 if you don't already have it by number 1, because everyone on this board is going to need some help. We're going to have 2 on at a time. So any volunteers for the first break? Anyone need a bathroom?
I can drop out for the first game.
All right. We will say au revoir or à tout à l'heure, and we will get him off the screen. Perfect. We're going to go through these pretty fast. So Siobhan, let's go through these when we see. I do not know Bob Moran, but apparently location Thailand means he's one of the locals. It is exciting for me to say Stephen Litton in England. Steve and I met on the Diplomatic Corps Yahoo group 20 years ago this fall. And I had sent a message to Brandon. He had sent me the list of all the players who were playing. And I saw his name. And I said, oh, my gosh, you have to tell him I say hey. And Brandon said that, 20 years removed, we haven't talked a lot in the last 10 or 15, but had a lot of good stories to tell from a long time ago. So I can't wait to reconnect with Steve after the tournament here. So he's in England, Gavin Atkinson in France, Matt Shields of the Pacific Northwest in Germany, current reigning world champ for at least the next 4 hours. Already been decided because obviously time, location, but he's still the champ in my book till I see another one. Dan Lester in Italy, Sylvian Icardo. I'm going to say Icardo. Someone hopefully can correct that in Russia, and Hunter Catcher from the Northeast in Turkey. Let's get to the map. All right. Oh, that's right. I'm doing reveal without reveal. We're going to do with reveal. Siobhan, let's go.
All right. So, right off the bat, something that jumps out to me is Moscow to Livonia. That is not something I see a lot. And so I'm interested to see where that's going, presumably a convoy. Because why else? Elsewhere on the board, you've got some of the typical bounces, Galicia, Black Sea. Venice holds, and England moving to Edinburgh instead of Yorkshire is not as common, but does signal some trust between the English and the French. So, and they were repaid with Paris going to Burgundy and Brest not going into the Channel.
Robert, this is Edinburgh and Paris to Burgundy. I think we saw last night, not even on league night. Is this getting the older school thinking in? Is that what when you see orders like that in the West?
Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a sort of very trusting opening, because you can really get screwed over as England if you go to Edinburgh and actually France jumps into the Channel. And you can also get screwed over by getting bounced by Germany as France to Burgundy. It strands the unit. But if it goes like that, that is a great position for England and France both. Actually, they have a lot of flexibility now and a lot of things they could do.
Yeah, well, Germany, let's see what their orders are. And see, being in Ruhr, this is what my failure was not being able to support myself into Holland. But they did it the right way, and EF is together. Siobhan, what else hit your eyes?
All that trust between England, or from England's part in spring of 2001, is repaid with support into Belgium with the fleet, because as we all know, armies go to Belgium to die. So the army is also able to convoy over to Norway, getting England 2 in 2001, which is not super common these days. But like you said, Matt Shields in Germany supports himself into Holland. And then we see some typical stuff, convoy to Tunis, another bounce in Galicia, another bounce in Black Sea, and but the Turk gets both Romania and Bulgaria. Well done, Hunter Catcher.
And Livonia to Prussia, right?
Oh, Livonia to Prussia. Good. Yeah. Just keeping that march.
We see that one. All right, Robert, with these builds, was that RT agreed upon? Those aren't con maybe?
I don't think so. I think an army and a fleet could make sense for an RT, but I don't think as Russia you want to see, first of all, you don't want to give up Romania, but you certainly don't want to see 2 fleets on Black Sea. I think that Hunter's rather angling for maybe having Austria or Italy or both of them as his friend right now. I think he's going to go after Russia.
And Siobhan, those are very Leviathan-friendly builds, ENF.
Yes, all right. Absolutely.
1902, Robert. Let's get you on this one.
Yeah, it looks very much like an AIT right here in the east. Austria gets into Galicia, Turkey pushes north, great position, and Italy is not getting involved. They go west. It looked a little triple-ish potentially, and I think Germany maybe also thought that this is what's happening. It's not entirely clear. It could be. France is very passive. Russia is, getting attacked by England and St. Pete, so maybe a triple could be. Maybe so we have AIT against Western triple and Russia being completely screwed, but we have to see. It could still change very easily.
Yeah, Siobhan, so this is, again, a more stressful tournament. Some of these holds that we see on the screen could just be backstabber interface, but how often do you see where, okay, I'm in a good position, I'm going to leave it be a hold, or, oh, shoot, I didn't get my orders in time?
I mean, I think it's some combination of the time pressure and also possibly just being spooked by the scenario you're in. You've got world champion Dan Lester in Italy, and the French kind of don't want to poke that bear, but also seem to have made the agreement that they're supposed to poke that bear. Mm-hmm. And, the lack of moves from both armies and the fleet, just, I don't know. It's less than ideal.
Yep. How ideal? Well, no, all right. They've kind of figured it out. Piedmont went away, but North Africa back to Tunis. John Jameson not happy.
What about that AIT?
Yeah, I mean, Austria tried to attack Turkey, but it didn't work. They don't get anything. Hunter Catcher gets another build. I mean, this is a terrific position to be at 6 as Turkey in 02 is great. My only worry is if the diplomatic position will be just as good, because, he has probably pissed off Russia by now pretty badly, and now Austria decided to attack him. So we have to see about that. But just like looking at the position, this is a stellar Turkish set of 2 years.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Dan Lester recognizes that in Italy to some extent, because pulling back, he's going to need to get some of Austria before it just gets swallowed up by Hunter Catcher, and there's no stopping him.
Yeah, and Russia being as weak as it is there too. It's
down to 2 already. I mean, this is brutal for Russia.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sylvan.
Yep.
Pretty light build phase, but everything that we would kind of expect at this point. I'll be interested to see, Siobhan, when we get into 03 here, where does the triple stand?
I mean, you mean the Western triple or the
it's true.
I mean, England marches on, is clearing London for presumably a build of some sort, I would guess. There's no other reason I see to move to Wales, but we do see the French putting 2 on Belgium, so we'll see where that goes. And then elsewhere, it's just not much of anything. And I guess Matt's setting himself up to take St. Pete.
It's baffling how passive France is, because those games are time limited very quickly, like 07 games. And France has not really been doing much. And even now, it's by no means guaranteed that they can take Belgium, because they're still North Sea. So I'm not sure if this will bode well for France, but maybe I'm wrong. France is in a solid position for sure, but they have not really taken any chances whatsoever so far.
Yeah. And I'll say elsewhere, I don't know what kind of deal with the devil Hunter Catcher has made, but getting the Austrian to literally walk everything away from him when they don't need to, Bud de Vienna, you don't need that right now. Yeah. It doesn't need to support Tyrolia or Bohemia. Even if I thought that the German were going into Silesia instead of bouncing himself there, it's an unnecessary move.
And Bob is rewarded with Hunter just walking into Budapest. Did you see that coming?
Something may have indicated to me that was coming, and and he loses Trieste. He didn't cover anything.
No.
Can we just release the Kraken? I mean, I'm sorry, David Hood is not on this broadcast, so anybody has to take over for it, but it will never be the same.
Yeah.
He did. So Bob did cover Greece, and Serbia supporting Greece did keep that one in his possession at this point. So
at least, yeah,
not a total loss. But so here's on the setup. We'll get to the setup real quick. With Austria pulling everything to the front line, clearly someone in the Kraken was pitching a Western triple, and we have to run to the line to stop him. Is that benefit Hunter more at this point, or does that benefit Dan more at this point, Siobhan?
I mean, both. Hunter's going to run into Steven in the north very quickly, who's setting himself up well to make plays on Moscow. You know, Dan looks like the weaker of the two, but with how passive the French have been, I think Dan has the potential to explode quickly when he does move west.
Yeah, Robert, you agree?
Yeah, both of them have great opportunities. I would like Hunter a little better, but yeah, I agree that it is great for Italy that France is giving them slack.
Yeah. More armies coming down and fleet treats gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Leave that to be seen how that plays out. Robert, what? Let's get you here in 1904.
Austria's trying to make a deal to help somebody, and that is Turkey. And maybe that will work because Turkey is really getting into position. Now, we don't know yet if they will, maybe Turkey will still work with Italy after that, but they are in a huge position right now. That is amazing. They're in Serbia, they're in Greece. Okay, Italy is in Albania, but let's see how this goes. France keeps doing nothing. I don't know if that was planned. Gavin Atkinson, I think, as we heard, is one of the two guys from the Diplomacy Games podcast. So he's Australian. So maybe he's taking a book out of Andrew Goff's page out of his book. Sorry, I'm getting all confused. And EG seemed to say, like, look, you're not doing anything. You're not helpful to us. So how about we go after you if you don't help us?
Yeah. No, it is possible that he's trying to be too clever by half, but the last time I saw a French player at a World DipCon do all holds thinking that he was being very clever, it did not go his way in the end. So we'll see if the trend continues.
This may be the most efficient use of force by Turkey in the history of the game. I mean, all 6 units effectively got what they needed done and convoying 2 armies from home forward. I mean, this is a wonderful position.
I mean, it's just great. Hunter really came in saying, okay, we're year limited. I don't have much time. I want a big result. Let's go.
Yeah. Although Aegean supporting Greece and then Greece walking out doesn't seem to be a good strategy on that front.
He's still with Italy. I mean, he's putting them into Trieste. Maybe that was a last-minute change that they asked for, but it really looks to me like he wants to keep Dan Lester as his ally, and he prefers having him as a proper partner in his alliance rather than a junior partner or even a janissary in Bob Moran and actually fighting Dan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree with that read completely because I think it's one of those instances where Hunter writes down a set of orders as he's walking away from the board and then diplomatically talks to Dan about changing tactic.
Yeah. And for this, Bob does get one excellent diplomatic or tactical decision. Piedmont keeping Tyrolia out of Vienna with the supported help from Vienna too there to offset the 2v2 there. So good for Bob to stay alive. Which in this game, as long as you got one, you still got a chance. So first 2 fleet bill. Oh, Fleet London, Robert. What do you? Is it?
Well, I mean, it looks like EG is sort of going against France. They have not had much success so far. The West is really not resolving at all so far, and they can't keep pace with the East so far. I mean, England is in Moscow. That's kind of nice. So England is not in a bad position. But let's see if they keep attacking France. It will be a slog. They're not in a good position to take anything quickly off of France, and it's already more than halfway through the game. So let's see how this goes.
Siobhan, Liverpool instead of London or London instead of Liverpool?
It's funny. I'm chatting in the background about that right now. I see. If you'd asked me before the builds, I would have told you that this is an EG trying to get something out of France. They're not doing it particularly well, but that's what I see. And then I don't mind a fleet build from England, but London?
Yeah.
I didn't see that background, Chad, before asking the question, but now I realize that our 4th member of the team pointing that out to me, then I feel pretty good about my analytical skills right now, but no one wants to hear me say anymore because...
Oh, after 04. Wow.
Okay.
I didn't know that was coming either, but right result?
I don't know. I think Turkey had a lot more to play, especially I think England had a lot of things to play. We have to see how much close to 2,000 points for Hunter Catcher will be worth under this scoring system. It's a significant jump to the second. That's why I would say, as England, I don't take this draw. They've not done all that much, but they have a lot of options. They could go anti-German, anti-French, and at least try it out. I don't think they have that much to lose. For Hunter, he probably could take more centers, but at least he's in first. So maybe I don't hate it that much for him. It's a first round game. It's a top board tournament, so you don't really need to be first after the regular rounds. You just need to be around in the top 7. But there's certainly a lot of play left on this board. I mean, there's no need that this thing has to draw that early. Maybe they just wanted to have a drink, or I don't know if the second round was on the same day and they wanted to get a nap or get prepared. I don't know.
The second round is on the same day, but Nicola, in the background, you were saying shame, shame, shame.
Yeah,
Who gets the most shame for calling this early?
Like, I think there's so much play left on this board. Like, if you look at England, especially, what you could do, like, I know it's 3 full years, but you can break France. You're in good position. I don't think Italy can do anything, because, like, else Hunter is going to basically eat them as quickly as possible. So if you're EG, I don't think there's anything stopping you from taking, like, at least 3 dots from France in the next 3 years.
Siobhan, so round 1, board 1, the 2 players with 1 center do get to walk away with 525 points. Is that a something you offer to them? So maybe you're on a round 3 or round 4 board and you need some help, and they remember that, you didn't eliminate them, they kept them around. Is there some metagaming going on already on board 1?
I mean, I think every point's a point, and you take anything you can get. I don't know that I feel particularly indebted to any of the larger players who let me live. I think that, especially Sylvain, like, that was not a great game, and they got jumped on from the go, and that stings no matter how you slice it.
Yeah.
I get why Hunter took it. The rest of them had so much play left. I think really for me, this reads like a board where things are about to get really, really messy if they keep playing. And it might be, it's round 1. I don't want to make anyone mad because Hunter has to attack Dan now. And I can tell you exactly what Matt Shields is saying. He has thrown his hands up in exasperation and is furious with England, who's probably trying to say, oh, I'm on your side. You are not on my side. Fleet London. And so he just is like, fine, I don't even want to play this game anymore. I think it was about to get messy, and maybe they decided, let's just go get a drink.
I can picture Matt doing exactly that too. So
one thing just that I want to add about the smaller player, like, I think it's a question of style too. Personally, I hate ending people's game. So that's, like, if I'm not topping, I don't see the point of just taking a dot, to take a dot. It's not, to cause harm to somebody or to say, well, I'm going to invest in reputation for the next game. It's more, as a principle, it's I don't play to end some people's games, So if I can take the top board out of it, like, sure. But here I understand it doesn't bring anybody anything. So, why just kill them out of spite? It's, yeah.
The scoring system does not reward killing the tiny player in this case. If it were DixieCon, we would be having a different conversation because of draw size. But to your point, I get that.
Yeah, but you wonder, so the people who are at 6 that are 2 away, for anyone with the scoring system, you see that 420 is shared amongst all players within 1, and then another 420 is shared within 2. So to move up 1 center closer to the leader, you do get some extra points. So Dan and Matt, they were there, and if they can get that extra center, like Warsaw, but if I'm England, then maybe I support Warsaw to hold. So, I'd like to think it's round 1 and everyone wanted to go get some pho. Is that right? Pho?
Pho, yeah.
Pho. I have no taste in food. So.
I'm sure my pronunciation is not perfect either. So
the comments in the chat. Let's get the chat livened up here. So, all right, good game 1. Siobhan, let's get you on a break here for a minute while we see these new players. Oh, it's Brandon's board.
Wow.
Maybe you can go in the chat and liven things up in the chat then.
See you there.
See you, Sean.
Oh man, this is 2 of the 3 DBNI champs, as well as a former world champ, a AI super creator, Noam Brown, Doc Bender being the former world champ. Jamal is a wonderful player, which we've seen a lot of on VDL.
I think PoppyCon in Australia before. I think he's also a tournament winner.
Yep. Excellent. And then I don't know Tristan or Ken. Those will be 2. And,
this is a strong board. This is really, really. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah,
especially to the AI, but also the West is very stacked.
Yeah. The West, the 3 in the West, and then oh my God, I can't wait. All right, let's just see it.
Let's see which way they choose between playing it friendly, Peter and Brendan, and the sharky way of saying, oh, there's less chance of having him on the top board.
All right, Robert, let's we'll ease Nikolai into this. Robert, tell me what you see here, Spring 1901.
Brandon is doing a little bit of goofy stuff by going to Tuscany and going to Trieste, which might very well be arranged. So maybe we'll see that killer AI between the 2 of them. Let's see. Russia jumps into Black Sea, which could be arranged or not. And the West, fairly standard Edinburgh once again. And not my favorite opening for France, but totally fine. They can still take Spain and Portugal, have play on Belgium. So fairly standard West overall.
Yeah, Nikolai, that's what I was going to Marseille to Gascony. That's not usual.
No, but it's a very strong opening, actually. It's an opening I like personally because Gascony helps you defend if England goes into English Channel. So that's a good way to defend against England while being able to take Portugal. So it's I like it personally, and you can bounce somebody out of Belgium. So yeah,
I would always prefer being in Spain if Italy goes to Piedmont because I can cover Brest from Picardy. But I mean, it's France, so everybody has their favorite openings, and there are like 15 of them that are like reasonably a potential where people could say this is my personal favorite.
Yeah, well, Robert, so he got the 2 that Nikolai was talking about, and he another helping of England into Belgium this time. What else do you see?
No fast Lepanto, so Brandon does not go for Aegean. He just takes Trieste and Tunis, so it's actually way more anti-Austrian than we might have thought in the beginning. Turkey goes out into Aegean. So maybe that's actually an RT brewing of those 2 thinking like, oh, we're not going to let those 2 get a good start. And in the West, looks EF-ish so far, but that could still change. That's my read for now.
Yeah.
Nikolai.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading in the chat by Peter McNamara that we have the wrong players for these orders. So maybe there's a little bit of a hiccup in the sandbox, so maybe different players. I don't know.
I was going to say I'm a bit surprised of these Italian orders by Brendan, but like going to Tuscany doesn't seem very Brendan-like. But I'm not sure.
Well, all right. So we can't have the wrong. These have to be the right orders because they were in the game. We might not have the right players for these. That I'm hoping. Marseilles. Do you want me to say it Marseilles? We have a Marseilles, Illinois here. These chatters, I'm going to start getting the chatters livened up. Edinburgh. I love the convoy from Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
There you go. That's what we're going to do. All right. Anyway, so let's keep going with
the no name.
With the
just
game.
Countries. No names, yeah, exactly. Just the countries. But just a small comment here. That's a very anti-Austrian, as you mentioned, build. And it, like, I don't think you can do anything but attacking Austria. That's kind of the issue with that build. Like, what else do you do, right? If your army was in Apulia instead of Venice, you can always build something. But here, except if you have a very nice Austrian, right? Who accepts that, I guess.
All right, well, we'll take out the names. Let's keep going with the orders. 2 fleets for England, Robert. That's different than we saw last game. Is that better EF, worse EF? Do you like this kind of EF?
I mean, if you're France, you would much prefer the army in London, but it's not too bad. There are reasons why you might need all those fleets, especially if you suspect that Russia might help Germany. Then there are lots of sea spaces that you would like to cover in the long run. Sometimes it's hard to get an army over early. So I don't hate this. It's a very reasonable position. And if you want to change to going anti-France, it gives you probably a little more flexibility than army fleet.
But for me, it's rather anti-German. Like, I know there's a theory that 2 fleets is better than 1 army and a fleet, but where are your fleets going to go? Like, anyways, 3 fleets are going for Scandinavia, whereas the next dot in Scandinavia should be German. So, like, I know, Robert, you can try to sell it to me. There is no issue, but I'm not sure I'm going to believe you, you know.
You will never believe me anyway, so I might as well build what I want.
All right. Well, since you guys won't believe each other, let's at least get Nicola. Let's get your read, and then Robert can prove you wrong here in the analysis.
Yeah. So England is going for Scandinavia, of course, and Germany has enough sense to see it, and so does not believe Robert as he should. And you end up with England with 3 fleets around Norway, but not really able to take Norway and take North Sea. So it's kind of bad position. And that's basically the issue if England does not commit, right? That nobody can really believe them that they're on their side. The interesting part, and we missed it because we were too focused on England, is that actually 1 army was built in Con. And now Turkey has realized somehow that he was lied to by Russia, and now he's trying to go back.
But it's a little bit of hen and egg phenomenon. I mean, was he lied to by Russia, or did he say in the beginning, yeah, sure, you can go to Black Sea, let's do an RT, and then when he built an army, Russia said, well, this is not gonna work if you just have 1 fleet. I mean, could be either, right?
Yeah, could be. And here you see why this AI is really complicated to make work, because like here it's great on paper. Austria has a build. Well, where does Austria build that, right? That starts to be a bit complicated, I think.
So following on in the north, Germany taking North Sea in fall of 2002 is rarely good for England.
No, certainly not. I mean, England takes Norway back, but that's really a move sidewards, and they lost Belgium, so they are in a bit of trouble, actually in quite a bit of trouble. And in the east, we see AI pushing forward. They managed to find a way that Austria can build without Italy screwing them over. And Russia and Turkey still don't get along very well. Maybe Russia thinks that Austria will be their friend, or Italy will do a wintergreen. But this actually turned into a very reasonable position for AI if they will stick together. Seeing the moves of a 1, that it might be that they are not super solid, but this could work actually pretty well from this position now. But it might as well be that one of them will prefer Russia as their ally in the long run.
Just a small question here. Wouldn't you prefer France to go to Irish Sea? Wouldn't it be a stronger move?
That was my question. That was my question I was going to ask you. So you ask the question and you get to answer it. Shouldn't you go to Irish Sea?
I think I would, personally. But,
yeah, I agree. I agree.
The armies, like Germany is attacking Burgundy right now. That you really don't want to be making enemies of both neighbors, but
especially if England will not build. I mean, maybe, I don't know, there could have been some weird option how they get a rebuild, but hey, even if that's the case, so what? Yeah. But if they don't build, you have a free walk into Liverpool, so that's pretty good.
I wonder if it's not more anti-German than anti-English, to be fair, in English channel, because you could go for Belgium.
Yeah, there are certainly options, yeah.
Yeah. Army Kiel seems pretty... I guess that's what you're going to do.
I think we just got the players by Bradley Grace in the chat. So Sasha is in England, Bradley Grace in Germany, Nicolas Sauge, former world champion in Italy, Chris Brandt in Austria. So this is actually a spicy AI setup, just a different one than we thought. Yeah. Jason Mastbaum in Russia and Turkey is unknown as it stands. But thank you, Bradley, for filling in.
Thanks a lot.
Wardy, I just know what they're going to say. That's why I'm making good TV, hopefully. All right. So, Robert, give me spring 1903.
Germany actually saw it a similar way as Nicola, that this English Channel move was not great for them. So they are going for France while France is convoying away to Wales. So it's once again a messy West. Germany is working with Russia to go anti-English. Germany is actually in a pretty nice position here. For France and England, it's not really working well at all. AI, I guess that this whole business about Trieste was arranged. I don't think that Austria really believed that they would get there. They move forward. This is a full-on AIR. They are killing Turkey quickly, and the West will have to see how they will react. If they stay together, that's a problem, and they are making good traction anyway. So the East is looking pretty nice here, but I'm curious to see which one will come out on top.
And the most important move may be Russia helping Germany into Skagerrak for me.
Yep.
Like that's a move which I would say as a key move this turn, because it means that Germany has only allies basically except France.
Yeah. Germany is in a pretty strong position for sure.
Yeah. Bradley. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So Bradley's Germany. All right. I'm going to print that out. All right, so fall 1903, Nicola. Let's. Oh man, a lot of red down in the south.
Yeah, like so. It seems to be an air. It seems to be an air, which means that this Germany is probably not in such a good shape in the end. On the other end, like that was my issue with Italy, and that's been the issue since the beginning, right? Where do you grow?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, like it's nice, and I know, like if I'm a passion player, like Nicolas Sayugé is on another level of patience, I think. But here you need to trust that they are not going to try to screw you. And here, they like what Russia is doing is quite strange, right? Right, like Russia is trying to put Armenia into Con rather than tapping Ankara, which would have been the required move in order to save to give Smyrna to Austria. So I think it's quite weird what's happened here. I think Russia tried to screw the AI over by convoying actually Armenia to Con and supported Armenia instead of convoying. But that's just a theory that I have.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good news for Germany because it looks like the AIR will not just stay together. And as long as they keep fighting, that's good for Germany. But I wonder if Germany has created a bit of a problem by attacking England and France at the same time. Yes, they've got Russia, but it seems like they bit off a little more than they could chew.
Yeah. I don't get why you would keep attacking England in that case. If you're really going after France, why do you keep attacking England, not using them as a janissary or something?
Mm-hmm.
Well, part of it is the stress we talked about at the top of the broadcast. There's just it is real. It is different. I know how shaky my hand gets sometimes as the clock is ticking down. So even the best of players have it too. Makes me feel better. So. Oh, England does lose one. France, yeah, that's the build I would expect. And then Massbaum and Brand both get armies in the middle. All right. Nicola, France is on the revenge, right?
Yeah, so the air sticks together. Okay. And France is taking back Belgium. It's weird also that Italy is not moving, like it's an air, but Italy is not really moving to the line as opposed to the other two. So I guess it's more an air against Germany because Germany is the leader. You have a cute move in the north with Skagerrak trying to put Norway into Sweden. That doesn't work because England attacks it with two. But that was nice to see. And yeah, so England now is fully janissarying for France. It's a choice because I think like it really depends what France wants to do. But now I think France is going to need the 2 builds, and they get 1 out of Belgium, but I wouldn't be surprised if London falls too.
So, Robert, Russia is moving Warsaw to Prussia, Galicia to Silesia, but then also working with Germany in the north. Is it mixed signals here, or are they just trying to be aggressive on all fronts because of a short game?
It's actually, I see that quite a lot, that Russia is helpful in Scandinavia to whoever seems to be a good way to play balance of power. I mean, yes, sure, Germany is strong, but then once again, they have seemed to create enemies everywhere, and in the middle of the board, they might go for their own good. But probably they will not be friendly with Germany for too long, would be my guess here.
Well, they're friendly in Scandinavia and not really in Prussia and Silesia, right? So
yeah,
not too long may come sooner than later.
Yeah, like here.
Yeah. Now they're just trading centers. Sweden, Berlin,
But I don't think Sweden was arranged, That I think Germany did that all on their own, which is perfectly fair. I mean, they have to go somewhere. And now actually France is convoying to London, but not going to Edinburgh. So that is interesting, why you would do that. Maybe it's arranged, but if it's arranged, why don't you put the fleet there? You don't need a French army on the English island if you want to be pro-England. And in the east, so far, it's still an AR, and Italy is slowly moving west just to, prove a point to Nicola. But I mean, this is, I think, as you pointed out before, this is very hesitantly. That is not a full-on attack on France by any means. So I'm still curious to see what will come off of the east. I think we will certainly see some fighting there soon.
Yeah, I think it's a bit surprising coming from Nicholas and Chris, but I guess there is not really huge trust between them, because I want a count of how many attacks on Trieste there has been since the beginning of the game. This supported attack to make sure that Nicola is not sneaking into Serbia or anything, right? And It's funny because Nicola is somebody, if anybody has not seen How to Play France by Nicolas Sergei, I would encourage everybody to see it. And he says, well, I think he says something like, well, Western triples are kind of useless because you're going to end up at 666, right? Mm-hmm. And here, that's unfortunately kind of the direction they're going with the air, right? You have big France, which is going to amass a lot of dots. And on the other end, you're going to have to share the dots between 3 players. So let's see if they continue with that.
South Coast build instead of North Coast, Robert? What's your preference there?
Often North Coast is the right build. I think in this particular situation, I kind of like it. I mean, you are going anti-Germany. Why not? I think it's a good build in this situation.
I agree. Makes use of it, getting it in right away, even though there's a lot of other red arrows up in the north. Robert, let's have you with this one.
Yeah, Russia goes against Germany, sets themselves up nicely. They don't take anything right now, but they have lots of units on the line. France is sort of pushing England forward. That might be agreed or not. And now Italy is actually going fairly significantly west. And that is, I think, the most, I'm not sure if it's surprising, but the most significant thing right now. Because so far I was sort of thinking, okay, Nicolas Sarkozy negotiated a position where he's at 6 centers as Italy in the mid game, which is kind of good. And he will just jockey for position at some point, set himself up to take a lot of centers in the east late in the game to somehow snag the board top. But that will get very difficult from this position. He's moving away with a lot of things. So it seems like he sees his play in France, which I'm not sure will happen. But I mean, he's Nicolas Sarkozy, so he'll probably prove me wrong some way. But that is really something that is different to what I expected to happen.
It's not how I read the board. I think Nicolas just realizes that he can't really top this board. And so now the game is more to stop France to get too big, and out of hand.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he sees his growth here.
And Nicolas is a master of C Diplo, being part of the French hobby. He won the online French championship last year. So balance of power, I'm assuming, is one of his strong suits of his game, of which there are many.
And yeah, they're taking down Russia now. because, like as mentioned, you can't get a triple with a Nicholas.
Why exactly is Italy in Trieste? I mean, it looks to me like Italy's almost getting ready to stab Austria right after that. Just got them to stab Russia and setting
Not
up
if
there.
they build fleets. Not if they build fleets, and I'm pretty sure they are going to keep building fleets.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
It's just for precaution, you know. If Austria tries to get too greedy, you know, then you have a way to punish them.
Yeah,
I think.
maybe.
And wait, Ruhr. Am I saying that one right, Robert? Ruhr.
Ruhr, but
It's more Ruhr, I think, for the German Robert.
But it's all right. I mean, I cannot say Edinburgh, so I'll give everybody else a slack on Ruhr.
I saw Edinburgh, like Aaron Burr up there. So
Aaron Burr, sure. Okay,
call it
I'm
Aaron
not sure if
Burr.
that was a joke or genuine. Those Brits, they confuse me.
All right, so we did, of course, an Austrian army. Oh, all right, big line through the middle of the field. That means we're probably getting towards the end. What's this setup? Spring of 06. We know we got only 2 years
another
max.
board. I think there's a mistake. It's another board, right? It's not the same position at all.
Was that right?
Or some seasons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's maybe the part of the hiccup we had with the names before.
Oh man. Yeah. All right. Well, we will see. The problem is
like Brendan Fogel that I know.
Well, it is 3 a.m. over there now, so
screwing us over with the boards. Oh yeah, that's Brandon.
This looks more like 1901. This looks like 1901. Look at the. I mean, it's all.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I think we have a glitch here, like between two boards. Yeah.
Although the center charts are fine there. All right. Well, no, that looks.
So state for some game.
All right. So the spring 1906 position you switched to is my game. All right. So Peter.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that
this
sounds like.
This seems to be the position that is matching the players. So I guess we just will sell this as we doing end state analysis of things just to speed it up because we have lots of board to cover and you know that was planned all along and nothing happened here.
Yeah. All right. Maybe Siobhan's got some insight as to
Yeah, so it seems to be that what happened behind the scenes is 2 of the round 1 games got mixed up between the players and the moves, though suddenly we did swap to the correct moves for this set of shown players. So there's going to be another board that's a little wonky, which would be whatever one that currently says Bradley Grace is in it, because Brandon is looking into it behind the scenes. So I think maybe avoid this one and we can move on to if we have a board 4.
We do have a board 4. All right, we'll let Robert. Actually, we do not have a board 4. We have a round 2 board 1. So we'll go to round 2. These are all prelim games. These are all going to count towards the final. So if we go a little out of order, all Brandon needs is a little love right now. So we'll wish him that. I need help. Hello, goodbye is my normal diplomacy.
That's the only time you should ever wish luck to Brendan Fogel. So good luck, Brendan.
All right, here we go. All right, Robert, go grab a drink to freshen up the pipes, and we'll see you in a few.
Yes. See you.
All right. So round 2, board 1. These were Friday night games. So the ones we saw previously going into it, people might have ended them early, although Board 2 did go all the way to 1907, so they played the full amount. Board 1 here in round 2, we've got Steve Litton, Austria. He was England in the first game. Dan Lester was Italy in the first round. We've got him in England, the Brit in England this time. Tristan in France. Although he was Turkey, he might have been in another game.
He was Russia in the game, which was not the actual game. So yeah.
There you go. And Ken was Turkey in that game, which was not the game. So those guys are next to each other, again, in 2 different boards. So we'll see how any dynamics there, although we didn't see how the dynamics played out in the game because it was the mix-up. So we'll get there. Jamal, I believe, was France in that first one.
Yep.
that we did see. So we'll see him in Italy this time. Bradley was Germany in the one that we were starting to watch. He's in Russia. And Nome. So Nome is in first place that we see. So we will get back to figure out how Nome is in first.
Interestingly, because of this draw with Jamal as France and Germany. So.
Oh, that's right.
Let's see if the love story continues.
Yeah, we're doing this all a little bit out of order, so thanks you all for hanging in with us.
Yep. We'll see here. All right, with reveal. We do not want reveal. We want to keep going. All right, Nicolas, start us off in spring 1901 here.
So a very old school spring 1901 with Turkey going for Bulgaria and Constantinople, which is an opening which you don't see a lot nowadays, right? It's been a bit forgotten, but it's a very solid defensive opening and gives you a lot of power against Austria, especially, but not only. Then you have, of course, I bury the lead because everything in the East else is quite standard. But in the West, you've got the direct attack into English Channel, while France is going with the support to Burgundy. So, like, in terms of defense for France, it's kind of suboptimal for Brest. But let's see what happens. And Germany tried to enter Burgundy, so you could ask whether that was planned, this Burgundy stuff, or anything. And Italy being in Tyrolia gives them a lot of options. Do they want to help France because they think that France is under attack? Or does France want to give Munich to Italy just out of kind of revenge against Germany?
So Peter McNamara says the real old school opening is the English one. Siobhan, I don't remember that being old school, but Peter would certainly know better than me.
I mean, I feel like it's a little a la Chris Martin and his style of playing England. Always moved to the channel every time. There was a 7,000-word essay about that once, I believe, that was on the old Dip podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, I mean, I think Nicola, you got it all. I presume that the Burgundy thing is that Germany said, "Hey, let's bounce there," and France said, "No, I'd rather be there." Yeah. That's usually what I see.
But then why wouldn't you bounce Tyrolia, right? If you know that they're going with two, why would you waste a move or go to Ruhr?
I think the argument being that Germany still thought it was going to be a normal bounce.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And just one small thing, because you mentioned Chris Martin. Isn't the Chris Martin opening going to Wales and not Yorkshire if you go full against France?
Was his the two-way?
I don't remember.
Might have been.
It's
been years.
Yeah, I stopped reading after 6,000 words. I didn't get to Liverpool.
Yeah, and Peter McNamara says that it's very 90s old school from the UK face-to-face.
There you go. Nope, he's not that. He is definitely not that old. But Dan being from UK, he certainly
he was playing in the 90s. So.
And he has nice. I'm gonna guess this English army won't go to Daesh, John. I think this one was Nicola. So here's my thing. When you get into Burgundy and you let them slip into Ruhr, I mean, if England's not in your home center, are you salivating right now being this far in advance, or are you more of a conservative French player?
Here, I'm not really happy because you have England in Brest already, but I'm quite happy because it's a fleet, so it could be worse. Now, I don't think I would ever enter that order into Ruhr. Like, I'm not sure what you try to achieve, because if the idea is to bounce Munich there, then why not go directly for Munich, right? If you think that Germany is going to Ruhr. So, yeah, I don't really like this French position, but on the other hand, again, it could be worse if an army was in Brest. But the coordination is kind of fantastic for England because, like, they knew they didn't really need Norway right now, so they say, well, I'm going to take Belgium and I'm going to take Brest. And I'm not sure why France doesn't go to Belgium because England is attacking you, and the second dot that they can have is Belgium. And if they don't get it, you get 3 builds. So that's that's a bit weird, this kind of move from France. I don't really like it, but let's see if he finds a way to diplomatically maybe help England into Germany or something like that. But for me, what was the most impressive turn was in the East, because Bradley is taking Romania with Sev, while Nome is taking the Black Sea. So there must have been some negotiations which didn't go as planned, while on the other end, Warsaw is going to Moscow. So there is an AR, or at least Bradley thinks there is an AR. Let's see what happens. But I think that's super interesting. And again, like the unit in Tyrolia, it's interesting that it does not move at all, which is one way to play Tyrolia, right?
I like being there. I like opening to Tyrolia as Italy, and I like being there. I don't have to be in an Austrian center. It just creates enough chaos and I do like chaos.
I agree completely. Being in Tyrolia as an Italian, every time I want to be there.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. So now we don't have to worry about if E and F maybe plan that together. Yeah, that's if you got that much of a jump on France, you got it. As we saw last night, I believe I forget which French player was down but not out, and then had a great result from it.
Yeah.
All right, Siobhan, spring 1902. What do we see? Oof.
I mean, much the same from Dan Lester in England, just marching forward, putting everything in place, doesn't even care about Norway one bit. Probably talked to Bradley Grace very early, said, I'm going south. You can just have Scandinavia. I'll stay out of it. Just leave me alone after that. And the Germans are, kicking the French out of Ruhr, as the French desperately try and pull the unit back to do something. But that does mean that the German retreats into Marseille, which is, I feel for Tristan here. It's a rough opening to this game. Elsewhere on the board, the Italians said, hey, that Tyrolean unit can jump into this whole little fight, slip into Piedmont, while convoying to Greece and going to the Tyrrhenian Sea. Nice set of moves from Jamal there. And, I mean, Turkey attempts to march onward, but they just butt heads with the Russians for now.
It's weird, though, that Serbia is not cutting Bulgaria. Because if it were, like, Russia would be in the Black Sea, right?
Yes. Serbia and Budapest both held. I have to imagine that they were approached by both the Turks and the Russians, asking for them to cut various things. I don't know if that's a time limit thing or just I'm staying out of it.
Yeah, but here you can't really stay out of it. See, you're obviously on Russia's side, so why wouldn't you accelerate?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Misorder.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's
Misorder, miscommunication. Yeah,
that's the thing we don't see. There are some times when I'll purposely write a misorder. I got Bud and Sir right there, and I'm writing Budapest to Bulgaria instead of the other way around, purposefully or just on accident. I'll write the wrong unit, and then Serbia. I'll mix up which units I write them for, and we don't get that context on Backstabber. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like I still think there are issues of coordination in the air, because if you look at, like, they are attacking Germany, but somehow they're not helping France against Germany, while you could have imagined that Italy could have put, like, let's say, Spain into Marseille, or get the support into Marseille if France didn't want to do it the other way. I think there are some coordination issues in that air, and that was the issue. That was the reason why they didn't move even quicker on Turkey, and now that's the reason why they're not moving quicker on Germany. So, I'm not sure who is the reason for it, but there's somebody somehow blocking, like, this air from moving too fast.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely some coordination issues. I don't know if that's just suboptimal tactics all around, or they just can't quite get on the same page and agree about who should get what when. But I mean,
I won't think that Jamal is the kind of player, like I've seen him play a few times, who would do this kind of tactical mistakes. I have my doubts here. So yeah, it wouldn't be my main hypothesis.
Well, for Steve giving up Greece, he does get Smyrna. Everything else pretty standard. The Denmark to Skagerrak kind of highlighted for me, like peaceful amongst GR, which I've seen more of recently, and I like that alliance. So
yeah.
Although Fleet Berlin is not very GR.
That's what I was going to say. I think Russia thinks there is a GR, and Germany is not that sure that there is a GR. I think if I would read Bradley's move, I think he had in mind that it was going to be an IRG. That's why he's ready basically to attack Austria, but Italy is not providing the army's help that he could. So yeah, I think that's what's happening here.
Well, at some point we were going to say, Siobhan, Dan's got to not ignore what's going on to his east up there, and it seems now is the turn since the extra fleet got brought out. There's more of a battle up north than that's a regular battle up north. So what else do you see?
I mean, yeah, Dan has realized that he needs to be a part of that Scandinavian conversation and shifts 2 of his fleets back. Not the worst thing with how weak France is. He doesn't need to keep all 4 fleets pushed against MAO. So I think that was the smart timing to do it. We'll see who winds up getting what as we move forward. Elsewhere on the board, the air makes progress, sort of. Austria doesn't keep Smyrna in the end, but Austria does take Bulgaria. The Italians coming in to help. We shall see as time goes forward. But I mean, Nicola, what do you make of the moves by the air? It still feels on occasion less than ideal.
I think they're trying to make I think that they like the idea of an air, but they don't have like the trust to build it the way it should be built somehow. And which means that actually Austria, by being so cautious now, is completely open. It's like, why would you go to Galicia and not cover Romania, for example, where here with the unit in Romania, you're ready to be hurt like very badly, right? Like Siobhan, if we were playing together, we have never played together, and I would ask you, as Russia, well, let me go into Rome when you're not in Budapest and you're not in Serbia.
Yeah, there's no way that's happening. I'm not walking to Galicia in that case. And did the Austrians and Russians like have some sort of falling out? Because why? Because now Austria's in Galicia with no Russian in Warsaw.
And so these games, I like watching non-American games because I don't want to say we've all taken on that VDL style of certain alliances have to play certain ways. I feel like international players just play a little bit differently. So these are dynamic, moving games. Even though they're shorter games, we'll see things that we're not used to seeing. On here. As we see, and look, so Romania holds. Like there is just some trust and some, we haven't burnt as many bridges in person for players you haven't seen in 20 years. So,
though Prussia did cover Warsaw, so not complete trust in this case. Which, I probably would have done the same thing too. It's possible that Austria didn't tell Bradley that he was going up to Galicia. I mean, it's still a bizarre position, is all I'll say about that. I think it's for me to finish up. So to talk about the actual board, the air marches on. It's the end of Turkey not quite the end of Turkey as we know it. They do hold on to Smyrna after all. And up north, we do see that the Germans, yes, indeed, did want Sweden. Dan Lester makes an attempt at Norway, but with a double support, that didn't happen. Germany picks up Paris, and the Italian and the English take Portugal. So that's all. That is it for the French.
Yeah, I don't think there's much. That was a pretty tactical set of orders. But Nicola, when we're going into 03, it's still early. 4 years left in a max game on here. What position? Look at this board.
there's something I don't understand really. It's why Italy, Germany, and England are working together in Spain to finish off France. Like, was France just fed up and just take my dots, guys? I don't care who takes it, and now there's going to be a big war between them? Or is there something more to it? I think that's going to be interesting. If I'm
Yeah.
England here, I don't think I stab Germany like ever. You don't really have to because there's an heir going after you. So it means that Spain should be lost, right? Logically.
I think it's England and Germany together now against the Italian. That feels like the next logical course. But I mean, I think I agree with you. Does killing France that quickly, who does it benefit?
Well, right now, nobody, because they're repositioning. Dan gets the army off quickly, so with 2 English armies on the mainland, that is now he's got the potential for growth. I think that's where he goes. But who's his ally going to be, Nicola?
Who do you mean? Sorry. Who do you mean?
England. Is England going to are we going to get an alliance out of this, or is this just going to be everyone fighting for themselves all game?
The thing is, you need this unit in Belgium because of the unit from Munich retreating to Ruhr. So even from an alliance standpoint, you need it. You're going to likely see a bounce between Belgium and Holland if they keep the alliance rolling. Then there are 4 units around Munich.
Yeah.
And 2 units being able to defend Marseille, but not really able to push. On the other end, you have the Italian unit going to agency, not going full against against England in the Med. So I think these alliances are really shaky. They want, again, I think the story of this game is really they want to do an air, but there is nowhere near enough trust in order to make it efficient.
Yeah. I think my favorite move of this entire move set, by the way, is Armenia supports Black to Sevastopol.
Yep. With now 3 fleets on the Turkish mainland.
Yeah.
One of which will die.
And they stab each other at the same time, which is kind of beautiful, right? So Austria going for Warsaw, while Russia is going for Budapest.
And Italy taking Smyrna from Austria while they're all cycling around.
Which is, what we discussed at the beginning, that sometimes an air is it's an IR in disguise, right? And I think that's what Bradley was waiting, and apparently was right to wait for it. Personally, I don't like the English stab on Germany. I think that was your only friend, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to outrace the Wintergreen now. But I may be wrong. I may be wrong here, but.
Austria slipping into Warsaw is, as the Russian walks out into Galicia, is fun.
Yeah, it's likely what saved them and what doesn't give the game to Russia potentially. So that's kind of fun for the rest of the game. On the other hand, I'm really worried about England, and I think here, if the AI would have if the IR story stays together, I don't see how England outraces them. But maybe I'm too conservative of player.
I mean, this is
I'm in full agreement.
I love look at those 2 Italian army builds. This is going to be fun. Oh, I would have gone all the way to
Yeah, I mean, let's start back in England because that's where we left off. For Dan's part, he's convoying more armies to the mainland. Got to keep up that fight against Germany. But, Germany easily and quickly takes Denmark back. It's not going to be an easy fight for Dan to do this, and he's alone in the battle because the Italians aren't helping him in any way. In fact, they're just going the opposite direction. And I'm not sure Dan wins this one in the end. The Italians, speaking of them, make a ton of progress. Convoy to Albania, take Trieste, take Bulgaria. I mean, just a dominating turn for Jamal.
And notice the support from Ruhr into Burgundy. And I think here you have two philosophical ways to see this game. So as Austria, you can help Germany, hoping that Germany is going to help you.
Yep.
Or you could help England, trying to say to Italy and Russia, withdraw now as quickly as possible, or I can tell you I am screwing your game over.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the way to play it. And a few seasons ago, when that unit retreated into Ruhr, forward retreated, when it was pushed out of Munich, I knew that Austrian army was going to be trouble.
Yep. Always great to be on the other side of the line.
Yeah. Okay, we've got some shifting between the wintergreen right now, putting the Russian into Bulgaria while the Italian takes Caen. This just feels like positioning. Possibly Russia doesn't need both fleets, so they might piff one in the future, allow them to build something else. I don't know. Russia does get Warsaw back. They failed to take Vienna. Still overall, Jamal comes out on top in this turn. He goes up 3, if I'm counting it. Trieste, Serbia, and Caen.
Yep.
No,
2 only.
Already owned
Otherwise
Caen.
he's already.
Oh, already owned Caen. Yes, only 2. Correct. Because he did not hold on to Bulgaria, presumably by design.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in the West, a whole lot of nothing except Russia swipes Sweden. So Russia is the one that's up 3.
Yep. I think the deal is so that Italy is getting Ankara, but Russia is going to try to take it from them by force.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
All right, let's see it. We know this is a 2-horse race at this point, although you never count out Dan Lester, but
yeah.
I think Nicola called it perfectly, is that the Italian was told that they would be getting Ankara and then that would be it. And the Russian said, actually, no, I would like that. Thank you.
Yeah.
well, it is Russia's.
And that's kind of the meta. And like Andrew has been saying, well, the meta is France wins it. I think the meta is very pro-Russian. Actually, if you look at the last top boards that we've seen, Russia is doing very, very well. And I think you have a meta, like a very pro-Russian meta actually right now going on.
No, I agree completely.
Oh, I thought Dan was setting up to take Marseille, but Marseille's, which one?
Marseille's fine. Don't worry.
You can say Mar.
It's as easy as Ruhr.
Robert's laughing in the background. All right. So in fall 06, Italy does not keep Ankara, but does not get piffed.
Yeah.
Heads.
We see some shifting. This is quickly descending to the end game, and you can see what arrangements are being made about who will have what and why, because the Italian voluntarily leaves Portugal so that the English can backfill. The English take Kiel and Denmark.
Yes.
So up 3.
Yeah.
Tying them
2,
with the
up 2,
Italian.
up 2. Yeah.
Oh, and
Or up 2. And that's it. Okay, this was just a bunch of... Okay.
But that's a good score. But again, even Dan finishing one off the lead is not terribly punished for it.
Yeah, I don't know that there was another dot for him to take unless someone just walked out of something. Not easily.
No.
Do you understand why you would help England instead of Germany at the end of the game as Russia? If the question is to put as much difference with the rest of the board, like it's better for you to have Germany still having Kiel and Denmark, right?
It doesn't hurt your score. I don't think it improves your score either. It just gives them a little more points. So,
I wonder if there's just some sore feelings about the Germans swiping Sweden in the middle of the game and that setting Bradley back more than he would have liked early on.
Okay, yeah, possible.
That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah. We'll get Robert back in here from the. Did I hit it? There we go. Got that. So, it's hard to argue with 3 players racing for the top and finishing the way they're at. Anything else other than what we've already talked about?
I think that sums it up.
All righty, Nicola, we'll let you get a quick break here as we go on to. Actually, hang on. I'm going to take a quick break. Discuss amongst yourselves. I have nothing to give you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting that snafu from earlier fixed, and he just needs to drop off stream for a minute so we can go back to those games. But yeah, what do y'all got?
I mean, let's talk about the wintergreen, because I think this is one of the more interesting alliances in diplomacy, because it can be very strong, and I think many people like it, but it's not a starting alliance. You cannot really just do a wintergreen from the get-go, because if Austria and Turkey are forced together because you both signal them, I'm going to go against you, they will usually be better. So it starts off as an air or as an IRT, but then it can be very good. So what are you guys' take on how to run a great wintergreen, and what might be something we can learn from this game? I have only watched it a little bit here and there.
If I can start here, it's not the typical wintergreen stuff, because one of the issues you have with the wintergreen is that Russia doesn't have any support in the north. And here somehow this EG at first led the whole north to Russia in the first time, which made it, of course, easier then to build an IR. And I think from the moves we've seen that Russia was really waiting for Italy, to arrive to the IR, right? Like Russia was only expecting it. And that's something I have seen on a few boards, and Robert, you were with me on one of those boards, where I was Austria. And from the beginning of the game, and we discussed it before the game even, that was kind of funny, which was that some Russia and some Italy, they just want the IR. And they're going to force it anyways. So they start at the beginning of the game, and the first pitch is going to be, oh yeah, we're going to do an air, But the first thing they think about is doing Italy, Russia, and going for it. And I think it's Austria's and Turkey's job to see those signals and to try to fight for them, to fight against them. But if, as Turkey, you open like Nome did, going, with the two armies, old style, going to Constantinople and Bulgaria at the same time, well, it's very hard to retake black. And then if you have Austria seeing that, really believing in the AI and putting Italy in all of the Turkish dots, then basically you sign your death, right, as Austria. So it's a very difficult alliance to see, and I think that's the main strength. But the meta, and I think that's why also, because we know those players, Robert, especially Bradley, like you kind of see it was written on the wall that it was coming. It was coming. We were just expecting it basically to happen.
Yep. No, absolutely. And, I love a good IR. I've played them many, many times. And I said actually years ago, after Chris Brand won his WDC in 2016 as Italy, because we were seeing what I called the Italian Renaissance at that time. Italy had been doing poorly for many, many years. And then suddenly something about the meta shifted and Italy was blowing results out of the water. And I always meant to write an article for Diplomacy World. I never got it actually out, but I predicted then and there that the next meta in face-to-face tournament play, the next big one, would be Russia. Because as the reaction to the Italian meta changed, the Russians would have opportunities to have big results. So interesting to see a game like that kind of prove me right.
Makes sense, yeah.
I wonder, maybe because you have, Siobhan, you have a lot more experience than us with Robert, but maybe Robert, you also have the answer to that, because we arrived to the hobby together. But there is a question I wonder if it's not, the games before were longer. Like David Hood always says, it was time unlimited and all that stuff. And I wonder if it doesn't play a role, because it's really easy. Like it's easier to crack Austria than it is to crack Italy, right? Even if you're in an 80, you have to be patient. It's also harder to take down France than it is to take down Germany. And I wonder that if that's why we see, those trends. If you stop in fall of 1910, that you're going to say, well, it's too hard to break them, so let's work with them.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do. And, it's the decline of time unlimited games. Because when I first started playing, I would play games until 4 or 5 in the morning. It was brutal. It was absolutely a marathon and not a sprint. And we also had shorter order writing phases that were drop dead, which have gone out of fashion in recent years. So we would have 10-minute negotiations, drop dead orders. Your orders are not in the box. You don't get any orders that turn. I mean, that's just how I was raised, and that changed the way things happen. And here, if we're ending in 1907, yeah, you're not going to kill France. Well, given the game we just watched, usually you're not going to kill France as easily as you would Austria or another power. So I think that absolutely plays into it.
Well, instead of saying "get off my lawn," I'm going to tell Nicola to get off my screen. So we will let him take a quick break, and we will get back to the action here. Which the names are. Let's see. I will see if this. Go to the map.
Yep, this is the one.
So then this was here, and then do map for here. Hopefully we can see. Do we remember where we were without?
We were like mid to late game.
So this is the one we did. So this is the actual orders for Peter's game because we did not have a bounce in Holland. So we'll pretend we didn't see that bounce in Holland. And let's talk about opening up here, Siobhan. So spring 1901. We've already announced the players. We know who these guys are, but let's go to the map here.
I mean, it's a stacked board all around. Not one I would want to be on personally, but for the most part, not a ton of excitement. I don't know if that's a wait and see approach just because of how stacked this board is, but everything feels very, very, very typical. Except for Ken Gordon's old school turkey opening is the only thing I'd point out.
Let's go on. We are here. That's why there's the bounce. Ruhr covers Munich.
Ah, yes. Ruhr covers Munich. So we do get a bounce in Holland, denying Germany their second build. Belgium goes to the French, giving them 3 builds in 01. Haven't seen that in a minute. And, the East is fairly typical. Support yourself to Romania, slip into the Black Sea.
Galicia.
Galicia is, exactly the only surprise. And I don't know if Peter conveniently forgot to schedule a bounce or Tristan forgot to go there or, we may never know.
So, Robert, this seems more like a play than compared to the other orders where it was Tuscany and moving into Trieste with 2 former champs. Actually, the only 2 that could have won last time when Brandon won. If a support would have been held, Peter would have been a 2-time champ. So, world-class players. This is more of a strategy. You see AI with those 2 guys?
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a position in the AI can work from well. Convoy to Tunis. Peter's already in Galicia. I think his builds will give us a little bit of an idea if they are actually planning an AI, or at least that's what they are telling each other. We should see no build in Trieste. So I could definitely see that. Yeah, sure.
And we see a build in Trieste.
It's still possible tactically, but this is certainly not saying like we have a lot of trust in each other. And I mean, those are Peter McNamara and Brandon Fogel, so I wouldn't really expect them to have full trust in each other. So it's a bit more interesting. It could be really anything in the East right now.
Yeah. Anything
but
surprising
France,
about the
3 builds? This is great for Jamal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When you're going to get 3, sometimes it's 2 fleets in an army. This one, 2 armies.
I think that's a smart move. He doesn't need the second fleet right now.
Yeah. Especially now with Brandon, I'm sure they talked about that before. Wow. Oh man, walk to Holland.
Oof. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I don't know if it's me or Robert, but I'll just go ahead. I mean, the walk to Holland is notable, and the just French army like marching upwards. The only thing I'd critique Jamal on is Portugal and Spain. Those are 2 units that do not need to be sitting that far away from everything. Even if you just park the fleet in Marseille and start marching the army back, do something with it. Meanwhile, in the East, we've got Brandon slipping into Trieste, presumably by design, but then convoying back to the homeland. If it was by design, you'd think he'd convoy to Albania to help the Austrians. So I think Brandon's just being sneaky. And then the Turk takes Romania with, is that literally everyone's support? Is kind of what that looks like?
Austria's help, yeah. Obviously Russia tried to defend it, but it looks like an AT was sort of what Turkey and Austria are trying. Italy might, sort of rain on that parade a little bit.
Yeah. And just pushing that Trieste army further forward into Serbia. Thanks, Brandon. Okay. So
maybe an AI after all, but I don't know.
A late blooming AI. I don't know if this was always the plan.
where Italy's forbidden to go against Turkey with fleets.
Yeah.
So it's still weird. I mean, they're both very much hedging their bets.
Brandon doing an AI, but not really, but kind of, but sort of, is, I mean, I guess. Meanwhile, the French, they are moving Portugal via convoy, so, you know, it would have taken it 2 seasons to march there anyway. The parked fleet in Spain, I put it in
Yeah.
Marseille.
Probably. Good job on Noam to get a build out of this position where England
Yeah.
and France were coming for him, and he was only at 4. That's pretty nice. It's still a difficult position for him, but I think he did what he could tactically this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he gets the one. England loses the army on the Isle. Another army for France. Ooh.
Just committing.
Yeah. Brandon
Yeah,
builds the fleet. So now we will see if the fleets in the south mingle it up. Nope.
Oh,
Sort of. I mean, Italy can't go there. I'm telling you, Italy is not allowed to go into Aegean. So maybe he's just helping Austria for now. That's the compromise, and really making sure that Jamal is not coming for his stuff around Tunis. Turkey kicking Austria out of Bulgaria, but as I said, losing out in the mat. And France is saying, haha, was just fooling you. Those 2 fleets were not going anywhere into the south, but actually waltzing into Liverpool. Probably actually not the fleet, but a convoy. But
yeah, boy. Yeah.
Great job. A great position for France. If they can get Germany to be friendly, which they probably should. I mean, if they offered this to Germany, probably no one was saying like, yeah, absolutely, sure. I'm all yours. You know, I'm your best friend. And then this is a great position for France.
Yeah. No, it's beautifully executed, Jamal. I'm always happy to be wrong when the result is something like this. So my critiques of your fleets have been rescinded, and I cannot wait to see you convoy to Liverpool.
Yep. And then Ken with a nice tactical order to get back to Bulgaria, which was not long-lived. Robert, you got your convoy, Gascony, getting up there. That is the way I would like to do it. And you were right with the peace treaty with the French and the Germans. Tell us all about your successful predictions.
Well, partly successful. I'm not sure that Germany is really on board with France, though. They're, after all, still helping England into Russia. So it seems like Germany was just like a boxer, you know, really saying like, I'm just covering myself right here. This has been tough so far. I'm trying to go the distance. And in the east, Russia gets into Romania, and there's still a lot of chaos, sort of AI, but not much trust whatsoever. And yeah, Austria gets Bulgaria back. Italy gets into Eastern Med. Ooh, that is, I wasn't sure if they were allowed to go there, but not following up into Ionian. So this is all KG.
Yeah.
Sure. With no fleets, I mean, with no Austrian fleets to worry about, leaving Ionian empty is okay.
I mean, it's fine. I don't know that I completely agree with the pacing of it in the long run. Brandon doesn't feel to be making a decision to me, and just sending one fleet to Eastern Med, he's not going to get much out of Turkey. So I just don't see the long game here, which is great for Jamal in France. The only downside is that his German ally, ? Didn't help prevent the English from building on the homeland.
Well, don't need to help your neighbor that much, especially if you're just new friends. So
I just said we would stop fighting. I didn't say anything else.
Right.
Trying to get the timer. There's my timer. All right.
Wow, that is interesting. They're actually very helpful.
He is his friend.
I mean, I'm sure this is with the agreement that France will pass through into the east, but no matter what, this is a great sign for France because it shows a lot of trust. They could always do mischief from there. I don't really think they will, but this is great for France to just get the trust by Germany to go into Munich, and they actually pull back their fleets because I think they were afraid of Italy. I'm not sure if they will really make good or make peace with England. Maybe, but I mean, they're still going into the English Channel. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
But it could be that they're trying to turn this into some sort of a Western triple.
Yes. And yeah, it's the French are, I don't know if they're afraid of Italy or just trying to get a jump on the Italians before the Italians decide to move their way. but Brandon's going to have a lot of trouble real quick. Yeah.
I mean, Brandon and Peter just keep dancing in Austria and the Balkans. So they are loving the Wiener Walzer on this board. It's going back and forth, and nobody's really getting the upper hand, especially not if Peter is losing Bulgaria. Oh, no, sorry, that was actually agreed. That he actually wanted Russia to take Bulgaria. So he said, like, I want an army, because that Brandon guy is scary.
But does Brandon wind up preventing him from getting it by taking Trieste?
Right. Yeah. He will stay even. So this is not. I'm not liking this for the AI whatsoever. For Russia, not too bad actually. They might have some problems sometime soon, but it's not a terrible position. But especially great for France still.
I don't know. Munich to Bohemia instead of Silesia. I don't know. Is it? You're across the line, which is good, but Bohemia.
That's why there.
Yeah.
This is an interesting game with some motivations I don't fully understand. Munich to Bohemia, okay. Like, I understand why the Austrians in Tyrolia, but
Nothing. All right. To the next. Everyone wants to go to Tyrolia, Siobhan.
I mean, it's a fun place to be. Let's not. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, speaking of that, everyone wants to go to Tyrolia. We've got a supported bounce. The Austrians move backward, cover what remains of their home centers, pick up Romania, pick up Bulgaria, and the Russian tries to find a home somewhere, but has to disband the Bulgarian army, does not get into Ankara. I mean, the Turks do what Turks do really, really well, which is turtle up and defend. And Jamal just kind of holds everything, which is, I mean, it feels like you made the big move and now you're not doing anything with it. So he'll lose Liverpool in the fall.
Yeah, it's a problem. He was maybe thinking a little bit too much about controlling the board, and while he was thinking that, I think he misread how much control he actually had. So this is not looking that great anymore. Still a lovely position, but he is certainly sort of wasted this year. It's not really gotten him anything, and will probably lose him something.
Yeah, but you pull Fleet Spain at this point because Italy's fleets are now engaged, and it's not the end of the world. So.
I agree. Positionally, that's kind of true, but I mean, it's after all, it's also 05, so you just have 2 more game years. So even just losing a center is bad, even if you don't really miss the unit that much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. The stagnation, David would not be happy with all the holds on those last ones. There's not a lot of holds here. However, gets north but loses channel. Robert, what do you prefer here? To be in the north or to not lose the channel?
Oof. I think your position is kind of more compact. I think I prefer the channel. I don't think he's expected to lose that, especially because we said, like, hey, he needs to pull something. I mean, probably now it will rather be Tyrolia or something, because this is really a screwy position. If now you take that third fleet off of the board, like, you are screwed. You cannot do that. You cannot let England into Mao. So I think he will keep his fleets, but still, this leaves him with a lot of gases. Yeah. And that's not amazing. I mean, it could still turn out well, but it's, I mean, I don't love it.
At this point, you pulled an army in Bohemia or in Tyrolia, as fun as it is. You got to give that one up.
I think so.
You're not getting centers with that one unit.
Never really got you much.
Yeah.
And there it goes. Fleet Berlin, I guess. Okay.
That's weird. I mean, what is that getting you as Germany? Maybe they want to shuffle around and go after English centers, but there are 2 more game years, so that will be very slow. St. Pete is probably takeable without it.
Yeah, with Bothnia still there, maybe you want to guarantee.
Maybe you didn't know he was pulling that.
Stay, but I think even then I would prefer an army Berlin. Very much here.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And Peter is playing one short because he must have had one piffed as well. Oh no, he got both of them. He got Romania and Bulgaria, but only one spot to build.
Okay.
All right, Siobhan, let's 1906. I've seen a lot of these red arrows across the board. Maybe that's a warning sign we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's Brandon making some goofy order just to make us talk about it on screen. So well done, Brandon. We did it. We talked about you. But for things that are actually happening, Peter marches up into the middle of the board, Bohemia, Budapest following behind, saves Romania, didn't know how many supports that was going to get or not get. Black Sea supports Ankara to Khan is a cute little move, an unwanted support there. Aegean slips into Greece, but is probably not long for this world unless the Austrian wants to help him keep it. Yeah, so it feels like the Turk is about to make a play on the Austrian with a sneaky Russian help. Like, oh, I didn't want that unwanted support. I think it was wanted, but he can play it to the Austrian neighbor.
There you go.
So, yep. There he takes Bulgaria. The Italians take Greece. We get some more moves trying to take a few other things. Maybe Brandon thought Serbia was going to be vacant at the end of this, but instead the Austrian loses Romania and Bulgaria. Can't stop them all.
I think.
And go ahead.
Sorry, I think what we missed in the spring was the great setup for Jamal in England. I mean, we said it before. He made a bit of a mistake to let them into English Channel before, but this was really good to guess everything right, not really let anything that was significant uncovered, and take 2 off of England. That is a great recovery from a position where we thought for a second, oh, he might have dropped the ball tactically here. This year was very well executed by France.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. But yeah, I mean, I think we're all just setting up for the end of game. Whether it comes now or another year from now is anyone's guess at this point.
Bob, was this planned or unplanned? That's something I want to watch in 1907. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Other army. So here's the
Germany
army.
all of a sudden being tied. That is a great recovery by Noam Brown.
Yeah,
he was at 4
Noam's
after
a great
1.
tactical player.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
Let's see. We will play to the finish.
Okay.
Germany and Budapest. So there's FG fighting as we predicted. In the East, sort of a little bit of a free-for-all. I think Brandon, misorders because I don't see why he would want to be in Apulia right now. He wrote the convoy, he wrote the support, he would have gone to Albania. This might turn out to be significant because now he will have a very hard time gaining anything. Greece is under pressure. Trieste is. And Turkey is slowly, moving back into position. They were at 3 for a while, got back to 4. Now they've got the Black Sea. Not too bad. I mean, they will not top this board, but good on them to turtle up and to keep in the game, to stay in the game.
Yep. Absolutely agree with all of that. This is just a classic race to the finish line for C Diplo. Everyone knows the end is coming. They know when it's coming. And so France and Germany are fighting for every dot they can get. It doesn't matter who they have to take it from.
Yep. But France with the good tactics, ordering the right way, taking.
Yeah, I mean, London was not too difficult, but they guaranteed it. So they will go up to 9. In the East, we see not really much happening. Russia getting Vienna with German help. So Austria is down to 1. Apart from that, Italy maybe thought they would get some support into Vienna, but not that much exciting stuff actually in the East in this very last turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is it, and we just end with our tie.
Well, 9-9.
Yeah.
So, I mean, 2 things I want to point out. One is Jamal, we saw in the last game, which was actually played after this one, also doing very well. So I think he's in a catbird seat to make the top board. We have a drop round, so 1 out of 4 games is not counted anyway. So he has 2 very solid scores around 2,000 points. So I think he just needs 1 more good score, and we will certainly see him on the top board, which is great for him. Love to see that. And this AI never really got traction. Great players, but sometimes they just are too suspicious because they know that the other is very dangerous. And I think they sort of stymied each other's way. Brandon's score's not too bad, but certainly not a great score by any means either. And Peter got reduced to 1, even though he was doing well for quite a while.
Yeah, it's rough. Brandon misses out on those extra points by 1 center there, and you wonder if being in Albania, if the convoy works, does he get Serbia? Does that add? I think Don was doing the breakdown of that. You get 75 points or 105 points if you move between those brackets. So hopefully that doesn't cost him a spot on the top board. So Nikolai was a couple things in the background of that game. Did it play out how you were thinking with those two guys in the middle?
Yeah, kind of. Both being very cautious, and I was surprised when you told me Bren was doing the other moves, from the other games, and I was like, it doesn't look like Bren. Here it looks a lot like Bren, and I think that's the way you win a lot of games as Italy. It's being very patient, and Bren is a very patient player. But yeah, I don't want to make the story about Bren, more about Turkey, how resilient Turkey can be when they are making the right deals at the right time. And I think that's also the story of the game, because they managed always to find somebody with whom to make a deal not to lose a key center. So congrats to them doing that, I think. And the last point is congrats to Nome, because Germany is getting hammered in those games, and Austria too. Austria was, but not Germany this time. Nice recovery. So congrats to Nome. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Siobhan, we'll let you get a break here. We're going to finish up those last 2 years of the game where we merged the two of them together. We'll do that real quickly. Since it's the end, we can kind of fly through it. And then we'll get one more game, and we'll bring you on after that one.
All right.
All right, so to that one, let's get to the map on here. I'm going to go through.
We were in winter 05.
Yeah, so there was that convoy we got there. We'll go fast motion. Oh, the blow up of the Skag, that's right there. And these player names are correct on that. Good. Okay, so winter 05. So fall of 05, here was the reminder. We had the, failed convoy to Norway.
The stab, which was a big thing, the stab in the air with AI going together against R.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Excellent. All right, so winter gets us, where are we at? 4 tied at 7 centers. Oh, good. Well, this will be a race to the finish here. London goes, but London's not needed at this point. Army, Austria makes sense because that's all you can do. And the fleet, that's right. We said fleet enables. That was what you had talked about going into this winter season, Nicola. So, well, good build up. I didn't know that was going to happen. Well, since we talked a lot about this. Anyone who's just joining us now, rewind about 45 minutes to get the recap of this game. We're there. So, from a scoring perspective, though, with four of them being there, there's a lot more splitting of those 420 point.
I mean, most of this top scores we saw so far were around 2,000. None of them were really big scores because we had no big lone bar tops, but 1,449 is way below that. So I'm not sure if I would for example, be happy as France. I mean, you're just sitting next to Eddie. Austria has play on Russia as well. So it's a bit curious to me. But hey, it's round 1 and people just want to establish some sort of a score. I get it, but there's play.
I think the issue here, maybe I'm wrong, but it's a trust between AI. You're getting so close to the deadline, right? And as Chris, sure, you can get Warsaw and Sev, but what if Nicholas is trying to get cute and takes Vienna and moves Piedmont back, and suddenly you have the Italian problems in your back? On Nicholas' side, well, are you sure that Chris Brand is going to go after the Russian dots and not the Italian dots, which are so close, and you can't do anything about Bulgaria and Greece, right?
Yeah, maybe you're right, but that should be even more of a reason for France to keep playing. Because, yes, the position against Italy is a little problematic, but I would think that they should be able to hold everything in 2 years. They've got a 3 dot in Eddie that gives them 8. And so the worst thing is that they gained a dot. And I mean, I'm not quite sure what did Germany do in the last year before this? Were they anti-French? I don't think they were, right?
No, they were not. I think.
So I think France, and especially if Italy and Austria start fighting at some point, that relieves the pressure even more. So I think France probably has the biggest reason to
France
keep playing him,
and Germany too. Like if you're Germany, true. You can take Berlin back. You can likely maybe in 2 years, if there's a mess in the east, you can take Sweden back. Maybe you have a shot at Norway. Like I think the West has many more reasons to play than the East, basically.
I mean, if I'm Jason, I love to take this draw for sure.
Yeah, Jason's probably the happiest one.
Yeah, I think so.
If I'm Nicholas or if I'm Chris, I also take this draw personally. But maybe it's because I'm too much of a chicken, But
well, you are Nicholas, so you should know.
I know. That's why I say it. I know.
All right. I moved on to this one because I had to reset the map so that way the standings would be good. All right. So we're going to go to round 2, board 2. Players on this one, which is now how we saw Noam be in first place. We were wondering how he was in first place when we looked at the last one. Well, now that was a good first round that he was in first. And our other first, Hunter with a great first round, playing on the other corner in England. We got Sasha in Austria, Nicolas again. So we're going from Nicolas to Nicolas to Nicolas, playing as France. As you mentioned, he might know how to play that one a little bit. Is that right? Is that really Eddie Brisson? Did Eddie make the trip over? I didn't see his name on the initial roster, but Eddie, he might know a little bit about the game. Again, former world champ Doc Binder. Gavin, who had a rough one to start with, and Lee. I don't think Lay had a first round game.
No.
So we will see his first effort here.
Yep.
All right.
It's fun to see that Hunter with just an 8 center lone board top is the number 1 seed coming into this. This is really showing us that nobody actually went for a huge score in round 1.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how big a scores you can get in like the C Diplo type. Can you get to 12 or 13 in only 7 years? I guess you.
Yeah, at times I think.
Yeah,
I've seen that before. I think.
All right, Robert, give us a spring 1901 view here.
Edinburgh again. The zig of the zigzag opening for France. And in the East, I think this is called, I'm not quite sure what it's called, but it's this Italian opening where you put 2 north, which is usually not very much to Austria's liking, unless there's this crazy opening where you march them both through the middle of the board. But that is a bit weird. Maybe we'll see that. But I don't know. Yeah. But apart from that, pretty standard. And no, sorry, Vienna doesn't bounce Galicia, but going to Budapest. So Russia in Galicia already. That gives them options. Let's see.
Yeah.
Looking for the Bohemian Crusher, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say that looks pretty old school. Mm-hmm. Like again, these openings, you don't see them a lot in VFTF.
I did that in my first tournament. Miletsky was Austria, I was Italy, and I stabbed Dave. But this is the other thing you could do with those units. Robert.
Zach called it out. Rest in peace, Sasha. That is pretty awful as fall of a 1 for Austria.
Yeah. At least Russia got bounced in Sweden because, man, 7 would be. There's 7 is the way you get to 14 in 1907.
Mm-hmm.
Start with 7. Nicola, what else do we miss on this turn here?
I think the West is organizing as a Western triple. You give 3 builds to Germany. You bounce Russia out of Sweden, taking Norway with the army. I think it looks a lot. I'm not sure it is in the end, but it looks a lot like a Western triple, I would say.
And that's Eddie Brissan's signature move, right?
It appears so anyways, but on the other hand, when you have a signature move, maybe the right move is to feign your signature move and go for something else afterwards. So let's see what he has in store. I just want to point also one other move, that Italy is not supporting Bulgaria into Greece. If you want to dismantle Austria, maybe that's more efficient than going for Tunis yourself.
Yeah.
So it's more, we're going for dots rather than something fully coordinated, even though I think really the goal here was let's kill Austria as quickly as possible and get the dots. And I think, again, the scoring system is kind of, I'm not sure it's very encouraging for Austria here. Like those dots, they bring up so many points, and having him survive doesn't bring you many. So yeah, let's see what happens. But
Army Paris, Robert, instead of Fleet Mar.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you maybe don't want to have two fleets, but at least Fleet Marseille should happen if this is a Western triple. Maybe it's a disguise, but I kind of think that we will see something else. And Hunter giving us a bit of wackiness by building Army Liverpool. Let's see how it goes.
Just telling Nicolas, don't even think about it.
What do you mean? Sorry.
England building a Fleet Liverpool instead of putting something nearer to be convoyed, saying, France, if you even think about turning on me, don't be faking this.
Yeah, could be the message, yeah. On the other hand, you have no way of using North Sea, so...
Yeah. Hunter had a good first round. Maybe he's willing to play, if you stay within one or two of the leader, you get a decent score.
And just something we didn't mention here, the Fleet North Coast for Russia, that's not the right way to defend, because you cannot support and you can get your support cut. So here you need actually an army in Moscow and to support your fleet into Moscow to resist as much as you can.
Great point. Yep. What else do you see, Nicola?
Well, complete dismemberment of Austria. I'm not sure why Bulgaria is tapping Serbia instead of supporting Romania. So that may be a bit of a glitch. They are not in agreement as to who is going to get the dots. What's sure is that Italy is getting the dots. They're getting the dots. They like it. It's. I'm pretty sure that Turkey is getting Greece, and most likely Russia is getting Serbia. Then, right? That should be a split.
I guess so. I'm wondering, yeah, okay, there's the answer. I was saying, like, because this never looked like Nicolas Sarkozy was in on the triple idea. I was wondering if maybe, given that Italy is doing that great in the East, that made him reconsider. But nope, he's doing what I kind of expected, and actually he's sort of going against both neighbors at a time. I'm not sure. Maybe Eddie was okay with him taking Belgium, but this is clearly Nicolas saying, I'm doing many things, but I'm not going to the East. That is not in those.
Yeah, Eddie is in agreement, because else he would have taken it with Picardy, not with Burgundy.
Yeah, that's true. True.
And Eddie is getting two builds, doesn't really care. He's going to help his ally. Most likely he gets a fleet in Brest, which is, of course, much better for him anyways.
But it's still interesting. Why do you hold Kiel then? Wouldn't if you want to turn this into an FD, wouldn't you want to build fleet Kiel here?
That's what I was going to say. If that would be me, I would have Kiel either in Berlin or Denmark if I didn't trust England. But yeah.
Army, okay.
Yep. And Fleet Liverpool, interesting.
Maybe it's a message. Let them fight together. I don't know, and let's see.
Yeah, maybe Eddie thinks he can get more dots in the East, and he will just let the two fight it out. But I don't know. We'll see.
We will. Oh, look at that! That's a quick turnaround.
Yeah. Well, he moves back and gets into position to go anti-German, while Germany is taking Moscow for now. And in the East, Italy and Turkey both go against Russia and bounce an Eastern Med, which might very well be agreed. Could well be. Let's see. It's not entirely clear yet, but it could turn into another Kraken, even though they have a lot of fleets pointing at each other. So if that should happen, Italy absolutely needs to go west. Otherwise, this is never going to work out.
Yeah. Maybe Nicolas sees that up front and EG. Do we have a name for EG? I forget.
Charlemagne Alliance, right?
Anglo-Saxon was, I think, one also out there.
Oh, for EG, sorry. I
Yeah,
thought
EG is Schalman would have been FG, right?
FG, yeah, sorry. I thought FG you meant, yeah.
Oh, all right. So fall 03, lots of red in the west, lots of black movement in the east. Italy, man, Italy has been Doc's a world champ for a reason.
Yeah, this is some nice setup for Italy. They're not moving west, you know. This is all like a bit of not that much with the fleets. So they're still in the position where they could, you know, attack Turkey at some point. For now, they get a center, and Turkey is sort of focused on Russia. And in the West, as you said, not much happened. It's a bit unclear if there will be a clear alliance sometime soon. Maybe EG, yes, but I don't know. Yeah, probably EG is the most likely thing from here.
Yeah, but then why do you have your fleet in Denmark now?
Yeah, it's clearly no complete trust. I mean, it was the only one that could cover Denmark, but yeah.
I think there is trust, but you see how great of a diplomacy player Eddie is. He's just covering his tracks so well. None of us has really any idea of where he's going to go. I agree with you that EG is much more likely, but he could still go either way.
Yeah, true.
The question is, in this case, if you're a balance of power player, France is more important to holding Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you just believe the meta right now, which is, oh, no, France and Italy needs never to go against each other, right? Then France is not very useful either. So let's see where it's going.
Robert, do you think? All right, so we've got pretty clear alliances. Although I agree, I think, Germany takes St. Pete here. You keep France on pace because you don't want Italy to grow too fast. Do Italy and Turkey turn on each other, Robert? Do you think so?
I kind of feel like they will, but I mean, Germany's pretty strong, so maybe they will wait until they have taken Warsaw and Moscow out, because if those two dots are not very secure for Germany, and when they are gone, Germany will be much weaker. But if Eddie actually manages that diplomatic stunt of sort of keeping those two dots, he's still a very big power. So maybe I think they will fight INT, but not right now, maybe. Lots of holding. So this is clearly IT saying we are not fighting right now, but we're not trusting each other either. And Galicia, I'm not sure what that is. If that is miscommunication, Turkey trying to set up for a step. I don't know why you're going to Armenia then. This is either bad communication or sort of a failed setup move.
From Bothnia to Sweden. So Hunter, nice work diplomatically there.
Yep.
Other highlighted notes just for here is London making the channel. I think that's all that moved of importance. But when we get to fall, Nicola, there's going to be some black arrows in the west, and I see them already.
Yes, so the IT. So first, sorry, the west, because you want to start with that. England gets a build in Belgium, but France gets a position against Germany. So that's nice. The meta strikes again with Italy or France not moving. If Adam Goff was there, and he is there, I can tell you he must be mad in front of this board. But we see that not being in black is costing a dot right now to the Turkish player. On the other hand, maybe it was a condition, from Italy to say, well, you're going to go too fast, and I don't want you to have that dot right now. Could be. But they're moving really quickly towards Moscow and Warsaw, which are 3 dots that they have in the bag now with Sevastopol if they want to, if and when they want to. So good job to the IT. And I really hope that they don't break, because IT right now, every game we see, it's just a stepping stone towards Italy, Russia. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, but only one rebuild and one build. Fleet Press goes, Fleet London. So just which side of the channel the fleet lives on. So, ooh, here we go. Italy helping France. Robert.
Yeah, France taking 2 for now. It's a spring turn, but Belgium is popped. and Munich is taken as well. And Italy is sort of making a move. They drop into the Eastern Med, which is I cannot see this being arranged, and it's costly that this is a misorder on Tyrrhenian Sea's part because now they don't have Ionian Sea. It's also weird what they're doing in Serbia. You would think they might take a swing at Romania as well. So maybe this is weird kabuki theater, but I really cannot see why Turkey would agree to Italy being an Eastern Med.
Yeah, I agree with you. It wouldn't make sense for Turkey to really accept that. On the other hand, it's really weird that they would miss such a key order, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
a
not.
bit fishy, but it's still a why kind of situation.
Is it some alliance which can't break if they don't break? Like, let's see, like if Hunter said, "Well, I can't go after Eddie if you don't do that." I don't know.
Maybe,
Wow.
yeah. But here,
Wow.
I mean, now they take Romania, Turkey covers Smyrna.
Okay.
That's a nice tactical read on Doug Binder's parts, predicting that and knowing that he can take Aegean, which is strong. So if we didn't know it before, now we know Italy and Turkey are officially fighting.
But Italy is now supporting Germany into Munich.
Yeah, it's like back and forth. So
I
probably
guess-
they promised to help against Turkey around Sevastopol.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it was indeed a misorder. That's a costly one.
Yep. And North makes it back to Belgium, while England still maintains the channel.
And Greece here, just again, I don't know if it's a misorder or forgot, but if Greece taps Serbia, Turkey keeps Romania.
That's pretty awful, yeah.
Oh, don't hold. Don't hold.
Don't hold.
Don't hold.
You must hear David's voice here.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All right. We got the build Spring 06. Another warning order through the middle here.
Yeah, Italy and Turkey are fighting, but it's going back and forth. Now Italy gets Greece, but Turkey gets Romania back, piffs that army. England gets into Picardy. That's kind of nice. So EG are slowly making some progress on Nicolas. Interesting to see. I mean, Eddie has done a terrific job of keeping Moscow and Warsaw for such a long time without much reinforcement. So, yeah, good on him.
And we hear David Hood's voice again. Galicia supports Romania. Oh, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know.
And
why?
Another small point, if I'm not sure Eddie is playing for the tournament's win, because else why wouldn't you go to North Sea and Denmark and you have 2 free dots, right?
Yeah. Eddie didn't play round 1, and we know that sometimes he's more about, developing the scene and having the social aspect and being there. So maybe he's not.
Who do you want to develop? Do you want to develop Doug Binder and Nicolas Sayugé?
Those are young upstarts, Nicola. They don't know much. They need a little bit of, tutoring. So
yeah, it's.
Well, he's got 1907. He knows he's got one more year, so
But shout out to Nicolas' defense. Like, he's been really on his back for, I don't know, 4 years now, 5 years. He's been defending something like that, and it's
so Italy. All right, so Italy retakes Romania with Galicia, who does something, and then everything else is a bunch of red arrow there. So
everyone is an upstart to Eddie. Nice job, Wardy.
The final phase, and Doc. All right. So this is Doc's board? How does anyone pass up Doc? Anyone? Unless it's thrown?
Hard to see. I mean, Germany has some option if they can actually slip into North Sea if England doesn't cover it, maybe. But it will be tough.
Yeah.
Maybe taking Belgium and Eddie or so. Yeah, no, or you just draw.
All right, just draw. Well played, Doc Binder. Eddie had a very, very solid result, and he's the ones that didn't get crushed, kind of just middle in the middle. So,
and congrats again to Germany.
Yeah, the biggest score we've seen so far, 2,520.
That's right. Yeah, because this is the first two center separations. Two center. Yeah, center separation. Nice.
Yeah, I think Bob Binder is making a strong claim to a spot on the top board. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, Hunter is not doing too poorly either. He had the best score from round 1, and this is at least a bunker score you can use as the third score if he can get another top board top in round 3 or 4.
Yeah,
definitely.
Everyone is an upstart to Eddie. Yes, Wardy. Yeah. We'll show it on the screen just because. Yeah.
Wardy.
All right. If I still have everything in order, is Robert's term to take a break?
I think so, yeah.
Perfect. All right. We will see you in about 15 minutes. And this time we coordinated it well, so Siobhan can be here with her 2 favorite diplomacy players. And Chris Brand.
And Chris Brand.
Now we got ATN, who did not join us in the first round, but from Kuala Lumpur. There we go. First one there. Mario. I didn't know Mario was in Tokyo. So long time player. He was one I did not bring up in the beginning when we did the names off screen, but from what I've heard, he is a fantastic player. I've never met him. Chris Brand, current DBN. We don't see him as often on here, but every once in a while. And former world champ. And then 3 of the 4 next players are diplomats of some year in some way. And Bob Moran, a local from Thailand. So this one will be fun. Our 3 guys right there are not next to each other. So at least we'll have some infighting or outfighting.
I think it's a much better board for Peter McNamara than last time. As a tactician, he's much better suited to Turkey than having Austria, especially in this scoring. So let's see what he can manage to do here.
All right. Well, I got a reveal on here. I don't want to reveal. Let's go without reveal. Nicolas, start us off.
So, I'm going to start with the East. Like not taking Serbia, that's a bold move. As Austria, bouncing from Budapest. It's possible that they take Serbia because they have 2, they have a supported attack on it. So maybe they take it, but they cannot support into Greece. So like you're going to have a strong diplomacy in the fold in order to get those 2 dots, I guess. Very standard from Turkey and Russia, like the most flexible opening for Turkey. And Italy is setting up for most likely a Lepanto, but could be also a steal of an Austrian dots or of Munich. The West is quite standard, so I'm not going to talk much about it. But I have a small question for Siobhan. So first, do I pronounce your name right since this time or not?
Yeah, it's correct. Close enough, at least.
Thank you. And the second question is, how do you see this opening? Because personally, as friends, I never understood that opening. Because if you get bounced in Burgundy, then being in Paris all alone is not really that useful compared to if you bounce from Marseille, right? So
you have to be very, you have to be very, very certain that the Germans aren't going to bounce you in Burgundy, because then, like you said, you're in a terrible position. Your army in Paris and your other 2 units committed to Iberia. The only reason to do this that I can see is that you want both to be in Burgundy and to have a southern fleet as quickly as possible. Because why else would you spend the extra time? Because if I'm going to Burgundy and I want to be there, I'm supporting myself into Burgundy.
Yeah.
Wes Ketchum was talking about this when we were chatting post game somewhere, and he said, I think it was Wes. He said he likes it from a defensive standpoint, whereas if all 3 are coming at him, it's a great way to be able to cover Brest, keep Munich out of Burgundy, and Marseille is either Spain or wherever, and still has a chance to only possibly lose 1. That was his take on it. Because I'm generally like you, where if I want to be there, I want to be there. If I want to bounce, I'll use Mar.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think, and I understand that. I don't do that often, but I can understand that.
It just feels very not, pardon the pun, not on brand for Chris Brand to move this way. And the only other thing I'll say is that I think there's a possibility, I don't know, someone correct me if I'm wrong, that the Austrian might be a newer player. and was just, immediately approached, hey, you want to bounce in Galicia, and just didn't know which unit to do that from. It's a thing I see from time to time with experience, because I don't see the benefit in moving the way that they did unless I'm missing something.
It's possible that they may have said a bad word or two about Jason Mastbaum that you have to cover triage. I'm just saying it's possible.
Who would possibly say anything against Jason Mastbaum? It's possible. Zachary Moore in the comments is asking for please move Albania to Ionian.
And he did not.
No.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, that's...
Oh, no.
That's rough. Yeah.
Okay.
Shivan, you want to take it?
I'll take it. We just had to take a moment and soak in what just happened to the poor Austrian, who I don't know what they were sold by everyone around them. I blame Jason, whatever it is. But not only does not pick up neither Serbia nor Greece, makes the wrong choice there, 50-50, but loses Vienna. So that's how quickly Austria can fall sometimes. Elsewise, sort of what you'd expect with like some updates because of what's happening in Austria. The Russians able to just walk into Romania without worrying about anything. We still get a bounce in the Black Sea. No bounces in Sweden, and a bounce over Belgium.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything? Yeah.
No, I think it's Chris Brennan and Brendan potentially working together here.
Yeah.
Because bringing the army back to Munich, and bouncing in Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
That
I think that's correct.
And if you get the bonus of Fleet North Coast in St. Pete, that can make the.
I missed that one. Yeah.
But Brennan's style is more to go to the Baltic and to try to consolidate Scandinavia first. So let's see what he does.
Nope. Interesting.
All right.
I'll go with you in the spring here.
Okay. So lots of movement from Chris Brand, just pushing everything quickly north to go against the English. We do get a continued bounce between France and Germany and Belgium, probably a range. They'll figure out who wants to own that eventually. Just need to make sure that the English aren't slipping in there in the meantime. And this FG is just marching forward as quickly as it can. The Russians are not coming to help currently. They just want to make a play for supported Sweden to Norway, but Sweden didn't move, which just feels like a misorder to me. And the English are now there to attack Denmark or support Norway or do who knows what they'll choose to do. And the East is a lot of movement from the Italian and the Turk, trying to get those lost Serbian and Grecian dots sorted out as quickly as possible. It looks like they'll all go to Peter McNamara. As expected, Peter McNamara swoops up Serbia and Greece, protects an Austrian dot from being taken by Jason. Doesn't want Austria to fall too quickly, at least not in that way. So we'll have to see where the alliances shift out at the end of this. And in the West, a lot of, as expected. Now there's a bounce over Norway and Sweden because Mario's got something to support that move. And Chris Brand guesses correctly that Wales will be open, and Brandon finally gets Belgium.
Well, Brandon doesn't deserve Belgium.
No, he absolutely did not. But I'm sure Chris Brand has a cunning plan to take it back from him eventually.
Yeah, but if you're in a true FG, I know, that the positioning and stuff, but I would put Ruhr into Belgium rather than Holland, right? Here you have the three armies.
Belgium, Ruhr, and Munich.
And Bren also does not tap Skagerrak. And doesn't try to go into the North Sea. So I think it's a patient game, and let's see what happens.
Yeah. What do you think the alliances are going to wind up like in the East?
I think it's Juggernaut. It's supposed to be a Juggernaut, and I think the Juggernaut would be more efficient. I don't think with the fleet positioning that Italy can really sell, that they are going to be useful against France.
Hmm.
So I think the Juggernaut, the good old Juggernaut, is the most likely alliance here. Also, as Turkey,
Yeah.
you kind of like those two fleets in the north. It can
Oh,
be
yeah.
useful.
Yeah,
The
I
only
think it's got to be the Juggernaut.
the only thing I didn't like last turn, I was going to say, is that they didn't put Austria into Vienna,
Mm.
which could have been a good help for them right now. But yeah,
And was that from Budapest?
yeah.
Hmm.
Oh
You could
yeah.
have
Walk-
Galicia
Galicia could have
puts
supported it.
Budapest into Vienna, and then you have Romania into Budapest, and Ukraine into Romania, and you have the perfect Juggernaut rolling, basically.
Yep. It would have been just ever so slightly faster, and how quickly they appear to want to move, that would have been a better setup.
Well, now we're moving. Here, Siobhan, let's get you on spring 03. We'll get Nicola on the fall then.
Okay. So again, just some repositioning, supporting Warsaw down to Galicia, presumably so they can take Vienna in the fall, letting Trieste hold and hang out so Jason isn't able to take another Austrian dot. Makes sense to me. They're setting up so that they can probably grab it in, but I mean, with all the units Jason's going to have on it, Vienna's the mover with 3 supports. They might just support him to hold so Jason doesn't get any builds in the fall. And then up in the north, we trade Norway and Sweden. We're going to be fighting over those for a while, I fear. And the English get booted out of North Sea, bouncing everything for now. And Chris Brand finally says, "Hey, Brandon, you got 3 units on Burgundy. Let's talk about that."
Yeah. Brandon heard what he said and walked away, but Chris is going to make sure of it. So
I like this Juggernaut. I just want to say, I just have one last thing I want to add, because I think you covered everything. I think Peter is a very good tactician, and he's going to be a bit spooked by the number of Russian armies arriving towards Austria without a lot of reasons, to be completely frank. Because if you're really in Juggernaut, shouldn't these armies go rather towards Brandon here, right?
I mean, there was no reason for a double support of Warsaw to Galicia. I mean, Ukraine could have moved into Galicia just as easily. Like, it just, the way they're set up is not ideal.
Yeah.
Well, in Bob's defense, Brandon, I'm sure, is talking his ear off, and they played out the way they played out. So, holy cow, what do we got here? That is a 3v3 bounce in Vienna and Trieste. Does that look right, Nicola?
Yep. That's a 3v3 bounce. That's 3v3 bounce in Trieste, which means that nothing moves. Which is, I guess, fine. It's not to the advantage of anybody, but Bren enters Silesia, so Russia would be happier, having the unit in Warsaw and the unit in Galicia that we were mentioning before.
Yeah.
That being said, they lose Denmark while taking London, that is Germany, so maybe it's not going to go as quickly as they thought. What else? Russia doesn't grow, so nobody grows basically, except Chris Brand.
Yep.
Liverpool. And Chris
and build Sleepmar for that. So no, we're just going to go all the way on the other side of the island.
I think it's to support Italy. They're going to try to help Italy. They're a bit worried that Italy will fall too quickly. And that really is a result of this inefficient Juggernaut that we were talking about before, that they're kind of hesitant here. There shouldn't be any question, right? Like, lose Trieste as you want, but Russia needs to put the armies towards Germany. And they're not doing that.
No, they're still not. Well, no, still not doing it.
Well.
But wow, but Mario just totally walks away, Nicola. Is that, to the point of frustration now?
Yeah, frustration. Are you more unhappy with Russia than with the FG? I don't understand, because what do you have to lose here? Like, it's a bit weird to me, but Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. It seems weird. Have they said like Mario, we're going to make you survive, or has somebody refused some draw that Mario thought should happen, or something like that? The reasoning is quite shaky, but yeah, I don't know.
it feels either like he's trying to offer to Janissary in some way. I don't fully understand how or what the benefit would be, or an emotional decision based on something that went wrong during negotiation. Just, fine, have my dots. I'm done with this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Or not. Ish. Okay. So what we do see.
Sean, are Chris Brand's
yeah.
fleets here to help or no?
Chris Brand's fleets are always there to help themselves to your dots.
Yeah.
No, so Chris, correctly seeing that there's not much more for him to do in the north, is going to push everything to the south. And if Italy's going to fall, well, gosh darn it, Chris is going to be the one to benefit from it. And after all that kerfuffle over Trieste and Vienna, Brandon is the one to get Vienna. Mario does make an attempt for Denmark, is outclassed, but we do have now, which is not what I will often call it, but today I will, a rogue English fleet in the North Sea. And no one to cover London for the Germans.
Oh, poor Brandon.
Yeah. So that's a cute move. Correctly seeing perhaps that Denmark was going to fall. If you're going to keep something, keep that fleet in the North Sea and walk in.
Yeah.
Let's see. Peter builds an army. Bob builds an army. Everything else.
They're trying to get the maximum points. I think the goal is to put France with one more dot here.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, Chris goes, well, then if you're not going to take London, maybe I will. Since my units are near there.
I mean,
Brandon, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Then
I'm there to protect London. This is the beginnings of some shaky ground between F and G, because we also see Chris slipping into Burgundy, which he's going to argue is because it's going to backfill into Marseille and go against the fight against the Italians. But we'll see what that winds up doing. This will be the year that we say goodbye to Mario, unless something very shocking happens in the fall. And
like Chris's move can be anti-Brandon now too.
It can absolutely be anti-Brandon, whether Burgundy was initially meant to be or not. Because Munich's empty, Belgium's empty. There's the ability to cover them, but I guess covering Belgium is easy, but covering Munich risks other momentum.
Maybe Brandon and Bob had a moment and said, "Look, let's just split away, not worry about each other. I got bigger problems now."
Yeah.
I wonder if it's not the Peter McNamara effect. They're all scared of Peter, and so they are hesitant to attack Russia. But here, so England helps Russia.
Looks like
I think Belgium is agreed, right? Belgium is agreed.
Must be.
Yeah, because
with the promise of not taking London, I'm guessing.
But why would Chris move out of Tunis?
I'm a little baffled by that.
Especially with Jason gaining, yeah.
Again, the meta that they are not allowed to attack each other. I think somebody should write an article about that, because that's starting to be like the main thing we see every game, right? There is some kind you cannot attack France if you're Italy. You cannot Italy if you're France.
Yeah, you said in one of the previous games, I think in the back channel, Nicola, is you're not supposed to take that meta quite that literally.
Exactly. It's not good for them to fight from the get-go, right? Doesn't mean that at some point you shouldn't fight.
It has the benefit of Chris only growing one, not looking quite as threatening, and being able to take Tunis back at almost any time.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, but why do you want an Italian fleet where you can have a French fleet if you're France?
I would not have left Tunis. I'm just for the record. If I only wanted to build one, I would have waived a build. But
Well, here, think of it this way. Now he's back in.
Yeah, but that's why I don't
Jason
want
walks
that.
out for him.
That's why I don't want that. Now Brendan has all the cards in his hands.
That's a good enough reason to not want anything.
Yeah. I don't know if it's mine or not, but I'll just go ahead. So now Jason walks out of Tunis. Chris just walks right on in behind. So I don't know. Maybe they're having a conversation between the two of them that they want to confuse us and make us talk about wacky things on air. It's the closest thing to an explanation I've got. And elsewhere, Chris doesn't do much. He supports Jason out of Tunis so he can have Ionian. And he sets up to defend Belgium. And...
I think they are arranging a draw. +1 for Russia, but -1 in the north. Like they're taking Vienna, losing Sweden to Germany. Something like that. Trying to arrange.
But I mean, Brandon takes Belgium from Chris, right? Because London's going to tap the channel.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So we'll see I don't know what the agreement was here, but.
Our new analyst, who we are going to surprise people with, said maybe it's a nice trade. Put Russia next to the centers they need, and Brandon gets his piece from Denmark. So we will see.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice trade for Brandon Fogel.
It's always a nice trade. Always a nice trade for Brandon Fogel.
I don't know why people keep letting Brandon do well.
It's just going to hit
it's a nice trade for anybody else.
Weren't we on it? This was whipping, where we kept saying, and another fleet to Western Med, and another fleet to Western Med, where we repeated it 47,000 times, and that worked out for Brandon Fogel is also on repeat. So anyway, I digress. Nicola, let's get you here in the fall. There's German movement again.
Well, Germany takes Belgium, making sure they're at Belgium and Sweden losing Vienna, so they're +1. France loses Belgium but takes Tunis, so they are -1. So they are now they now have 8 dots each and could share the board top with Russia. No, without Russia actually. So the two of them only. So could be the ending they want.
Mm-hmm.
Or on the other hand, it could also be Brendan saying, "Well, that's the ending I want, and I'm going to get it." So that's going to be fascinating. On the other hand, if that was the case, I think Munich should have been supporting Kiel towards Ruhr instead of tapping Burgundy. So, yeah, let's see.
Yeah. I think that nails it. Okay. Just Brandon building an army and Jason losing a fleet.
I could see it drawing here. But okay, no, it's Brendan saying I'm taking the top.
I want a full top, and I don't blame him. I think at this point you play for every dot you can get, and Brandon has left dots on the table before and does not make that mistake lightly anymore.
Brendan has left. Is it the same Brendan we're talking about? Because I've never seen Brendan forgetting that.
I have had long conversations where Brandon has thought that there were dots left on the table and has regrets. Whether or not they were really feasible is a different question, but it is not a mistake he makes these days.
Yeah. I don't understand why Russia throws its chances to a top like that, but
and Brandon sneaks 2 from him too.
Yeah, 3.
Nicely done.
Norway, St. Pete, Warsaw.
Oh, and Warsaw. I missed Warsaw. Oh man.
That's the Brandon we all know and love.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Okay, fine.
Okay, I shouldn't speak for everyone.
All right. Anything else on this? Sorry, I'm typing away because we got.
This is going to wrap it up. This is again the end of the C Diplo game. Everyone's trying to get every dot they can get. Brandon comes out well on top with, I think, the largest result single result we've seen so far.
Yes.
28-35.
Yes, Robert was keeping track of those, and I think 25 was the last time. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think well played by Brandon. I think Chris just didn't quite have the momentum to chase him down.
Yeah, very well played from Bren. Very well played. Yeah, nothing else to say.
All right, as we've done, we'll traditionally bring Robert back to the stream, and here we. Wait, that's not Robert.
Robert, you've changed. You've changed so much in such a few times.
And you're muted.
And Robert was never on mute during those times.
Right. He grew longer hair over the break.
Yes, we talked about that game for so long, Nicola, that.
And you got so tanned. Where can I get your lotion?
I was able to lay out on the beach for a while, grow long hair, do everything while you guys went on and on and on about Brandon Vogel and Jason Nussbaum.
Well, we love it. Well, we appreciated your comments in the background too, because there were a couple items where you had spot on with them, and it did work out from Brandon. So everyone, this is not Robert. We've got a virtual DixieCon champ as we were found out last night. I laughed out loud when I was watching the broadcast. Right. Got you on that. But Karthik Kona, the 2021 DixieCon champ, joining us now. He'll help us out the rest of the way. Let's get Nicola. We're going to get you for one more game, but let's take a break for you right now.
Yep.
And we will actually, before we do, we've got all four of us here. Let's see if we can get the score. So here's what we've got for the first two rounds. Jamal, Brandon, obviously with that big one, but Jamal at two tops has two good results. Ken is, I don't remember, when did Ken sneak those scores in?
I think he had Turkey in the second round, I think, and he had a reasonable survival.
Yeah, no tops and no eliminations, so he must have had two good second place scores. Yeah. So this is, I'm a big fan of scores that reward good play and not necessarily has to be great play. So this one,
I think his third game is in. That's the issue.
There you go. How did I do that? Well, that's interesting. All right. Well,
we'll figure it out. A couple people have three scores here.
It gives us a bit of a sneak peek in the next round.
All right. Well, hopefully we got three with three scores, but I don't have any of them other loaded. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. All right. So here's how we're kind of looking with the two scores. Doc had a good round. Dan had a good one the last time, and Hunter with his two good rounds. Getting in there too. So, all right, Nicola, we'll give you a break.
Sure.
And so we, Karthik has been watching. We got C Diplo type action. We're going to go fast. We're going to get to round 3. So this was Saturday morning, and hopefully after a good night's sleep, everyone comes back rested. We got a very North American friendly board here. We got Matt Shields, Chris and Eddie, all from the West Coast, who see each other often at our favorite tournaments out there, and with two West Coast analysts here, this will provide some insight with them. I feel bad for Sasha, so hopefully Sasha can recover from the Austria slamming they had. Jamal, who with three scores, so maybe this is the third score. Gavin has had a rough time of it, and Tom Barb or Barbie, we don't know. Tom Barb, we'll say Barb for now. Tom is new to the score, so we'll see all these guys. One world champ on this board, and Eddie, because Eddie has not won the WDC in the past.
No, a legend though he has never won the world championship.
How many has he attended? Like 40?
All of them, as far as I can. No, a lot.
What WDC are we on? Like, what number is this?
44, I think. I think it started in 19. Oh no, Worlds is 1986. So there's probably
37.
30, yeah.
That's the year I was born. So
that's how you track DixieCon. That's how you track WDC.
Exactly.
We will go back and we'll go back in the system. While you guys are here, we're gonna go on fast. I'll let you control the pace Siobhan, let's get Karthik warmed up. We'll get you spring 1901 here.
Okay, spring '01 again with the northern move from the English, moving Liverpool to Eddie instead of to Yorkshire, signaling a lot of trust between the English and the French. So Eddie, Ever the newbie whisperer, I don't know Sasha's name. I don't know if they're new or an experienced player, but Eddie is very good at engendering trust, at least with people who don't know him very well. And again, the Smyrna to Khan. That's been a common theme. We haven't seen that a lot in our other play. Elsewhere, it's kind of as expected, right? It's Denmark, Ruhr, support Burgundy, bounce in Galicia, bounce in Black Sea.
Anything else we missed, Karthik?
I think you hit the nail on the head. This is a relatively straightforward opening, even down to the old school Smyrna to Khan instead of Smyrna on Car that we see more often nowadays. So, yeah, nothing too much to say here.
A little boring, but
I was say follow it up with fall.
okay. So in the fall, again, kind of some stuff that we'd expect to see. We see Sevastopol supporting Ukraine to Romania, which allows the Turks to slip into the Black Sea. That happens all the time. Not really worried about it. A convoy to Tunis. Matte shields, just protecting Trieste. France takes Iberia. We get a bounce in Belgium. Norwegian takes Norway and no bounce in Sweden. Is that all she wrote?
Yep, all she wrote.
The most boring game we've seen in a while.
We need one of these. Makes it easier on me. That's why I care. 2 fleets for France. I like that.
Yeah.
Fleet London.
Cute.
Everything else?
Everything else is pretty standard, except for the Fleet Khan, which I like, mainly because Smyrna is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a lot of 3 army turkeys so far on the broadcasts. So good to see another fleet.
Very pro-Italian, I guess. Then I've not seen those, but that makes sense. Oh, now this is where things get bizarre. Okay, so in France, we see the shuffle that we'd expect to see with Marseille going to Spain South Coast, Portugal going to Mid-Atlantic, and we see the English doing what we expect with London going to the English Channel with support, Eddie sliding down to Yorkshire, Norway sliding out to Norwegian, going really anti-French for obvious reasons. Where things get bizarre is everywhere else. The Germans slide Kiel to Holland, opting not to go to Helgoland. Munich goes to Ruhr. Belgium is taken. Germany really is saying, Belgium is mine. Try to prove me wrong. Come and take it. Russia, despite having this weird little semi-peace with Tom, but also not being trusting enough to give him the freedom to use his units how he pleases, sends his units north from Warsaw to Moscow to St. Petersburg, seemingly likely indicating a desire to take Norway. We'll see how Eddie feels about that from Chris. What's really interesting, though, is when we go to the south. Venice doesn't go to Apulia, but slides down to Rome. The intent or purpose behind that is befuddling, because if you want to go to Apulia, that's a sign that you want to convoy multiple things towards the east somehow. If you want to go to Tuscany, that signifies that you want peace with both Austria and France, but have the ability to move on them at a moment's notice if need be. Rome is really just telling France, I am never coming for you. Don't worry about me for a second. Not sure why Gavin needs to be that placating towards France, because France has already made their mind up, but fair enough. And then Austria supports themselves into Serbia defensively while trying to bounce out of the Aegean. Just standard, good move there.
Nicola is crying in the background.
Possibly, yeah.
Not possibly. I see the tears on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Kevin can see his video down underneath.
Do it again, Karthik. What do we?
You got it.
Chaos here. I do.
Fall 1902. We have more fun occurring as we have North Sea convoying Yorkshire to Picardy in an aggressive, very fun move. I'm not sure what Burgundy's orders are, but doesn't really matter. Now Ghost is taken by the Norwegian Sea. Eddie Bresson going whole hog on the French. Does not seem to care about Chris Brand being in Sweden and St. Petersburg. He says, sure, just self-bounce there. Let's be cool. Chris Brand says, sure. In France, we have the slide into Irish Sea, trying to put additional pressure on the English Channel. Good guess made there. Well played. But Eddie Bisson still has some defensive tactics up his sleeve that should be doing enough to keep it safe, with North Sea being able to support Old English Channel. Now tapping Mao, Picardy potentially tapping Brest. Good moves there too. Now, this is something we do not see very often. The convoy to Syria.
Yes.
Normally a hallmark of the classic Lepanto. It's fallen out of favor because people really just easily see the guess, Smyrna to Syria. But Tom does not make the guess here, does not cover Smyrna and Khan. Manages to go get Khan into Aegean, though, which is impressive. And kudos to him for making that happen. But the army landing in Syria is basically the death knell for Turkey. It's a matter of when, not if. Rome sides back up to Venice. So seemingly it just seems to be like a keep everything hunky-dory there for the spring and then come back in the fall. Whatever, no big deal. And we'll then see what happens next. If with the AIR seeming to progress well, there could be a stab that could save Turkey, but I expect the AIR to continue on, kill Turkey, and then for the stabs to occur.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that the only thorn I see in this Lepanto's side is how well Matt Shields is growing. Might prove to be long-term not great for the Italian.
And gets one. Turkey pulls the fleet. Germany keel. Siobhan, spring 1903. Ooh, okay, Sasha.
Okay. Yeah, we'll start with Sasha in France, who, Eddie had a guess to make. Well, there's no guess in covering Liverpool there. But, support to NAO, but losing MAO in the process. And I'm not sure that that's to Sasha's benefit in the end. Eddie is a master at moving units around and seeing where things are going to go and how he can slide into the crack. Because now we've got a Portugal that's completely undefended, still have an English army on the mainland that's going to cause all kinds of problems no matter which way you slice it. Eddie does lose North Sea to the Germans, which is not great, but I think that he's going to make them dig him out completely. He's not going to make this easy for them.
Right.
A result of all of this that is just really amusing to me is how empty the middle of the board is. Like, there's just a perfectly empty line all across the stalemate line.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful.
It's
no stalemates. No stalemates.
Yeah, you love to see it. So, and Matt Shields kind of tries to keep moving into the Turkish dots. Doesn't get a can't get a support from anyone yet into Khan, so had to know that wasn't going to work unless he thought Khan was moving.
But helps with the support too. And then maybe IA, we were worried about them fighting. Maybe they are working together.
No, I think AI are on track, ready to go, and they're not quite ready to antagonize the Russian yet, which is the only other thing Matt could have done.
Yeah. Fleet Sev coming down, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
All three of us.
Gavin. Okay. Well, we'll go right to it. Yeah, the Italian has said, hey, cool, thanks for all the help getting me a Turkish dot. I'm just going to take yours now. Oh. And walks into Greece, walks into Trieste. Devastating for Matt Shields. You see the Russian coming into Galicia, presumably to attack Budapest next turn, or make a play for Vienna. Who knows? Could be anything. But this is a redrawing of the alliance for what was probably styled as an heir, which, as we all know, is really just a wintergreen in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
So, poor Matt gets shoved in the middle of that. In the West, a supported attack on Liverpool, saw that coming. Convoy had to go to either to Eddie or London. It's all a guess. There's not much Eddie could do about that. We're to Burgundy, but he does take his free dot in Portugal, so Eddie does get that.
Yeah, I think what we see here with Austria getting ganged up on by RI is a sign of why it's so important as Austria to lobby heavily for the fleet to be buried in Romania, because none of this happens if that's there, right? It's just not in Chris Brand's interest. He has to pull it out, signal to you what's going to happen. Whereas if you have it like this, while it's great that he has the Aegean Sea, which is normally really crucial, everything else is just so open and so easy.
Aegean hold is just
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sad.
if it's a portable Bulgaria to Constantinople or something like that, like, suddenly there's a little bit of
Anything.
hope,
Yep.
like, for Matt, but like this is really rough.
Yeah. So he did not see this coming at all.
Drops down 3, Italy, not bad.
Nice.
Well done, Gavin.
Eddie, for his troubles, pulls London and Picardy, leaving Portugal and Wales. Everything else is straightforward. I like the, let's see. All right. Karthik, what are the Italians going to do with their units here? They are going to...
Yep, that's basically what I expected. To move the units north, the armies north, you have to do that. And then you have the option to either send your fleet south towards Ionia to try and take Aegean and end that fleet for good, which is what I would do. I hate, when I'm Italy, I want there to be no fleets anywhere in the Mediterranean area. And if you can make that happen, you do it. And Gavin does that really, really well here. Also, like, we see him enlisting cooperation from the Turks, supporting the Black Sea into Bulgaria, which is phenomenal. Armenia seems to do nothing this turn, which is an interesting choice. But at the same time, can't fault Russia too much because Chris Brand takes Budapest and Romania. He's also world champion, so he knows better than I do how to play this game. Then we see Jamal Blokarli slide down, moving Eddie to Yorkshire, while otherwise holding position in the north. But what is exciting is that he makes plays in the south, sliding Munich into Bohemia, pulling Burgundy back, and giving Sasha more of a little bit of freedom to operate here, which I think Sasha will need. At the same time, though, Eddie does slide into Spain, but we'll see how that works out for him, given the fact that Paris and that Gascony and Marseille will be there, plus now sliding to Portugal in the following turn. If I had to guess, there'll be a forced retreat to Spain to Lyon or Western Mediterranean coming up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they decided to make it 3 because Piedmont could always tap Marseille. No, that's smart. But we do see Germany and France collaborate to take London, hand it to the French in the north. So that does mean that France will go up 1. We'll go up again 1 next year when they take back Portugal. And next year we'll be saying goodbye to Eddie. In the south, though, that's where the real fun things are happening. We see Serbia fall to Trieste with support from the Russians. We see Russia take Vienna successfully. We see Bulgaria successfully hold, which means it's goodbye to Matt Shields. What looked like a really, really good position a year ago falls into utter ruins now after a nasty stab from his compatriots in R&I and some opportunism from Turkey. The other thing that I didn't note that should be noted, I guess, is that there's nothing really happening in the north with Norway and Sweden just having some bonus bounces.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
Norway or Sweden and Denmark, or Norway and Denmark have been bouncing for like 3 seasons,
Right,
and that whole chain has just been bouncing. So,
Yep. Exactly. But now, instead of being a +3 for Italy, we see the other side of the wintergreen go +3, opting to wave 1, which I think is a smart decision, not just for signaling, because I think Chris Brand will want a fleet in the north pretty soon. So he'll want to open up St. Petersburg pretty quickly, if I had to guess.
Yep.
All right.
Otherwise, the fleets, the bills are kind of nothing too much to note.
No. All right, Siobhan, we do say goodbye to Eddie.
Yes, we will be saying goodbye to Eddie this turn, unless Sasha, for some reason, decides to walk out of Portugal. Weirder things have happened. No, so, and then meanwhile, that means that Sasha is able to make moves elsewhere, pulling fleets around and away from Germany. Germany supports Marseille to Piedmont, and Belgium slips into Burgundy, which is fun. And the Yorkshire unit is convoyed into Belgium instead of Holland. So I don't know what kind of conversations Sasha and Jamal are having, but if I am Sasha, I'm having a conversation with Jamal right about now saying, hey, cool that we needed to get off the English mainland and that was the agreement, but not there. Not like that. So I think that signals that we'll be seeing some westward movement from Jamal very shortly.
If that were the case, so why wouldn't you just stay? Oops, I misordered. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, what happened? Yeah, why Belgium? Right?
Right.
So, I mean, I cannot think of a possible explanation that someone could give me that could explain Belgium over Holland in this case. Now, I do agree that, the free walk into Liverpool, oops, I forgot to order it, is just as good. But
Yeah.
then in the East, Gavin has the room to bring 2 of his fleets back west. Hope we'll see who gets the momentum, but it looks like Gavin has slightly better momentum than Sasha because they have to spend time digging Eddie out of Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
And picks up Bulgaria, picks up Constantinople, and Chris Brand does a whole lot of nothing. I got all these dots. I got a build in pocket. Who needs moves?
Well,
Mhm.
Karthik,
he
that's what I was
forced
going to
the
ask.
Italians into 2 more, so that's pretty nice for the Italians.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How does Chris Brand make that? Why is he giving away both in this case? Why isn't it one and one?
I think he wants Italy to be looked at as a threat, because Chris Brand should be being pressured by Jamal pretty soon, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm Chris Brand, I need to manufacture a threat to deal with, so that way I can be left alone and then try to win out on tactics and so on and so forth, and then superior strategy in the late game as well.
Yep.
I mean, late game being the final 2 years, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the key to that, I think, is getting Jamal to want to head west, and he does so successfully, making him convoy down to Belgium while Belgium sides into Burgundy. Jamal now has an easy path to Paris. So much more to be able to see here. So, yeah.
I agree with some comments from the peanut gallery that it is a big mistake. Yep. So, fall of 05 here. We'll pick it up a little bit. We got to catch up on time. Karthik, give me a quick. What's the highlights here?
The highlights is nothing, because nothing happens other than Germany repositioning against Chris Brand, which is the one thing he didn't want to have happen.
Yeah. That's kind of all there is to say about this. They're kind of setting up position. Whatever we thought was going to happen with Burgundy, nothing came of it.
No.
So,
Yeah.
did make Sasha nervous, though, because they did come back to London in English.
Yeah. But even still, 2 more fleets coming down, he can't be that nervous. So that's it. How about that? I motivate us to speed it up in that last turn, and we sped it to the end. So shared top kept the difference between the other 2s more than 2 centers. So the top 2 claim all the bonus points. So good for them. Well deserved. The wintergreen played it well. No cracks, no misorders, no nothing. They were really efficient.
Yeah. I think my only disappointment in this game is that Chris never moved the St. Pete army out of the way to build a Northern Fleet, which would have been a lot of fun. But I think that he was playing for alliance, not points, and just said, no, we agreed 10-10 or even board top, and knew that if he had that Northern Fleet, that would change everything.
Yeah. Well, and so if Jamal would have picked up Liverpool, London, Paris right there, 10-10-10. Tough to give away when he had I think his third score was counted, so we'll see. I don't know if Nicolas has he was in the background. See if he had the same thing. Would you have done it? Would you have said, "Oh yeah, I'll convoy back," and then taken those 3 dots?
It's difficult to say, honestly. I don't know the diplomacy. I think here it depends a lot of the diplomacy and the strategy of the players. Usually I'm not shy to say I would have done that or not. Here I have really no idea. It really depends where you want the game to go. But what I'm going to say is here, what we've seen in 2 games is 2 very different philosophies of how you make it to the top board. Brendan, and usually I share his thought about that, which is take the dots because you're not sure you're going to get a second very strong results, right? So why not take the 3 dots as he did and get a huge result? And here you have Chris who says, well, I could have 2 more dots, and I'm not really sure how many more points that would have been, but kind of close to Brendan, I would imagine, last game. So could have been 300 points or something like that, right? And saying, I want the reputation. I'm going to be a straightforward player. And I think that's what he tried to do last game. It just didn't work with Brendan. But I think it's his strategy here saying, well, It's the equivalent of what we mentioned with the three-way draw from Ed Sullivan, right? At the beginning
Right.
of the game, you're saying, I want the shared board tops, I want to make friends, and I want to have good relationships before the top board.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, for these boards, we are going to get right to the, oops. Oh, shoot. I was hoping. So we do not have round 3, board 2, but we do
One that
have
we
the
are missing.
scores. And this, I think, is why we had the scores plugged in, because Brandon was able to manually plug in the scores, but not the map. So this is why we see all those people who had 3 boards before coming in.
Okay, that's Ken Gordon, where the good score from Ken.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't remember Ken having a good one, but now that explains it. So, but this one's still a 9-8-7-7-6. So we had some splitting of the points this way. So, all right, Siobhan, let's get you a break here. We will get through. We're halfway through round 3, and then we'll get Nicolas. We'll get these next 2 games with Nicolas, and then we'll take it home.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Great. All right. Board.
And just
What's the board, Kevin? What did you do?
What's that?
What's up with the board? It's all black.
no, they just have the results.
There's no backstabber on this one.
Oh.
Whoever was sandboxing it either didn't get it or didn't. I don't know if anyone didn't want to do it or whatever. But this is a board. We had the final score sheet, but we didn't have the orders.
And just for this board, just notice again Austria getting completely destroyed. Like I think it's the theme of this tournament, and I wonder if the scoring is really not like at fault partly for that, and also the fact that Austria is kind of convinced that they have to take down Turkey as quickly as possible. Maybe.
Wait, so why do you think the scoring is at fault for Austria being so poorly performing in this tournament?
Because the Austrian dots are kind of easy to take, right?
Right.
It's easy to split them. So if you don't have a strong incentive to get the top board, you don't have the incentive to use Austria to stab your ally, right? So you just can split the dot even between 3, and you're better off than having Austria with you. So
that's fair.
That's why I like, people think that it's a bit sharky sometimes, the open tribute or anything like that, but I like it because it gives the same shot, in my opinion, to a lot of.
Right. I think that is correct. I think scoring systems which give a lot of points and a lot of weight to having a dominant performance on the board do tend to keep those middle powers in good positions, whereas otherwise it's just so easy to take them out so quickly.
Yeah, that's what I wonder if that's why Austria. But here we're going to see Doug Binder, a very strong player. So let's see if he can do better.
Very true.
C. Diplo,
and Brandon Fogel, 2 big sharks in Russia and Turkey as well. So
maybe
maybe we'll see a rat.
No rats. We don't want any rats. Tristan is the other member of the East here, and then we've got Nicolas, Etienne, and Hunter playing the Western powers here. So. All right, Karthik, give me a rundown of Ballad of John and Yo. I'm sure we all know what the theme is by now. Everything.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Well, this is fun. I've been waiting for a board like this. France opens to the English Channel. It's always fun to see. And the move to Picardy. Marseille holds. Fantastic from Etienne. Very, very fun.
Yes.
Germany open standard. Nicolas open standard in England. Dan Lester opens north. This is also exciting with the squib. Warsaw to Ukraine. Love this. Brandon goes Ankara to Constantinople. This is also really fun. None of this nonsense about an Armenian fist bump or whatever. Just whole hog trust between all of them. This is very, very fun. And then Austria decides to DMZ Galicia, while Venice goes to Tyrolia, Rome goes to Apulia, Naples goes to Ionian, with the fleet in Sev going to Rum, and Ankara signing to Constantinople like this, in Galicia DMZ'd, do you think we are seeing the rat that I called?
Yeah, that's possible. And especially no bounce in the first year, first season.
Yep.
No bounce
anyway.
on the whole board.
Well, we got a few of them this time, Nicolas.
Yeah, it looks like it looks more like an EG than anything else here, I would say. And I really like it for Hunter I think it's a smart way to do that. I think it's how a master manipulator would play this game, because I think he invited Russia to go to the north and then stabbed Russia, basically giving England only 1 dot, but having England on side, and stabbing France also, but having France out of position and only getting 1 dot too.
Right.
So I think he's very lucky, or he has engineered all of that. I wouldn't be surprised to see Army Munich, Fleet Berlin. But
If for his sake, I'm hoping that it's luck, because if he engineered it, Dan and Nicola are not going to put up for it with long. Like, they will talk, they will share notes, and Hunter will be gone in a second. And that's what happened.
So, all right, I'm asking: is he gone or does he survive?
I think he survives. I think he got lucky.
All right.
I think he has engineered it, but Nicola is not in a strong enough position to punish him for it, so he can work with him. But maybe I'm wrong.
You didn't get Fleet Berlin, but you did. Got Army Munich, Fleet Kiel on there. Army St. Pete, so not terrible retribution.
Yeah, and then we see some ratty builds as well, so fun. But really, the only ratty build is this Fleet Smear. Everything else is kind of what we'd expect.
Karthik, let's keep you in the spring here.
Sure. So we have the English Channel fleet backing off now, going to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I think Etienne at least realized that if this is engineered, there is no reason for me to bother fighting against the English here. This is going nowhere, and smartly backs off. In the south, though, he tries to bounce in Piedmont. I'm assuming that he didn't try to seriously get in there, because not much point in that. He lets Germany into Belgium, which is curious. That's the one move that I am surprised by there. In the south, we have the convoy to Apulia, while the Italian fleet slides into Tyrrhenian. He's bracing for what he assumes is a rat, whereas Russia and Austria say, you know what, just kidding about that whole rat thing, Brandon. What if we kind of just take your dots? Which, kudos to Doc Binder for pulling that out. He may be the one Austrian that has a good result in this tournament. At the same time, Germany, playing the middle of the board, does a really, really fun thing where Hunter slides into Silesia, slides into the Baltic Sea, and sort of like, plays very, very hunky-dory with both Western powers, which I think is smart by him. But if he continues to do it, it will wear thin with both of them, which is what he needs to be careful for. He will need to pick a side at one point, and hopefully he can do so sooner rather than later for his own sake.
Is Brandon going to get aired?
Yeah, I don't know about aired. RA, probably.
But
if I'm Italy, I'm not trusting either Russia or Austria for a second here. And I'm trying to find a way to work with Italy. Find a way to work with Turkey.
That's what I was going to say. I see it likely that Brandon tries to put Italy in Greece here.
Yeah.
But it could, yeah. Yeah.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Absolutely agreed.
Brandon.
Yep, and there you go. As we predicted, the convoy to Greece succeeds, which will give Brandon some hope. Unfortunately, at the same time, though, the Black Sea support to Constantinople succeeds. Serbia slides through. I think both Doc and Dan, I think everyone on the board kind of knew was coming. So they were able to react appropriately. But what cannot be reacted to is the smart slide that I mentioned into Silesia. Gives them a free pass into Warsaw. With the English assistance, gets Sweden. So that's +2 for the Germans. At the same time, Hunter lets the French walk into Belgium. Is this a Western triple? Is this an FG? Is this just Hunter playing smart? Who knows? But all in all, a very, very interesting turn to watch play out. Dan Lester gets caught out a little bit because of his overcommitting to the north, but I think he can react in time to salvage the worst.
You could also think like that it's possibly as Italy a way to hedge your bets. Maybe you want to go for the air, but it's a way to get a build. So
right.
Yeah. And they build the fleet Rome.
Mm-hmm.
That's a way, you use Brandon saying you're going to support me into Greece, and it means that he won't support Constantinople to hold, so you get a dot more.
Right, very true. That's very smart.
Would you have popped, if you're Doc, do you pop the fleet there, or do you want to keep the fleet, but your friends want you to, your friends want you to pop the fleet.
As Austria, I think you should disband the fleet, but only a lot later. If you disband this fleet right now, nothing prevents Italy from just going into Adriatic and then not fearing you, I think.
All right, Nicola, let's
Interesting. Is it Nicolas' turn or my turn?
Nicola, let's
okay, sorry. So it's a Western triple, and Nicolas goes for the top board. He says like he cannot do with a small score, so he's going to try to grow the only way he can grow right now, which is basically through the north of Russia. It's going to take St. Pete. I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes an EG afterwards. But let's see what happens. The issue is that the way they play, they cannot break Brennan. Like they need a third unit here to break Turkey. So I'm not sure. Like I think there was some distrust. So Bulgaria made a panic move towards Serbia, and Italy must have promised that they were going to age, but then they said, well, actually, it's kind of dangerous to have Austria in Ionian, right? For me. Yeah, but without the fleet, they won't be able to destroy Brennan, and Austria is not going to be able to have a huge result.
Right.
Oh, Karthik, what
Oh, wow. So Austria makes a lot of decisions, none of which really work out the way they want them to, but that's more a result of, as Nicola mentioned, the actions on the prior turn, Italy not moving in a position to take out Turkey. So Austria turns on Italy here, kind of, maybe just to keep them honest, keep them in position, actually. That's probably what it is, because they could have slid too early down to Venice if they really wanted to be mean. But instead, they take the shot at Munich. That's a double bounce. Support hold Warsaw. Russia does get that back, but loses St. Petersburg in the process to the English. On the other side of the board, we do see the North Sea swing down into the English Channel, while Ruhr takes back Belgium, while French pick up Portugal. So really, it's just a handoff, I suppose. I don't know if it's a great handoff. I think I probably do want the French to be building here, more so than I want the Germans if I'm in the West, but that's just me.
Interestingly, you have the English Channel move.
Yep.
But also on the other side of the board, like everything supporting Warsaw, you don't need as many support, right? Am I seeing something wrong?
There's always times when you just want to show your support. I'm going to make this obvious. Don't mess with me. So,
yeah,
I don't know what. If you're not going to attack Austria, maybe you tap Prussia there, but
maybe, yeah.
Don't know. All right, Fleet Liverpool. So, EG coming to fruition a little faster than possible. Army Munich, the only thing possible. Karthik, keep going. Spring 04.
Yep. Back to Spring 04, we have some fun going around here with Baron sliding back to Norwegian, Liverpool going to the Irish, English trying to go for Brest unsuccessfully. The Western treble that is no more. And unlike the norm where Germany's the one unlike the norm where Germany is the one that gets ganged up upon, in this case it's the French, as Nicola and Hunter team up successfully to try and make a play on Burgundy and move into position where the Mid-Atlantic Ocean is guaranteeable. In the south, we see the Italians slide back into the Eastern Mediterranean. We see the Italians get pushed forward into Bulgaria. We see Romania fall as well. I'm not sure if Romania is arranged, but the rest of it probably is. And I think now we will finally see the collapse of Brandon's position for once and for all.
I'm not sure because, like, Russia is going to switch sides, right?
If Russia does switch, that's what I'm saying. If it's not arranged, then yeah, it probably will be. But the possibility is there also that there is a support to Smyrna, Bulgaria backfills, Romania slides out of Bulgaria, so on and so forth. So who's to say?
Yeah, so Black Sea would convoy Romania to
Ankara or something like that, possibly. Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, what was he thinking? Oh, that is not how you do it. These people are wild. Okay. The South is incomparably messy, with Russia attacking Austria as one could reasonably expect. But Serbia, instead of supporting Romania to hold, or Bulgaria supporting Romania to hold, or Bulgaria moving to Austria to backfill as they attempt to take Smyrna, there's an attempt to cut Bulgaria, which attempts to support itself into Greece. With friends like these, who needs enemies, I suppose. But yeah, you just have a massive cluster F in the east. Let's turn to the north, which makes a little bit more sense. As predicted and as mentioned last turn, the EG is moving with lethal pace, with Ruhr sliding into Burgundy, Burgundy sliding into Picardy, and the Irish sliding into Mid-Atlantic, which should give EG all the position that they need to take out France successfully in a relatively quick order. They can hold out for a little bit because they're now in Spain, South Coast, and Portugal, which is a very, very nice defensive position. But that only works for so long, especially if Tristan wants to be a menace to France, which I think there's strong indication he does.
You mentioned the East. I think only Austria stabbed Italy. I think what
Italy
happened.
tried to support themselves into Greece. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but I think he needed 3 to support Romania, and Italy just said, well, you're taking Romania. I want to keep Greece, so I'm going to play it like that, safe.
Right. Oh, no, I think Austria made the wrong choice, but I think both of them were kind of stabbing or not trusting each other well enough.
Yeah, not trusting each other, but yeah.
No adjustments that turn because they were all just swapped.
Trading, yeah.
Yeah. Trading places, trading centers. So how about we move to an order set, Nicola, that will actually have some actual taking of centers.
Well, here they're again swapping positions because Austria takes Romania, Russia takes Bulgaria, and Italy takes Greece. So again, like you wanted to have a swap of center, I fear the next center which will swap is going to be Constantinople. Going back to Turkey and Venice, of course. And Nicholas takes Brest, which is the most important center to take here as France.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be hard for the EG to make some progress here, the way everything is set up.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how they manage that. Also, I'm a bit surprised about Silesia not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, Silesia should be doing something. I mean, Silesia is a great place to be, don't get me wrong, but I'm surprised that they're not trying to influence anything happening there right now.
And, not going for Moscow either, or it's a bit weird, I find. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what they want in the north.
Now, this is more like what I expected in the fall to be seeing from Italy, because as mentioned, I thought Italy would be trying to be a menace towards Etienne. I'm not clear why they wanted to do it, but their moves had indicated they hadn't desired to do so. And here we see that North Atlantic slides into Mid-Atlantic, with Western just sliding straight into Spain unopposed. We see Piedmont walk into Marseille with supports from Burgundy. This is a really, really clever moveset because Marseille cannot cut a supported attack on itself. Well, Belgium and Munich ensure that Burgundy stays in place. So fantastic order writing there from Hunter Kasher. In the south, we see Doc Minder take Venice as predicted. We see Bulgaria flip to purple. We see Romania flip to red. We see Greece flip to green. But we do not see Constantinople turn. We see it remain red, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
They must have been listening us to Brandon's last game, not to let Brandon get out of the box this time.
Yep.
So we do get some builds here. France down to just 2 fleets.
Mm-hmm. A smart choice.
Yep. Do you like the Italian build, Karthik?
Yeah, I like the Italian build. I think it's a smart defensive one, which they kind of need to do. And then they need to commit to diplomacy on the rest of the board and try to get Russia or someone on side here.
Yeah, and Nicola, does Nicola get anything out of Fleet Liverpool at this point? With only 2 more years left, he's got to be aggressive, right?
Yeah, he needs to be aggressive, and I think that's the right build. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing. And also, I think Nicolas is somebody who understands the player stances And I think if he has hope that Italy is going to go back full, like against Austria, that's where you can get Spain, Portugal, and suddenly get a really good result into scoring.
Mhm.
And
A good call. Yeah, so we see, as Nicola mentioned, that Spain can go to Western because it's going to pull back. Western side's into Tunis, which means all those units are going to be occupied around Tunis's turn, which means there's a lot of freedom around Spain, potentially freedom around Portugal. We can potentially slide into Western Mediterranean if Ionian is supporting Western to Tunis, which gives England a lot of power, a lot of control here. At the same time, we see Germany take Paris, which is what they needed to do to give them a chance to fight for the board top here, maybe even get some separation. We see the fleets hold, which I think is fine for this year, but eventually they'll need to move in position to do something. At the same time, we do see Greece get popped, which is huge. Great order set by Doc Bender to to move to Apulia, to bounce Greece out, deny the convoy home, and move in a position to really, really put the screws to Tristan Lee. At the same time, Dan and Doc's gonna be working really well together. While they're not making progress on Brandon, they're keeping him in the box, which is really all you need to do.
Yep.
Hunter maybe gives up Belgium here, Nicola. He's getting Paris, he's getting Warsaw.
I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if Germany were to give Belgium to England, because I think they have some kind of agreement. It's round 3.
Yeah.
To put each other on the top board, or try to do so. So it's not surprising for me. What's more surprising it's what's happening in the south, and which I really don't get, because Doc is stabbing Dan. It's 1 year too soon to do that. The game ends in 7, so you're losing your ally, and you're allowing Turkey to grow again. So yeah, I don't quite understand, but maybe some frustration not to move forward, or I don't know. Because even if you want to stab afterwards, you just support into Ankara, you don't lose it. What does it change for you? I don't understand the rationale here. But it's always easier when you have the map like that. When you play face to face, you don't have the map always just in front of you. Maybe you didn't see the retreat from Bulgaria going to Romania, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, all right. So going into the final year, Hunter and Doc leading the way. Nicola just behind. Fleet London, is that Nicola's best chance of getting some more dots, Karthik?
I think it is. I think you will want to at least be able to defend yourself against the Germans if they try to make a move on Belgium or something like that, while giving yourself the opportunity to also make some aggressive plays for it if possible. I don't know how much more Nicola can do, because getting the fleets out is so hard as England and takes so much time. So I think this is probably the best move we can make. I think it's reasonable. I think it's a good build.
All right. Doc gets the easy walk to Romania as Dan just moves away.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Galicia has makes Doc guess more in the fall as opposed to
Right, exactly. So now, he'll have to cover Vienna, Budapest. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's the things that can be done, but it will be annoying when you also have to cover Bulgaria with 3, potentially worry about other such moves as well. The one downside is that you do lose sort of the ability around to take Sebastopol by force potentially, but you do pick up other avenues, and you probably do want to be kind to the Austrians given the fact that Germany is moving in force as well. So my guess is there'll be some sort of supported attack on Warsaw, which will fail as Warsaw moves with 3. Yada, yada, yada. Anyways, don't you get into that too much and waste time there. We can see when it happens. Yep. We see the Italians move Adriatic into Ionian and Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea. That should guarantee them Tunis next turn. We see the brace in Spain, which, fair enough. Kudos to France and Italy for negotiating that. I think it will be a trade of oh no, just kidding, because there'll probably be another double bounce there. Never mind, ignore me. But yeah, so I think Italy will go up 1 here. France will go down 1. I don't think there's any other real avenues for growth for anyone besides Germany who will probably pick up Moscow.
I think they're going to. Okay, it's not the case, but I was going to say I think they're sure to be able to put Warsaw into Moscow.
Right, that's what I was saying. They could if they wanted to earlier, but
and then give Holland to Nicholas.
Mhm.
But they don't do that.
Mhm. Yeah, that is surprising. Actually, it's not clear to me why they did that, and I'm not sure why Italy supports
France
into Spain either. Huh. Well, Austria tops the board after we were talking about Austria's woes in this tournament and how the scoring system is not great for them. Doc Bender shows, I guess, if you're good enough, you can make anything happen. Magic world of diplomacy.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the first Austrian topping the board, right?
I believe so. So maybe he'll walk away, if nothing else, at least with the best Austria.
Yeah, best Austria for the lone Austria surviving with more than one dot.
Exactly.
You should get extra points for being the best. Yeah, best country winner by 1,000 points minimum. So, is this the? I don't know. We'll bring Siobhan back on, and I can dig into is this the first Austrian survival? Probably.
We had
Nicola says we did have a 1 dot survival.
Yep.
I will say that the lowest scoring best Austria I've ever seen awarded was something like a 2 dot Austria because everyone else died in that tournament. So it would have been great to see someone beat that record by winning the best country with a 1 dot Austria.
Or with no survival.
Exactly. Oh, it's rough being Austria sometimes. But like you were saying, Doc Bender, he's obviously a world-class player. He's won Worlds before. If anyone can do it, it's someone like him.
Definitely.
All right. So before we kick Karthik off for a little break here are accurate third round standings with all games being showed since we had there, and Jamal still in first place. So even with the game we didn't know we had showed, he comes in there, and then Doc and Chris after those nice results close behind. So we were talking about how's the scoring system going to play out. I think someone in the comments said the middle of the pack might be packed together. Those are some nice scores with Doc's the only one with 2 of 3 board tops. You're able to put some points together, with some good rounds. So when Brandon, terrible result there, but good overall.
But actually, what we need to have a look at is that because there is a drop round, right? The next one is a drop. It can be dropped. So it's the ones with the lowest third result, basically, because they are the ones who can improve their result most here.
Yeah.
So I think Peter was eliminated once, or like at a 1 dot survival, for example. So he can make a huge leap. I think Nicolas Sergei also had a poor score. So yeah, I think they can improve a lot.
All right, Karthik, we'll kick you for a few minutes here. We'll be back in about 15, and let's get to round 4, where the players are going to come together. Hunter again. We're Hunter and Peter. Aiden Lewis. Oh, good to see Aiden here. I didn't know Aiden had made over the trip, so good to see Aiden come together for round 4. Everyone else we have seen once already, so let's get to this map. We're going to go in last fashion here because it is getting late in the evening for Nicolas. So let us do without the reveal. Nicolas, let's kick us off here with a strong support to Burgundy.
So yeah, if we start in the West, something which is likely the most used French opening with a support into Burgundy, else very classic. In the North, Jamal opening to St. Pete and opening North already. So that's a strong statement to start things with. And at the same time, bouncing in Black Sea. That's a very good bounce. Do it, people. The Armenian fist bump is not the only way to live by. And DMZ in Galicia. which allows, by the way, Hunter Catcher to cover Trieste from Mario Wiss. And you have to ask if it was arranged or not, because Mario was not following up into Venice either, so it's not the full attack.
It's an interesting moment of, like, did Hunter sniff out that Venice was going to try and slip into Trieste, or was it arranged? And if so, then how do you arrange a lack of a bounce in Galicia? Most Russians I know don't want to see anyone sneaking into Galicia. So
this is the first. I think this is the first game we've seen all weekend where there has not been a bounce in Galicia, other than it was the Budapest. We've seen more Budapest bounces,
right?
Yeah. But actually, what's fun is for me, like, it's more risky to let Galicia open for Austria than for Russia. And you mentioned Russia doesn't want anybody in, but actually I think Austria doesn't want anybody in, right?
I mean, nobody wants anyone in Galicia.
Yeah, but the Peter McNamara effect too here. So maybe Jamal wants to go north because that was the way. And so if Hunter knows, I don't have to bounce there, I can arrange a bounce or not. So,
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if it was arranged or not, but Vienna to Trieste again. So, Siobhan, what did let's see. Another support. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, overall around the board, we've got a support into Belgium. So the German is giving that to the English. It is where English armies go to die, even if you are as good as Peter McNamara. So we'll see how that lands up. I believe this is the first Sweden bounce we've seen all tournament.
Previous game again with Hunter Catcher doing it for Nicolas Savigny.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, but not the common theme in this tournament. And elsewise, Hunter protecting Trieste again. The Italian just says, no, it's fine. I'm done with that. I'll go up to Tyrolia. And elsewise, fairly standard.
Yeah, except the Turkish fleet trying to go to Smyrna. So showing that there is a strong agreement with Russia somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. Fleet North, Fleet Liverpool.
Yeah, that's a great EG with the Fleet Liverpool. And most likely Germany is going to end up in Baltic.
And Germany is ending up in Baltic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Apologies, one of my children wandered in and I got distracted for a second.
Sure.
I think this is, for you to call out, Nicola.
So I think the alliances were easy to see. We didn't mention it, but we had a Fleet Venice. Should always mention. And so there is Austria at war with Italy. Austria thinks, rightly or not, that they have an AR going on, like the last game. Italy is not fooled by anything. They just want defensive position, and they're saying, come at me, Austria, basically, with whatever you've got. And I could see them giving Greece to Turkey at this point. On the other side of the board, EG already making progress into France, so great for EG.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Not too much progress in the middle, Siobhan.
No, not too much progress in the middle. I do like Sweden. I mean, I like and I don't like Sweden to Livonia convoy. If you know you're going to lose it to Germany, get it out of there and somewhere useful instead of having to retreat to Finland. So well done there. I mean, though I suppose he could have kept Sweden by just supporting it.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. There was no way he wouldn't basically keep it.
Yeah.
But I think
he's not in position to support an attack on St. Pete's. Well, I guess he is with Livonia now, yeah.
No, but
anyway, so...
It's rock, paper, scissors, He thought that Aden knew he couldn't take Sweden, so he thought Aden would convoy towards Livonia. and so basically, I think he oversaw
he was trying to be cute and bounce something and keep Sweden at the same time. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Which would have been cute if it happened, but I mean, well done for Aden, getting Sweden in this case. Elsewhere in the southeast, the Italian supports Aegean into Greece, so it's going to be another rough game for an Austrian. Slower this time than some, but looks like it's going there because the fleet in Adriatic goes to Albania, which is a choice.
Well, it pops the fleet. Forces the pop of the fleet.
It forces the pop of the fleet, but I mean, what is Tyrolia doing so much right now that you couldn't have convoyed Venice over in the hopes that an army would be more useful later? The worst that happens is it bounces and you're back to the same spot and you have the same result of piffing the fleet.
Yeah.
And Tyrolia can cover Venice, so you're not really all that worried about it.
Very true.
Yeah.
What I don't get for me, and maybe you can enlighten me here, is why Turkey is not taking Greece with an army.
That's another question, right? Is why not con to Greece, keep Aegean?
Or
There's
Bulgaria,
no reason
or-
for that not to happen. They
But
both
you
should have
can-
been convoys.
Not the convoy, but because then you can
Or even
lose
just
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria.
But you just put Bulgaria with 3. You have same strengths.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, either way, it should have been an army. I agree.
Anyway, yeah, but yeah, I wondered if it was just me, but I think the armies gives you more power here.
The army would have been better for both all round. And what did I miss up here?
Nothing. Just
Belgium
Peter.
to Picardy.
Yeah, Peter being tactically efficient and
Yeah, but
Yep.
rebuild in Paris anyway, so
Yep.
doesn't change much.
no, but
Yeah.
just move slowly moving in little by little.
But Fleet Liverpool.
The spoon killer.
Yep.
Oh, there go those fleets. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it up. The result of piffing or attacking Burgundy here is that Germany gets to just conveniently retreat into Belgium. Sorry, it was my only option. While shifting some other units to Ruhr and Kiel. Munich vacates but remains German because of a bounce. And aside from, I guess Rum takes ball. Oh, yeah. See, I saw that and then just didn't comment on it. English Channel went to MAO, and the choice to intentionally piff it when there were 1, 2, 3, 4 options on where to retreat. So I don't know what that's about, but I mean, it's a choice.
Could it be
And I
arranged?
feel it could be arranged, but why would Lay agree to that?
If he says, well, if you only have armies, maybe you can work together. I don't know. And you get a survival in Paris and Marseille, and I'm not going to...
Yeah,
He
I don't
only
find
has-
it a.
He only has fleets, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure I find it a hugely compelling argument, but I suppose.
What we missed is actually the last turn, like Italy screwed Turkey.
Italy screwed Turkey. Yes. Yeah. So 1, they cut support. 2, I'm curious about them both moving to Greece. Did he intend to take Greece and not write the support for one of them?
I don't think so. I think they want to show something to somebody because obviously they don't take it, right? It's a bit weird.
Yeah. So, okay.
All right, follow 3. So with Mid-Atlantic out of the way, Peter gets a nice walk in while also getting Aiden to order out of Belgium. Win-win.
Really cute little dipsy doodle around Belgium and Picardy and Burgundy because Picardy is forced, but Belgium vacates to Burgundy, giving Picardy the ability to retreat into Belgium, which was English. And so England keeps Belgium, which is kind of genius all around. Yeah, I mean, love that. Now that we're down 1 French fleet, Peter has the ability to send a fleet north to do what? We shall find out. Is it going to drop in North Sea? I don't think we need it in Barents. So, just having an empty North Sea is bizarre to me in the first place. So putting something back there just puts me back in my comfort zone. Elsewhere, the German supports himself in Munich, makes sure no funny business going on there. Trieste tried to support something to something.
Let's see, where's our...
It's Bohemia to Tyrolia, most likely.
Yeah, Bohemia to Tyrolia. Okay. Which I suppose I can see the argument for that. But meanwhile, the Italian holds everything, which I wonder, intentional, some sort of backstabber thing where we can't see what they actually were doing, or just didn't get their orders in. And Sylvain marches forward, gets back into Bulgaria, walks into Armenia. Okay.
Okay.
Peter puts an army down for the first time.
Yeah, good for you, Peter. Yeah. All right, I think it's back to Nicola for this year.
Yep. So
Spring 1904.
Turkey, of course, like with the fleet, that was the best way to alienate Italy. So now Italy switched sides finally, and takes Greece down. At the same time, so it's an air now. At the same time, of course, Germany is now spooked by this fleet in Norwegian that we mentioned. I think it was really only defensive. It was just because he feared losing Belgium and then having nothing to do. But it has spooked him, and now most likely they're going to bounce until the end of time in the North Sea. And they managed to put the army from London into Picardy and to take Spain already, which means they're going to be able to take Brest as soon as next year already. So this EG is moving fast and they know what they're doing.
Yeah, the momentum here is exactly what I expect from Peter McNamara, who's a master tactician. He can write orders in his sleep. I don't know Aiden very well, so whether he's on Peter's level or just said, hey, cool, if you're friendly with me, I'll do whatever you say.
He is a very good player. I've played with him with VDL, and he's a very good player.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Lay. Oof.
Wow. Loses Marseille and Brest.
That's tough.
Which you already did. Although with the German army following in, Nicola, what's the hopes? You said how efficient EG was. When does it become too much in all in one area? Yeah,
like, do you really need that army? No, most likely you want Belgium to be there so that Ruhr can slide into Munich and Munich can go to Silesia, for example, or Bohemia, whoever your next target is. I get Peter didn't want to input that order to be safe.
Yeah. Otherwise, and then Bohemia to Tyrolia, everything's going.
Tyrolia, Piedmont, Bohemia to Tyrolia, and Russia protecting Romania, but otherwise a bunch of red arrows.
Yeah, a lot of lockdown. This game is not as dynamic as some of the previous ones. But two more English fleets.
Please, Peter, don't make the French mistake. Go to the Med. Go to the Med.
Go to the Mediterranean. Like, just drop everything so quickly.
Bets are that he goes to the Mediterranean.
Mostly.
Yep.
Does attempt to actually be in North Sea. Aiden sort of correctly sniffs that out and just taps Norway, says, hey, no, I want to keep bouncing there.
I don't think it was an attempt, because else he would have done it the other way, and there was no way. And honestly, Peter doesn't make that kind of mistake. So if he's not in the North Sea, it's because he didn't want to be in the North Sea.
Yeah. No, that's fair. So if it was just a, hey, I don't want to move everything, let's do it this way so that nothing has to move. And Jamal sets up to try and make an attack on St. Petersburg in the fall, which will have to change Peter's tactics to support St. Pete and do this, that, and the other. But, at least we get some movement into the Meds. We're in Western Med. We're at Spain South Coast. English Channel goes to Mao. Liverpool goes to Irish.
Aiden's in Venice.
And Aiden's in Venice, yeah, with support from Hunter, which is cute. And it's otherwise a lot of movement from Mario, Tyrrhenian Sea, Adriatic, and Aegean. Adriatic's the only one that I question here.
Well, the attack to Venice came. Maybe they sniffed something out before the end. They have not gotten along at all this entire game. So
no, it's putting all your eggs into getting Venice back, which is exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah.
And Peter stabs. Peter takes Paris from the Germans.
Oh, Peter.
How rude.
That is rude.
I think it's arranged, though. Else Venice would have been disbanded too, and they could have rebuilt. But
Except Western Med to Gulf of Lyon.
yeah, sure. But I think this move could still be arranged, in my opinion. Because else, why do you retreat Venice to Apulia, where it's useless, rather than rebuild it on your own homeland, right?
So okay, that's fair.
And really, Aiden he didn't have the results last year that he could have had, but he's a very good player. So and he's thinking out of the box too. So he has one rebuild too. So yeah. Now I don't think it's arranged anymore because of the fleet Edinburgh, but it could have been.
Did he really need another fleet though? That's my only question. We don't need to linger on that, but I think this one's back to you, Nicola.
Yeah, I think he's going to make sure that he gets this top, and he's going to make sure that he gets the result he wants, basically. So he said, "You look, Eden, trust is good, but control is better." So I'm going for the dots I can take. He's going to take Marseille, but he's going to lose Belgium. He's going to lose St. Pete. I'm not sure he's making a good deal. Like
that's exactly my thought.
The calculator has made a mistake. The calculator has made a mistake.
There's a processing error.
Yeah. Overheating.
Yeah, but taking Holland, that's got.
Oh
man, come
Belgium
on,
back,
Aiden.
Holland. So loses St. Pete, but up 2 others. So net 1.
Yeah.
Up 3 others.
Germany down 2.
Up 3 others. Up 3 others. He takes
okay.
Holland.
Oh no, Germany got Venice.
No, Belgium. You're right. Belgium was his. So.
Belgium was his.
Belgium was already his. So net 1 for the English. Germany down 1 because they took Venice.
Yep. Holy cow, Venice! There are like 14 supports and attacks.
I mean,
and then nothing else moved. The South hasn't made any progress in 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah,
we're just going to keep going at this point.
Another fleet, Peter?
I can't I mean, you got to move maybe Denmark. Maybe gets Denmark and Sweden here.
Anyway, it's too close to the end to make some kind of meaningful impact. I think that's his reasoning.
Yeah.
If you lose 1 turn to convoy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not used to these ending in 07 games, so but yeah.
Join League Night next year. We do a lot of French League coverage. You'd be a pro at it.
Get used to it again.
Yeah.
Peter just chugging out dots. He took Sweden, get some dipsy doodle out of that. Finally gets back in the North Sea, so no concerns there. And tried to set up to take Tunis, but Mario correctly bounces him in Western Med, and the East, aside from Bohemia and Prussia, does a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, at this point, we can probably just motor through, and he does. He gets Denmark and Sweden with those fleets that he talked about, and
Venice falls to the Italians. That's sad.
Yeah, that's it.
So, I mean, fantastic result for Peter.
Yeah.
3,045 points.
But
definitely, like one of the largest we've seen, if not the largest. I can't remember them all.
Yeah, that would be a good tribute score or open tribute score. That separation,
Way too dangerous to give a corner power to McNamara.
Yeah, he had Turkey. Yeah, he had Turkey last time too. So he's gotten the good draws so far. this result worked out well. Let's see. I stuck Karthik on before maybe his mic was ready. He's on mute, but we'll get him.
He'll get set up.
Yep.
Carson can
Headphones on
technology.
now. There we go. No, I didn't know you had headphones on. I thought he had headphones on before. He's on mute, so maybe the microphone works, the headphones work.
It's
I
not
thought
as
you
if he
used
was
to
a
give us
software
warning.
engineer.
Yeah. All right. Nicola, thank you so much for joining us today. I know it's late over there. Thank you to Robert. Robert had to sneak off a few boards before us, but thank you guys so much for your help and your insight. Always good to have you two on to get frenemies, I think, is someone. Yeah. Definitely. Frenemies, but excellent analysis today. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. Always a pleasure to be here, and good luck for the end of the round 4 and for the top board.
Check it out when you're on the metro tomorrow.
Yeah, when I'm sleeping tomorrow, I'm still on holidays. But yeah, when I'm waking up.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup.
See you, everybody.
Thank you, Nicola.
See you, Nicola.
All right. We are into round 4. Biggest result we've seen so far. The next game, we will get to another set of good results. If I can cover this up. 2nd and 3rd place here. Ken Gordon. We missed Ken Gordon's results, so I will have to get some feedback, hopefully. I haven't been watching the chat as much, but maybe we can get some feedback from them. So how that game went. Chris Brand, obviously the good result. Bob Moran. Bob had some good games, just hasn't been able to pull through with the good result yet.
Yeah.
Gavin had a good one last time. Noam's been scrappy. He just hasn't gotten, the big one yet. So we'll get there. And Etienne needs a hug.
There have been some rough games for Etienne, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You got some people in this lineup who are definitely looking to move up in the rankings, Gavin and Gnome, with a big result. And then, Doc and Brand just kind of hanging on to their 2nd and 3rd places.
All right. I'm going to let you guys talk about this. I'm going to sneak away for a minute. Talk about let's do a quick, I'll run these down. Paris to pick, Venice to Trieste, follow up with Rome to Venice.
Rome to Venice.
Maybe that's strategically calculated, the best way to do it. More Smyrna to Con. We've seen a lot of that in this Con. And then a bounce in Galatia. Everything else seems pretty good. I will pass it along to both of you this turn. I'm going to run away for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. I'll call this one out for a minute. In the West, it's fairly boring. Someone supported into Belgium, someone supported into Holland. Nobody bounces, no fights over it. We do finally get a move of Mid-Atlantic to Spain South Coast, which is not seen as much anymore. So, elsewhere, the Austrian attempts to forward support Trieste into Serbia, which, the support got cut, but Trieste goes to Serbia anyway. And so we're setting up for some cute, maybe AI antics moving forward.
Oh, no, for sure. I really love this game because, like you mentioned, I think you really accurately called out how beautiful the move to Spain South Coast is because of how rare it is nowadays. Love that. But even more so, the original Kilaponto, the one where you have this aggressive move to Romania, you have a move to Galicia, you have Italy just walk into Serbia unopposed. And somehow Doc supports Romania to hold instead. Austria has this incredible power now where they get to choose whether they want this Kilaponto to continue, if they want to just build in Trieste and Budapest and destroy the Serbian army and roll with Turkey. I love the Austrian position and the Austrian diplomacy here. Just beautiful.
Yeah, the Austrian diplomacy here is great because, I'm not the best at remembering all these old plays, but I'm pretty sure that the Kilaponto is not usually also paired with the fleet going to Tunis and an army going to Tyrolia by the Italian.
Right. I think normally, you'd have the army being convoyed to Tunis. But this is a really, really interesting variation on it. And who knows how it'll play out. But there's so much flexibility and so much power here that it could really go any which way. Like we were talking about how good the Austrian position is, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that there is the possibility for Italy to drop Army Venice, Fleet Naples, or something like that, and then for this to have like a monster IT come out of it. Like there's so much optionality in the South for everyone besides, unfortunately, Etienne, that I'm really, really curious to see how it evolves.
Yeah, unfortunately, Etienne is having another difficult game, it looks like.
At least on the plus side, support into Sweden, that is something.
Oh, yeah, and Kevin's given us an Army Venice, Fleet Naples.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
There are, unfortunately, Fleet Smyrna, I think, is tipping Doc's hand a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, what else could he build, though?
He could build another army and then like build army on Kara, slide it to Armenia. Like, you know, I don't love seeing that fleet build if I'm wanting an IT, but I mean, if he builds the Army Venice, he only has so many options, I guess.
Yeah, and Michaelis does point out in the comments that the Italians probably pretty glad that the fleet went to Tunis, given the Spain South Coast move by the French. And double fleets from the French.
Yeah, that is nasty looking. But hopefully Chris Brand will occupy those French fleets so we can see the IT that we all deserve, even though it probably will not happen.
Exactly. I'll let you call out this year.
Or, like, you know, like I said, there's always a possibility just sticks with the old school Kilapanto, and we have the attempted attack on Bulgaria. Unfortunately, Bulgaria does survive. They support Sevastopol into Romania, which honestly, not the end of the world for the Austrians, Ken Gordon. Because, I mean, what's the Russian fleet in Romania going to do? We have the Italians moving east. We have Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea, Tunis to Western Med. We have Marseille sliding into Lyon, Brest to Mid-Atlantic. So we'll have that lockup that we expect to see happen. We have, in the center of the board, Munich making it into Bohemia successfully, which never should have happened because
Tyrolean and Vienna could not agree.
Tyrolean's putting Vienna there. One of them should have figured out which one is going there and moved accordingly, but both of them want to be the good guy, get their support score numbers up, which fair enough. In the far north of the board, we have Northeast sliding into Skagerrak and London backfilling, which gives Chris Brand the option to kind of do whatever he wants. He can either go after SEN, take Sweden, put the Germans in there if he wants to do that, or he can be like, hey, Germany, you only have one fleet. What are you going to do to me if I attack you? And then just take out the Germans. Chris Brand, like the world's of Chris Brands right now, and that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, Chris may be only on 4 centers, but he's got all the choice in the world here.
And he makes his choice. As I mentioned, he has an option to support Gavin into Sweden, and he takes it. At the same time, he walks straight into St. Petersburg and convoys the army over. That's going to be a lethal rotation in the short term. So I'm very, very curious to see how that will play out. Afterwards, once he gets the army in St. Petersburg, does Germany and England just take out Warsaw and Moscow shortly after? It's possible because the free retreat that Bohemia gets to Silesia does give good position for that. At the same time in France, we see Lyon and Mid-Atlantic support Spain into Western Mediterranean. That goes successfully while Portugal slides into Spain. In the southeast, we see the rotation of units that by Etienne's is ordered to defend against the upcoming EG threat, while also bringing Warsaw down to Galicia to try and lock up, like, you know, that little bit of area there. At the same time, we see Bulgaria try to support itself into Greece, while Serbia makes it hold. So we'll see a little bit of a stalling, I think, of the Turkish versus AI war, with Russia sort of just like, you know, having a good time, question mark, because there's not really much they can do so long as the Russian fleet there is there in Romania.
Okay.
Builds.
Double army from Germany.
Yep. While England builds an army as well.
Interesting. I was giving grief to the last English for building too many fleets, and no, I think army's probably correct here.
Right. And I'm sure Chris Brand is going to sell Gavin on it, just going into, like, you know, Moscow, Warsaw, whatever. But those armies, like, you know, if you have an excuse to build an army as England while you're in an EG, why not take it? Like, you know, so I really like the play from Chris Brand there. Because those armies can be used, like, you know, later to do whatever they want to do, so.
Yeah, and he does attempt to make the swap for Norway and St. Petersburg, putting the army in. He had to know he'd get bounced out from Moscow. But I mean,
Silesia
Germany's
took a free
marching
walk in.
forward.
Yep.
Yeah, Germany picks up Warsaw while Etienne is distracted by St. Petersburg. Doesn't do much else though, the German. Some bounces. England kindly self-bounces in Denmark instead of threatening Gavin any further. And then no more movement in the Med. We tried to see a cute convoy to Tuscany, and Sebastopol slips down to Armenia.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only other thing I'd point out. Here, Chris successfully gets the army into St. Petersburg, does not take the opportunity to convoy an army behind it, which makes me question the long-term intent of that army, whether it's, defend my homeland if I need it, or turn it against the Germans in the near future. But elsewhere, not a ton else. The Russian doesn't get anything out of the Turkish homeland in Armenia. We do see some shifting. Greece goes to Ionia and Serbia picks up Greece in the absence. So Austria is going down another dot and pulling a fleet down into North Africa so that we can have an attack on Tunis. The intent was, I think, for Lyon to support Mao to North Africa, but it looks like it accidentally just supported Mao.
Right. Not that the order would have mattered either which way, but
not that it mattered in the end. All right, so the Italian with another 2 builds, an army and a fleet, and some piffs from Austria and Russia, and nowhere for the German to build despite having technically the ability.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll toss that one back to you.
Yeah, so Nome is making the Austrian kind of do their bidding here, which is, well played diplomatically. Greece gets allowed to walk back into Serbia without any issue, while Trieste moves to Tyrolia and Tyrolia moves to Bohemia. At the same time, we sort of see this infighting between Turkey and Russia here, which is honestly good for neither of the two. I wonder how soon that resolves itself. At the same time, as mentioned about a year ago, I was wondering how quickly EG would roll through Russia. Here we see St. Petersburg take Moscow successfully, putting a very, very quick note on this EG conflict in the east. Once again, the army manages to slide through. So now we have one in Norway. It can go into St. Petersburg whenever it wants to. And we also see Skagerrak dive down into Denmark. I doubt that's by agreement. But if it is, I wonder where it's going to be walking to soon after. If I had to guess, chances are it's going to be making a move on Sweden pretty quickly, so that way it can go into Baltic and really do a lot of work there. At the same time, we see in the southwest, we see Tyrrhenian, Tunis, all of that being locked up in basically this permanent struggle. With Venice making it into Piedmont, Italy now has the 6-unit stalemate line against France in the south, so there will be nothing ever happening there because Tuscany supporting Piedmont is enough to lock up Lyon, Marseille, and then Rome supporting Tyrrhenian to hold and Ionian supporting Tunis to hold, enough to lock up the seas. So yeah, good job to Italy getting the units that they needed into place there. And now it's just going to be sort of like a guessing game with regards to the Turks, and if they can make things work out there, I think Nome has a really, really well articulable point to Turkey not to try and take that dot for now. So yeah. And I'm surprised, that Russia thought that Greece, I'm not surprised because then you get the retreat to Serbia. Yeah, no, so I think basically everything here is making complete sense and why people are making the moves they're making.
Yeah, no, Romania did try to support Greece to Serbia, but there's no way the Italian
Greece to Bulgaria.
That. Or Greece to Bulgaria, thank you.
Yep. But yeah, the retreat to Serbia, you never want to let that happen, so.
No.
Ooh, nasty. So yeah, carrying on to fall 1904, we see Black Sea take Romania, blow up that fleet for good, basically exactly what Doc Bender would want to have happen. We have Tyrolia slide into Venice, which is very, very curious. Not what I would expect Austria to do here. But maybe there's some arrangement there. If they pull Serbia, we know things are still on and everything's as agreed upon. But man, that is something.
Yeah, but you
at the
pull Serbia and you still got Doc Binder there looking at Greece and Serbia
Right,
saying,
exactly. So I mean, the either France is going to start making some big headway there, or the East needs to come to some sort of agreement on how to proceed. With it being time limited to only 1907, I have to
Mhm.
suspect that the Italian defense will crumble very, very soon. At the same
Yeah.
time, in the north, though, we see Sweden support Denmark into the Baltic Sea, pivoting the Russian fleet, not by force, but by choice, while the
Mhm.
army slides into St. Petersburg, the fleet slides into Norway. While things seem hunky-dory for Gavin right now, I think it's only a matter of time before Chris lays the boom down on him. I mean, now that the English fleet is in the Baltic Sea, not looking good for our poor German friend.
Yeah.
And that's the danger of England. I mean, like England is on 5, Germany's on 7, but the position is just so pro-English right
I
now.
mean, it's Chris Brand's world. We're all just living in it.
Indeed. We said that in what, 1902, Sirvan? And or 1901?
I think I did, yeah. Oh,
English army built again.
there it is.
Oh,
Okay, and Chris pivots. Walks into Sweden, walks into English Channel, follows up in the North Sea, says, hey, I don't need any more in Russia. There's not much more for me. I'll just support Sevastopol, make sure that, she can live on that one dot for as long as I choose. And the Italian trying to turn that Venice army into the army that he had to piff in Piedmont, currently unsuccessfully, while the French try and convoy something over.
right.
But you got the Germans running into Burgundy, into Ruhr. This dynamic is going to change, and fast.
Oh,
because
yeah.
Bob is coming into 10 million problems.
Right. And the funny thing is, it really isn't good for Italy, or I mean, it's not terrible either. But like, I mean, now there's no reason for Italy to give Italy any kindness. Like, this is fantastic for Turkey. Like, Doc can now stab Italy freely and not care about the consequences, because France cannot exploit Italy. There's nothing for him to fear.
100%. All right. In the fall, oh God, Chris is in Ukraine. He's in Moscow. He's in Brest. He's in Sweden. Wow. And meanwhile, okay, so Chris takes Brest, Gavin takes Paris and Belgium, and there's just nothing Bob can do. Wow. Poor French.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then meanwhile in the south, I mean, this really feels like Doc's world down here in the southeast. Takes Greece, takes Sev. Italy also loses Serbia and Naples. I mean, this is a battle between Doc and Chris at this point. Who can get there faster, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I give the edge to Chris purely because of his incredible positioning. Like, last turn, I mentioned how easy it is for Chris to drop the boom on Gavin. Well, I didn't think that he'd be able to drop the boom as easily on Bob, but he gets the easy convoy into Brest. He has position to take Denmark whenever he wants it. Like, I mean, presumably there'll be an army drop down there in Kiel or something along those lines, unless Gavin's saying, like, war on England really soon. But I think, like, he probably has 1 or 2 dots left, whereas Doc has, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3, but like he has that delta he needs to make up, and like, it's going to be hard to do so.
And he's got an Austrian who's building in front of him, and that just gives Doc all sorts of problems.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Speaking of, no army from Chris Brand this time, double fleet. Fleet Liverpool is not a shock to me, given MAO, but Fleet London.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only got 2 more years left. We don't need to think about long-term positioning. We just need to get whatever we can.
Right. And I mean, I have to assume that with the position of those fleets, like, surely they're going towards Germany here. Like, if they go towards the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right? Like, you get 1 season to take the fleets in position, then you take the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and then you have a year to make the guesses around Iberia. Like, I just don't see how he gets anything from it.
Yeah, you set up to take Denmark. You put yourself in a position to have play on Iberia later, and you do everything you can to keep what you have in the east while possibly trying to sneak into something like Warsaw.
Right. Exactly.
So we do see an attempt at Denmark.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I think this is your year, Carthen.
Yeah. So sorry, I was just so stunned by all this that I just couldn't even speak. So this is a fantastic spring turn for Chris Brand here, because you have English Channel sliding into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. You have Brest getting into Gascony. Yes, you temporarily do lose Brest, but who cares? You can take that back whenever. Like, that's not a worry at all. Like, you now actually have like a plausible path towards Iberia. It will involve some negotiation with Nome, because Nome also moves really, really quickly. But given like the fact that he's going to be losing Rome, going to be losing Tunis potentially, like, I think you have the negotiating upper hand on him. So great work there. You have Germany sliding into Burgundy, sliding into Ruhr. You have that supported attack on Denmark, which I assume both kind of saw, and maybe that may have been an agreed upon thing to tie things up, prevent North Sea from going to Skagerrak or Helgoland, in which case kudos to Gavin for negotiating that. And then in the south, we have the war that we kind of saw coming, Austria and Turkey moving into position to do battle with each other. And this was the one issue I had with the Turkish position, is that it's so easy for E and G to lock him up if they want to lock him up.
Yeah. No, I think that just about nails it. Doc is moving into the Ionian, presumably going to try to slip into Tunis or some nonsense, get a build there. As Italy dies, he'll be the only one in position to do it.
Tried to.
Try being the operative word. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Take it away.
So, remember how I said Portugal, would need some negotiation with Italy to have happen? Turns out you could just walk in. My bad for not considering that possibility. At the same time, as I mentioned, Doc Binder having difficulties in the east, those difficulties get compounded as Germany and England cooperate with Austria to force Romania. Brilliant coordination between the two of them to ensure that one of the two will top, or potentially they'll have a shared top between the two of them and knock Doc Binder down. At the same time, Austria is growing faster than one may have otherwise noticed. When we saw them on 3 and we thought they were dead to rights, now they're going to be on 7 at the end of this turn as they pick up Rome. Oh, sorry, on 8, and they pick up Romania. They're on 8.
Rome
they're
and Romania.
Tied with Germany, and I think one behind England.
One behind Chris.
Incredible revival by Ken Gordon to come back from 3, trapped in his home centers, to this marvelous position.
Yeah.
And
I'll just point out... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. You first.
I was going to say, if we were in any doubt about whether or not Chris was 100% on Gavin's side, you see the change up in Denmark, where instead of trying to support himself in, Gavin has told him, hey, don't support yourself in this time. And Chris is like, cool.
Yep.
So...
And I mean, I see no reason for Chris not to do that, right? If he's getting the score that he wants to from this game, there is no need to mess with your allies, no need to do anything like that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
John mentions in the comments Warsaw is available, although we'll see, maybe.
Yes, no, we'll see. Maybe, I don't
1907.
know.
1907 makes people do funny things.
Right, exactly.
No.
Speaking of funny things, just walk all the way back, Yeah, no, like I said, I think Chris thinks he's going to get the score that he wants to, so why bother stabbing?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he just wants a board top here. He was already in good position. He doesn't need something giant to get to the top board at this point. He knows how to do the math. He is going to take Spain. He's going to help Germany get to Gascony, probably to set up to take Marseille in the fall. Mm-hmm. So that'll be Gavin's. Kiel, or Holland comes back to Kiel. We move back to Ukraine, or to Moscow and St. Petersburg, basically saying, hey, Germany, I'm not doing anything with Warsaw. You don't need to worry about me. And that's just setting up to the end of the game.
Which will be...
And aside from Burgundy taking Marseille, there are no changes. Oh, Gascony goes to Paris.
And Tyrolia into Vienna.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Tyrolia into Vienna. Okay. So, shared board top.
Nice.
Yeah. I think the most of the kudos, and Karthik, you already alluded to this, have to go to Ken Gordon in Austria here, because in 1903, you could not have gotten me to say that he would have been a contender for the top of this board at one point.
You cannot get me to believe that he'd be a survivor on this board.
Yeah.
And no, he was a legitimate contender. I think he gave out the point to make the draw happy and everyone will get what they need to for the top boards and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Masterful play by Ken Gordon, because the scores of this board do not show how well the game he played. Just major kudos to him. But obviously, got to give kudos to Chris Brand and Gavin Atkinson, the toppers.
Chris and Gavin played a beautiful game. And I gotta love an EG.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a few of those this weekend. So this kind of EG.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
No.
This we've got EF with some possible fireworks. Those guys.
Favorite Californian is here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first three names we all know. Again, Steve, who I mentioned earlier, who is in Germany, longtime player, a lot of experience. Bradley Grace, young up and comer. Sasha, who's still just, I'm rooting for Sasha here, and then Eddie, who has a combined experience of the rest of the board combined, probably.
Yeah.
Right.
All righty, let's get to it. That one flew nicely without me having to talk, so let's repeat that performance here.
You got it.
All right. I think you started the last one, so I'll start this one, Karthik. Again, the Smyrna Khan from Turkey, except the difference here being that Sasha let Eddie Berson wander into Black Sea. Eddie's a nice guy. I'm sure nothing will come of that. Boring bounce in Galicia. Moscow to St. Pete is fun. Love the northern move. Hope they don't get punished for it. Boring stuff from England. Brandon, blah, blah, blah. Bounce in Burgundy. And yeah, otherwise it's all fairly standard. I don't love Venice Hold, but a lot of people do. So
old school.
Yeah. All right. This time we get a Convoy to Tunis, a bounce in Trieste. The attempt to put Bulgaria into Romania, but Serbia supports Romania, so Eddie does not get away with that one. Bounce in Norway, bounce in Sweden. Don't usually see that combo. So, but otherwise, Brandon is able to just convoy into Belgium, give me an excuse to say that's where English armies go to die, and the West is very calm with each other.
Yeah, I mean, the French opening as right now as nicely pro-German as you can get. We have the English just being allowed to walk into Belgium. We have the Germans being as nice to the English as you can be, bouncing out Sweden there. Yeah, kumbaya all around.
Yeah.
Munich to Silesia isn't really kumbaya, but you know.
For ENF it is.
Yeah, exactly. And the builds are consistent with a Western triple. Brandon, Jason, shame on both of you. Stephen, I'll let you off this time, but those two know better.
We would have been saying shame on them regardless, though. Let's be real.
Exactly. Otherwise, nothing all that exciting.
Oh, man, look at that.
Oh, that is fun.
This is exciting.
So, yeah, it looks like fireworks came out to play for when I get to take over the commentating. So, Convoy to Norway, fun. Move to Barents, fun. Backfill Norwegian, great. We have the nice little conga line of Paris to Gascony, Gascony to Marseille, and Marseille to Lyon. The French fleet then in Portugal slides into Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Perfect sense.
Going to be going to Western Mediterranean probably pretty soon. We have Naples going to Tyrrhenian to prepare. Got convoy back to Apulia. Venice still holds instead of going to Piedmont or anything like that, which is interesting. Finally, this time, though, Romania does get popped by the Turks. Given the fact that it tried to attack Budapest, I suspect this is with Russian consent, especially because it was piffed, could have retreated to Sevastopol if they really wanted it. So I think Eddie managed to get his way here with Sasha. And unfortunately, Moscow can no longer cover Sevastopol either because it is needed to cover Warsaw needs to support to hold. So this is a really, really good round of turns, though, for the West, because one of St. Petersburg and Warsaw is going to fall. The East itself is in disarray, and the winner of the Southeast is Turkey, which is all that anyone would ever want is the Western Triple. And also, I think all that Eddie Brisson would ever want, a Western Triple coming straight towards him while he's growing. He's up.
Eddie loves it.
Exactly.
It's a short game. He's not going to have to fight the Western Triple. He's happy to let them gobble their side of the board while he gets everything he can in his corner.
So, Siobhan, put yourself into Nikolai's head right now. What are you saying to Jason Massbaum during the start of this conversation right here? Don't look at the orders, but could you imagine what Nikolai is saying to him? Are you kidding me?
It's the same thing I'm saying in our back channel here is shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you do this?
You see, I disagree. I don't think Nikolai is saying shame on them at all, because last year's WDC in Carnage, Nikolai was also in a Western Triple on the final board while he was working with Dan Lester. Dan Lester ended up winning the tournament off that board. I mean, he doesn't need a decent result on that board to win the tournament, but Western Triple, final board, WDC, Nikolai is no stranger to that. This time he's on the receiving end of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, what is he saying to Jason Massbaum? If he's me, as little as possible.
And this is why we love Siobhan on broadcast.
Exactly.
God bless.
But meanwhile...
Yeah, I was saying, Karthik, you're on the tactics. Nikolai being in the Western Triple knows how to defend against the Western Triple.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well played here. I think there may be some degree of cordiality between Austria and Turkey here. Not an attack on Bulgaria, just a nice tap on it. Romania goes to Sevastopol with support. This is probably a little bit of a trust but verify type deal going on there on Nikolai's side. Mm-hmm. And then he moves into position to take a position around Moscow and Warsaw, making sure that EG doesn't get too big off of it, and making sure that they can play their reasonable part and have a chance to fight for a shared top or a lone top or whatever they may will at some point in 1907. These are all veterans here. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, then let's see how they play it out. And he has another fleet coming down that way. Russia is in trouble. Everyone else as expected. Ooh.
Okay. Sort of what we expect to see in a lot of places. Eddie and Nikolai continue to cooperate, putting Nikolai into Moscow, setting him up to have 3 on Warsaw next turn. Elsewhere, we finally get the convoy from Spain to Piedmont. Love to see it. So I'm not going to say well done to you. And elsewhere, Nikolai and Eddie push Aegean forward into Ionian, Eastern Med, setting up to be doing as well as possible. And Chris Brand takes St. Petersburg. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you hit all the major points.
All right, Karthik, what's the point of the convoy there? Mark?
The convoy to Piedmont?
Yeah, come on. You trying to just show off for DBN, Jason?
Yeah.
No, I think it's prevent. I think it's prevent Cherhenian from tapping Lyon.
Make the supporter uncuttable.
Yeah, because then that support could be cut and would just bounce. Like this guarantees it gets in there.
All right, but it's Jason. He's not that smart. He's just trying to be cute.
Yes, I agree. I was literally going to say the same thing, Siobhan. You read my mind. This is, I think, the third time this broadcast. You read my mind perfectly.
Yeah. Or Brandon gave him those orders. I don't know.
Oh, that could be it, actually.
Oh, hey, no. He wouldn't listen if it was Brandon. So.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
So our Western Triple attempts to hold on to what they've gained, loses Warsaw, retreats to Galicia, which is cute. And some repositioning, Kiel to Berlin, Denmark to Kiel, trying to push Piedmont up into Tyrolia, which doesn't go this time. Burgundy swipes Belgium, which you have to imagine is arranged because Brandon is picking up St. Petersburg, and a build from Jason is more immediately useful, I suppose.
What is the order for St. Petersburg?
Supported Warsaw to Moscow, it looks like.
Oh, no, it was cut by Finland. That's what happened. Okay, I was like, why is that not looking like it
should
work? I was like, was it an invalid just accidentally support like Livonia there or something like that? Okay, no, it's cut.
Gotcha.
So it gets into Warsaw, yeah.
So, as I would expect, Nicola taking Moscow was only to set him up to take Warsaw. Eddie picks up Moscow behind him, and the Italian is helping the AT. Not shocked.
Sasha, I just got.
Thank you for playing. Yeah.
Ooh, Fleet Breast. Fun. I mean, I think it's going to slide down, but very.
It's going to, it'll Mao and Naf, but you got to wonder if Brandon's just thinking for a moment.
Channel.
Did I give Jason just a little bit too much?
The answer to that question is always yes, but.
Channel.
Boring.
Do love to see NAO in Norwegian, though. I'll let you take it, Karthik.
Yeah. I expected a slide down to North Sea if he was being paranoid and a little bit worried, but decides not to do so. But I will say, I think given what we see in this turn, I think was the right move, because we see the Turks put Tunis into Western Med, which gives Western Med this opportunistic retreat into Spain. And if there was no such counteraction from Brandon, suddenly the possibility for Mao to now, Spain to Mao would be there. It would still be bounceable out by Brandon, but now I think he puts a kibosh on it from the very beginning. On the rest of the board, we see some really, really good moves from Germany being put out to play as Berlin goes to Prussia, Munich supports Bohemia to Silesia, and Trieste slides into Tyrolia, creating a nice little battle in the center of the board. Remember how in prior games we were talking about how the middle of the map was being left barren? Not in this game. We are seeing armies and armies and armies pound into it. We see Galicia tap Warsaw. We see Warsaw and Ukraine offer support for Budapest to Galicia, but there seems to be some miscommunications in Austrian high command as Budapest does not take that support from itself. In the meantime, though, we see Eddie Brisson just like laughing as he convoys Constantinople to Romania. Was that supposed to walk out at some point? Is that there permanently? Only Eddie could tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine the way Nicola and Eddie have been playing that it's arranged in some way that they're going to push that forward into Galicia or some nonsense like that.
That would be my guess as well.
And I just realized I was calling Bradley Nicola the whole time because Nicola's name is right under Italy, and it is in red. So, sorry, Bradley, you had good defense earlier.
All right.
And there we go.
And Galicia.
Now we have Turkey ending up in Galicia, as we discussed last turn. As the more likely alternative, even though it would have been very, very fun to imagine Eddie Brisson just snaking Romania from Nicola right there. We have Germany supporting itself into Warsaw successfully as England cuts Moscow support. We see pretty good moves from Germany there. We have we see the Mid-Atlantic fleet of the French being put back into Western Mediterranean, while Brandon Vogel does some Jedi mind tricks on Jason Massbaum and says, "Trust me, Jason, my Mid-Atlantic fleet is here to help you."
Here to help.
Yes, exactly. And Jason Massbaum says, "Sure." To be fair, he probably did need that fourth fleet to really lock things down. But at the same time, trusting Brandon Vogel with the fleet behind you has only worked so well for people in the past. So, yeah.
Well, it didn't get the follow-up. Follow-up Fleet London would have been fun.
That's disappointing.
Probably the right move, though.
He's not even staying. He's not even staying.
Wait, he didn't convoy the army straight to St. Petersburg? That is interesting.
Wow. That's an interesting choice by Brandon. So as Karthik notes, Eddie could have convoyed straight to St. Petersburg, and I see no reason why that shouldn't have happened. You have the risk of the bounce in St. Pete either way.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know, maybe Brandon's got some mastermind plan for this. You do see Jason possibly getting a little anxious about it, Belgium and Burgundy. There's nothing threatening them, but he's just saying, "Hey, I'm here." But oddly enough, doesn't leave anything to cover Brest, where Brandon was an MAO, and that was the thing he was threatening. So Brandon really is there to help. Correctly intuiting that NAF is going to Tunis, he just takes NAF, and that should put Brandon and Jason in a dominant position in the south until Brandon walked right back out.
So sorry, Siobhan, what were you saying there?
I was just waiting for that to.
Wrong things, apparently. And we get some cute repositioning from Brandon in the north also. So he goes right back to MAO. He drops into North Sea, puts the fleet in Baltic, another fleet back into Norway. Whatever he was doing up in Russia was all a ruse so that he could come back and position himself against, I suppose, the German for the most part. Because now he's got some play on Denmark. He's got, stuff threatened, stuff all over the place. Elsewhere, Nicola and Eddie are still working together, push Galicia forward into Bohemia, and then a lot of supports. Boring.
Eddie takes the lead going with the 2 years left.
Mhm.
Go, Eddie. All right, Karthik.
Yep. So let's start off with Eddie because, as you say, he is in the lead now. He convoys Ankara to Sevastopol successfully, Moscow to Livonia, gets Ukraine to bounce out Brandon in Moscow. Fantastic. Warsaw, Galicia, everyone tag teams to get Bohemia into Silesia successfully. Vienna makes it into Bohemia. Just all around fantastic order set from the AT. In the southwest, we see Italy moving Turkey forward into the Western Med. We see Ionian sliding into Tyrrhenian Sea. Just fantastic order sets from them as well. Brandon just laughs very cheekily as he just holds Mid-Atlantic. Doesn't do anything with it. Just says, I'm here. What you going to do about it? Jason, understandably, freaks the hell out. Sends basically all of his units backwards to deal with the threat. And as a result, the attack on Italy is basically fully aborted. In the center of the board, where the most interesting thing is happening, we have Baltic Sea walk into Denmark. We have Kiel go to Holland, and Denmark
Supported
slide down
by North
into
Sea.
Kiel. Presumably, that's what Brandon and Steven are talking about, is North Sea going to English Channel, Baltic going to Denmark, and then back to the North Sea, something like that, maybe. If I'm Brandon, I love the Baltic Sea. I'm staying the Baltic Sea for now and forever. And maybe getting greedy and taking Denmark for free, bringing Norway down to Skagerrak, because you could do a lot of damage to Steve right now if you wanted to.
Well, I think the offer Brandon makes to Steve here is, hey, let's put you forward into Holland. I'll support you into Belgium in the fall, which will be completely there for the taking if those two units want it.
Right.
So you get that, but hey, I really need a build, so let me take Denmark from you. This way you don't have to pull. Isn't that so nice of me? I'm Brandon Fogel.
Well, you see, Brandon Fogel pulls Jedi Mind Trick Part 2 and says, instead of you getting Belgium, what if you give me Belgium instead? So Siobhan, he decides to one-up both of us once more with his magic as he takes 2 builds now because he really needs a second build. Mid-Atlantic is forced out, though, goes to the English Channel. Turkey and Italy are collaborating really, really effectively, except for one part. If you focus your attention on the Gulf of Lion, once again, we have that sort of conundrum where neither side can really determine what they want to do here. In the southeast, though, and in the middle of the board of the south, we have people doing what they're supposed to do. As Bohemia takes Munich, Galicia slides into Bohemia, Silesia takes a nice retreat into Galicia while Prussia gets piffed. Moscow moves into by Sevastopol, just all around fantastic set of orders by the AT.
Agreed. Brandon. That is just wrong. Okay. So Brandon moves a bunch of those units, fleet into Picardy, fleet into English, setting up to, I guess, have some play on Brest. Liverpool goes to Irish, but Liverpool can still be covered. Jason can't get anywhere this year to take anything else, so that's no threat to Brandon. He's not all that concerned about it. We do see Jason pushing the Austrian forward into Ruhr, and then Bohemia follows that up. And Austria has just taken every dot they can get trying to chase Brandon down. So Venice setting up to, I don't know, maybe with French help, make a play for Belgium. But they're not getting that. So, we got one more turn to go.
Yep.
And it ends up with a lot of dipsy doodle defense. Nobody else takes anything new. So the only change this year is, Turkey takes Spain because Marseille had a choice to make.
Yep.
Which is a Oh, no. Jason had to choose between defending Brest or covering Spain, and he would much rather let Eddie have the dot than Brandon at this point.
Yep.
So changes for Austria and Turkey, nobody else, which forces Brandon Fogel to accept a 3-way tie.
Man, 8-8-8. What a game.
Yeah. I like it. Good for Eddie. I haven't seen him top a board in a while.
You should have watched him play in Denver. He
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He gave me a very gracious result though, which I was very appreciative of.
Eddie is nothing if not gracious.
And I think he'd be very, very upset with me if I didn't point out that it was very much a gift that I am appreciative of.
Yeah. I do see that Nicola was supposed to get Berlin, but misordered to Ruhr.
No.
That's
Can
there.
we see that order real quick? What was the misorder?
Yep, no. It was here.
Here's something.
Maybe Rorwitz was to tap heel.
Maybe
Then he gets it.
Yep.
Misordered Ruhr. Got it.
Yep, and then he would have been alone top on 9. Oh, that would have been fantastic for Nicola.
Oof.
You were the winner in my heart, Nicola.
Yep. Got it. There we go. All right. So that is where we are at the end of round 4. Because we are DBN, we like to do things a little different here. So this is what the results looked like after Saturday night. Here's your top 7. Peter, Doc, Chris, Brandon, Wall, Gavin, Hunter, Nicola
just edged out.
Oh,
by that one.
Wait, did that center make all the difference there? Like, how many points does he get if he takes the board top?
Yeah, because that would be 420 points solely to himself instead of 140 for him.
That is unfortunate.
But wait.
There's more.
There is more. There were a lot of people who volunteered to sit out to make boards, and the tournament organizer felt like that was not fair to have certain players play 4 boards and others not play 4 boards. So they had a special speedy round on Sunday morning. Top board was scheduled for 2 p.m. as it was anyway. 7 players woke up early to get their 4th round in. So let's take a look at these next boards here.
Wait, we're not done yet.
A nice little repetage.
That is what they call it. These are, so you're seeing your 3s here. So you can see an Eddie Bursan not too far. See Mario is a little on the edge, but Bradley Grace sitting right there. And all of these players are going to be on the same board. So Kingmaker galore.
Fighting for a chance to.
Here are your players. Playing for a spot on the top board. And this is, there's no other metagaming. There's no other anything going around. All the other results are in, although there was another game that went on during this. Actually, let's show this now. So here's the players for this one. This is the I have no chance to make the top board, or I've already played 4 boards and I don't get my score to count. So Dan, as much as we said we would call you the champ until replaced, Dan gets here.
He's going to hand over his belt.
Here is how this board finished. And Dan Lester does finish the top of the board on his last board, but not enough points.
Good showing, Dan.
Yep.
Well done.
So, but that is round 5, board 1, he called it. This was round 5 qualifying board. So here's our board. Let's go through this one in the same speedy way that the players had to play it earlier this morning.
Got it.
Best orders only. I'll start with Spring 01 because that's the easiest one for me. I love Venice to Tyrolia. Everything else out the box looks pretty darn standard.
Berlin to Munich.
Interesting. There you go. All right, same way. Siobhan, you pick your best, and Karthik you pick his best.
Rewarded for Berlin to Munich is by being kicked out of Munich.
Yep.
So there we go. Other than that, nothing all that surprising to me.
I love
So-
Sevastopol to Romania. I'm always a sucker
Oh.
for a good RA, so that plus Warsaw
No
to
Bel-
Silesia. It's
yeah.
a good time. Oh, wait. Baltic
No
to
bounce in
Baltic.
Sweden,
This is
but
like
he
the
goes to Baltic
classic.
anyway.
Oh, okay. This is very fun. I love this. Okay, cool.
Let's go.
All right, so Germany gets 1. Italy gets 2 fleets. Bradley allowing Belgium to come in. Builds a little tensions. All right. Karthik, Spring 02, what do you see?
Oh, so Holland gets blown up and failed convoy to Sev. And that's about it. I think that's the bounce to Sweden. I think those are the 3 big
That's the
talking points
highlights, yeah.
Yep. Siobhan, Fall. Ooh, I like Bradley. Although
Okay.
Tristan building.
Yeah, so the fleets pivot back up north as the English move elsewhere. Bradley takes Belgium in the meantime, sets himself up for a convoy by moving to Gascony. You love to see it. And I'm with you, Nicholas. And Sasha really wants to convoy to Sevastopol.
Man, talk about bad timing for a stab. Stabbing England as England builds 3. That is
Yeah.
rough. Because even though they lose Belgium, they still pick up the PIF. So
The Biff, yeah.
Yep.
So how do we look? Let's pretend. Let's make this conversation. Karthik, you're Tristan, and Siobhan, you're Bradley. What are you saying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
So I'll
this
begin
is-
because I think that's
Yeah.
the conversation. So Siobhan, how's it going?
Hey, Tristan. So about that, I didn't do math and realize you were building, so I'm gonna run away.
That sounds good to me, Bradley. Please do so.
Yeah.
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 Or not.
Or I'm not going to do that. And I don't know
Yeah.
whose turn it was, but support the channel, make a try for Norwegian.
Mhm.
That's one heck of a last chance. Mario, tired of Sasha trying to convoy across Black Sea, just knocks Black Sea out, says, no, go away, no more of that. And Sasha's going to have more problems as Eddie goes into the Aegean.
Yeah, too many fleets. And instead of this magic R2 cooperation restarting, they're kind of like, hey, what if we still kill Turkey, and you're just going to lose because you chose the wrong side. Romania still holds for now, but won't be long before that falls. We see in the north, we see Holland fall, returns to Germany. So maybe Nicholas is wrong. Maybe Sylvain does make the top board still. We see Mario take Sweden back from the English. And all of the talk of how the English were going to be able to recover with their triple build, maybe not so accurate. Clyde does get the right guess, but everything else goes about as wrong could go.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and pulls North Sea.
I mean, who are you going to punish, right? That's
Yeah.
always the choice. All right. This time Bradley guesses right, gets into Liverpool. We've got a fight over Channel in London and all that. That's going to need to get sorted out. But with Liverpool in place, it should get a little bit easy. Well, but then we've got NAO. So I think that just remains as messy as it ever was. We've got another convoy to Syria. Don't see that all the time. And
Oh, wait. Who did that convoy to Syria?
Eddie going for the. Hey, you know he's at the board. You know who invented this one, right? There's an article from like 30 years ago. And I think a misorder from Sasha, who looks like maybe supported Khan to Smee but forgot to order it. Doesn't matter in the end. Yeah, John Jameson is asking about that Clyde hold instead of covering Liverpool, which is a good point.
Well, maybe, I don't know, you're going to piff the fleet in Liverpool, maybe?
Maybe? Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to push it out regardless. So Fight remains as messy as ever. Everyone retreats to the Irish Sea, and therefore they both lose it. I'm sorry, Karthik. I just keep talking. You get the whole next year.
Sounds good.
And then we got some stuff marching around and shifting, and Ley takes Romania.
Yeah, this is coming up all AI right here.
Mm-hmm.
France with the builds, though. Bradley getting the points he needs. I forgot what his drop score would have been. I don't remember if he had any poor
I
results.
don't remember. Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. All right, Karthik. Is he going
So-
big? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, makes the move into Ruhr and Burgundy, trying to make a play on Munich, potentially. Unfortunately for him, Silesia supporting Prussia into Warsaw successfully likely frees up the unit in Silesia for defense. Slides English Channel down into Belgium. Maybe that was an agreement he had with the English for peace, and maybe that means he could get Kiel or something like that along the way.
Mm-hmm.
In the meanwhile, we have Italy working with Russia again as they support the Black Sea into Constantinople, while Syria takes Smyrna by force. And now we have Ankara in the Black Sea and in Sevastopol, which is very, very amusing, I think, for all involved besides the Russians. And yeah, Germany just takes Moscow because why not? Just walk in. It's free.
Why
It's free
not?
real estate. Yeah, that's everything pretty much. And then
Oh
in
my
the fall,
gosh.
wait, what?
I'm just
There
saying, oh
it
my
is.
God.
Yeah.
There are a lot of supported orders that have a lot of black around them.
Yep.
Bye,
this
Germany.
is a scene of
Not quite.
everything working. They decided to say, hey, Germany, what if you just weren't a part of the game anymore? So
Wow.
Denmark gets taken by the English, Kiel gets taken by the French, and Germany takes Berlin. I think, honestly, this is a bigger win for France than it is for anyone. England gets a build for sure. It gets the same number of dots as everyone else, but France is the real benefactor here because they get to move into the English Channel, move into Brest, and sort of lock up their position because now it's going to be really, really hard to ever take them out of the Low Countries or ever make their way back into Kiel. So this is really, really good for France and pretty mid to bad for England, I would say. On the East, AI just keeps on rolling.
Eddie builds 3.
Yes, that is correct.
Smyrna, Caen, and
Berlin.
Berlin.
Yep.
That's what the center chart will look like. I keep doing that for people
preposterous.
watching just to try and advance the chart so we can see where we're at.
Yep.
All right, so let's get to those builds. 3 with 2 armies.
Okay. It's a race for dots now, and Eddie's going to mop up the rest of Turkey, try and get in a position to not let Bradley take anything from his homeland, hopefully, but that doesn't look like the position he's putting himself in. He doesn't have the fleets in the west to defend himself quite as well, but we'll see where he goes from there. Tristan picks up Sweden. Germany's last dot is piffed in St. Petersburg, and France starts setting himself up to make the play for Munich.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah. But once Tyrolia was in place, there was no play on Munich, so Bradley decides elsewhere to bounce Belgium. And the English are growing. Take St. Petersburg, Denmark to Baltic is interesting. And the Austrian is setting themselves up to be a thorn in Italy's side. Help Italy?
I'm going to guess help. That would be my guess. Help Italy.
Yeah.
Ooh. So Austria gets 1 build, England gets 2. Gonna be curious to see how England parlays this into something, but
Yeah.
So here's where we are at the moment. 44.94. He'd need to get up to 51, 45. So he needs 700 more. How does he get 700 more? And Eddie is
number 4.
He's number 4 at this moment.
Oh, that's right.
He's safely in.
He's topping the board. Yeah, but he's topping the board. So what would a change in dynamics do? Let's get here. So 700 points for Bradley. So Bradley is 2 behind. 420. So we would split 420. If he gains one on Eddie, he gains 210, and Eddie loses 210.
Yeah, I mean, Tunis can be taken with ease. He can put the English into Berlin and then try to make a play for Munich, potentially.
Oh, the English do not oblige.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I think this year is yours, Karthik.
Indeed. So Tunis is taken as expected, and Eddie knows it's coming. So he decides, I'm going to make my last-ditch play for one more center. I'm going to try and go Sev, stay on 10, and then what I need to do is just stay in Munich, stay in Berlin, and then I think the question is, for Tristan, does he want Bradley to be on the top board, or does he want Eddie to be on the top board? And given how the game has gone so far, I think it's pretty obvious what he would choose.
All right, so here's the position. The tactics are of the takeable centers. Berlin, probably not Munich anymore.
Yep.
No.
So it's Berlin. Berlin and Sev. If Austria wants Eddie on the top board, he helps him into Sev, gives up room maybe.
Maybe
I don't
gives
think
up
he needs to
rum
give up
or
room,
something.
but I think he'll give him Sev. Yeah,
Does
that's
him
what
in
he
Sev.
needs. Yeah.
But Berlin does go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Tristan swipes Belgium.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
had to make a
that's,
guess.
I think, it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
That's funny.
Well, that should be game over for
Yeah.
All
Imagine
right.
Bradley's face in that moment.
Tristan pulls out 1785, and so does Eddie, and that gets us to.
Oh.
So wait, Kevin, you were saying Dan
Did he
Lester's out
deny
of it
them all
way
the
too
board?
soon. Dan Lester's on it.
Wait, so he denied Eddie and Bradley a chance at making it to the top board, and by doing so pushed Dan onto it.
Oh, this is incredible. God bless. Tristan managed to make some magic happen.
Wow.
What a play.
Dan Lester here to defend his title.
Whoa.
Incredible.
35 points.
That's less than one center.
Someone says wrong numbers.
Oh.
What are the right numbers, Nicola?
I thought
Yeah,
Dan's
that's why I
extra
thought
game
Dan's
didn't count.
That's why I said he wasn't. I thought it was only the people that came on those boards. So maybe Dan.
Okay.
Oh, because Brandon was saying that all points counted for tournament seedings, but
not for top board.
Top board. Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah, because the drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are final scores for the tournament.
Oh, that's what it was. Round 5. The board 1 on round 5 was played at the same time as the top board.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
So
here, I wonder if let me clear.
Eddie is 7th.
Okay, Eddie's still 7th. Okay, cool.
Here, now let's see if I can. There, that's what it looks
There
like.
it is. Whew, that would have been heartbreaking if I had just denied them all the chance to.
There we go. That I
Wow. Eddie
showed
on the top board.
So, all right, so here's where we are. We have Peter McNamara, top seed. Doc Binder, number 2. Chris Brand, number 3. Brandon Fogel, Diplomat of the Year. DBN's Diplomat of the Year. Jamal Lackerly at number 5. Gavin Atkinson, number 6. Eddie Brisson.
Go, Eddie.
All right. So now we'll reset. Now we'll go to the current here. We'll go to the players here. There we go. Had to hit the Drake. So when we have the replay and they show like most viewed, it's going to be right on that moment right there where we all freaked out for a moment.
Right.
I don't know if they did a power selection. I'm going to assume they did. Let's see if we have a top board.
Yeah, Nicola, if you're still in the chat, can you let us know if they did Paris selection or something similar?
I broke it. Players. Well. Oh no.
Unknown.
Unknown.
Well, all these players that we've never heard of. I mean, obviously.
Obviously.
Paris
Okay,
method.
Nicola.
Paris method.
Paris method. Yep.
All right.
I figured it was something like that. So, which means a couple of things. It presumably Eddie winds up choosing last and gets Austria, things like that, because being Austria in a game that ends in 1907 is not something any of us want.
Right.
It also generally has something to do with based on where you chose during Paris selection can wind up being a tiebreaker.
Right. Yeah, it goes in inverse order of Paris selection.
Yeah.
So if you were the person who chose last, you would have the highest tiebreaker in terms of
Correct.
state.
Yeah. They played the top board as full anonymous, says McCallis.
That's a joke.
Okay, I'm like, what? I don't understand.
No, we
It's been
do
a
not
long
have the
day. I've been here
country.
for 5 hours. Come on.
Yeah, we do not have the country selection. Let's see. I just restarted the app to see if maybe the name's coming, because usually the names pop in automatically.
Sometimes you might need an update or something, but you updated mid-show, so.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been an interesting tournament so far. I don't know that I would have done well at this tournament. C Diplo's not my thing. And just the absolute talent pool that was represented. What do you think, Karthik? Would you have had a shot at this tournament?
Not a chance. No, I think people here would very much like to see me gone within the first 3-4 years very quickly.
Yeah. So Nicola does say he can tell us. Paris method, they kept the exact order that they were in. So they wound up choosing in the order that they came in on.
Let's see. I'm going to check one more spot, because while it'll be fun to say which country won, it would be funner.
Yeah. Well, while you do that, I know we did some upcoming tournament announcements early in the show, but we'll talk about the next couple of World DipCons while we're here. Next year, I believe, is in Italy. I don't know the dates for that off the top of my head, but we'll get all that information where it needs to be. I think it might be in San Marino.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So it'll be in San Marino next year, likely during the summer. I'm not sure entirely when. And then the year after that, in 2025, it is coming back to California. Well, coming back. I don't know if California's ever hosted World DipCon. But we're looking at a spot in the middle of San Francisco, right in downtown, with a lot of stuff to do. Milano. So Milan next year, says Nicola. Milan, first weekend of June 2024. So book your calendars now and then come back on out to the West Coast. Weather's good. It'll be late March or early April. We're still working out some of those details. But, good excuse to come to California. We're trying out the venue that we're hoping to use in 2025 in 2024. So if you want to see it and case the joint early, get your listening devices in so that you can listen into other people's negotiations, that would be your chance. And thank you, everyone, for bearing with us while we figure out whatever Brandon did to the tech that doesn't let us watch this game. Wait, there must be some reason Brandon doesn't want us to see it.
Yep, Milan. No, yeah, Milan. Milan has it in. Oh, I guess it was announced that. Did you talk about your guys? I wasn't listening.
Yes, I talked about whipping afterwards.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a fun picture of Andrew.
Siobhan, where's the next North American DipCon? Is that also whipping?
No. That is an excellent question. Next North American DipCon is
Vancouver.
Thank you.
Vancouver.
Cascadia, run by Riaz Virani and Chris Brand. Usually late January or early February. Good excuse to miss all those Super Bowl parties sometimes.
But I like to host those.
They've done it on Super Bowl weekend once or twice. But yeah, no, it's usually just outside of Vancouver in Surrey. but not far. If you're coming from the States, one of the easiest ways to do it actually is to fly into Seattle and rent a car or catch a carpool up, because then you don't have to worry about flying internationally. But get your passports renewed now so you can make it out.
Nicolas Sahuge, savior of the day.
Yeah.
What's a Super Bowl? It's what I eat my Cheerios in every morning. Peter took first. Everyone stayed in order, like they said. Peter
France,
took France. Yeah. Doc took Russia. Chris Brand, Italy. Brandon, England. Jamal, Austria. Gavin, in Turkey. And Eddie gets Germany. So the
Austria got taken before the end.
And oh, whoops! I killed the president. Now I gotta share the thing again. All right, let's see. Window. All right. Wonder if there is a way. No, we're not going to delay anymore. We're just going to go. So, everyone, put in your mind. Ooh, is there a way? Maybe I'll think of it while you guys are chatting. We're going to spend a little more time on this one because it's top board. We do want to go. We know you've been with us for a while, but we do want to get a good board out of this. So we will do it with reveal. We will get the timer. We'll do 2-minute turns. And all right, so we didn't even talk about going in. So 3 Americans, 3 Australians, and a Canadian.
Walk into a bar.
2 former world champs on this board. Is that right?
McNamara's won, hasn't he?
Doc and Chris. Peter has won a Euro, but not a world. Brandon and Peter are DBN Diplomats of the Year. That's 4. Gavin and Jamal, I believe, are not major winners. I think you mentioned, or Nicola mentioned, Robert mentioned, someone mentioned.
Jamal and PoppyCon, I believe.
PoppyCon, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Eddie's a DipCon winner, but not a World DipCon winner.
Correct. North American DipCon.
Yep. Thank you. All right. So, predictions. Or no, we don't want to do predictions because we don't want to do predictions.
Yeah.
I will predict it's going to be an excellent game, and you're going to want to stay to the end because we know how to sign off a broadcast. So
my guess is no one's taken a draw before the very, very end when the game is called. That's my prediction.
That would be my prediction as well.
Like, there's no way at this point.
I don't know the rules on the top board. Is it 1907 as well, or is it a full one?
I believe it's still night. I don't know for sure, actually, but
we'll find out.
Yeah. Nicola, do you mind letting us know?
Yep. All right. On that note, let's do a whole year at a time, like we've been doing. We'll do 1909 game. There you go. 1909. All right. So we got a little more time on this one. We'll do odd even. We'll switch off you guys doing analysts and follow up, and then 1909. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. So on that note, Siobhan, start us off.
All right, to begin with, there's some excitement. The English drop immediately into the Channel and Yorkshire and North Sea. We see a bounce in Burgundy, but a northern move by the French otherwise. Germany completely bypasses Denmark and goes west. Who's France again? Oh, it's Peter McNamara, of course. Everyone wants him out of the way as soon as possible. And yeah, the Italians even drop into Piedmont. So I don't know if Peter had some like body odor issues or just said the wrong thing. He didn't bring his chewing gum, but everyone just said, let's kill France quickly.
Yeah, I think he had too much garlic or onions or something like that.
There you go. And then standard moves from Austria, again, Smyrna to Khan from the Turk, and standard moves to the Russian, but they don't have to worry about getting bounced in Sweden, which is nothing but good news for Doc. So Brian is asking in the chat, he wants to know how Eddie ended up with Germany, and apparently because Jamal, who was picking 5th, chose Austria, Gavin, who chose next, chose Turkey, and so Germany was left to the very last. Eddie did not have a choice. He just wound up with it. I'd love to know some details if anyone has any information about why that would happen, because I predicted early that Austria would go last. and that did not happen.
I know the unknowns are annoying, so I'm going to see if I can edit. If I can't figure it out in a minute or two, I don't want to.
Yeah, why don't you push us to the fall, and I'll start chatting about that.
That's what we will do. All right. Fall, here we orders in the box, reveal.
Okay. So Peter couldn't protect everything. Well, I mean, technically he could have. He could have stayed in Marseille, but he chose to bypass that, grab Spain right now. He'll wind up with some builds, but still nothing but problems. Germany is just in a fantastic position early game. Eddie, despite coming in ranked 7th here, picks up Belgium, picks up Denmark, slides into Burgundy. Holland will be there for him later, presuming no issues with the English. The Italian just takes Tunis with the fleet, doesn't need to convoy. And let's see. Oh, poor Russia gets bounced out of Romania instead of Sweden because Austria supports Bulgaria to Romania. So Russia still denied a build by a bounce, but not the one that we usually see. Okay, so all neutrals except for Holland were taken, which leaves us with Italy up 2, France up 1, England up 1, Germany 2, Austria 2, Russia and Turkey both 1. Don't think we'll see too much surprising here. Karthik, any bets on the builds?
For me, I expect to see standard builds given the standard play and given it's a top board. I expect people to play it slow and then figure out where to go from there. The only thing I expect to be interesting is the Italian builds, but I still just expect Army Venice, Fleet Naples there.
Yeah, Army Fleet from the Italian, Army Fleet from Germany too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Let's see him when you're ready, Kevin.
There you go in there. All right. Orders are in the
Sorry, I know you're multitasking.
Forgot we're doing a reveal now. All right.
Yeah. Oh, Fleet from Italian. I don't mind it. And Fleet Liverpool from England, not terribly surprising.
I think what's really nice is the Turkish build of fleets for Army Smyrna, That is a great sign that the Italians were doing the diplomacy they needed to do. So major props to Chris and Gavin for figuring that out.
Yeah. I gotta say, I love Chris Brand choosing Italy again, just trying to say, like, hey, if I win this second time, it's going to be with the same country.
Right, exactly. I'm the GOAT Italian player, basically, at that point.
Right?
All right.
Yeah.
The goat of goats has some successful moves.
Okay. So here we have the Austrians move into Romania successfully. We have the Italians swing their army up into Venice, presumably, though, not to go against the Austrians, at least not right now. We had the fleet go to Tyrrhenian and West, while one goes to Ionian, basically giving the Italians the fleet plays that they want. We have the double bounce in Gascony as Marseille supports Burgundy there, and Gascony supports Paris there. We have a nice little dipsy-do, how do you do, as Denmark goes into Kiel, Kiel goes into Helgoland, but out of nowhere, Sweden drops into the Baltic Sea saying, thanks so much for letting me in. How about you just deal with this little bit of pain? But actually may have been a little bit of guessing there. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. In the far west, that we have Liverpool going to Now, while English supports Belgium to Picardy, showing a very, very strong EG, moving very, very quickly.
No, and I think the comment section has it right. Doc's about to be in big, big trouble. An AIT that's going to roll quickly and strongly. So, I mean, can't all win it.
Yep.
All right, get you onto the fall. Karthik will stick with you.
Yep. So in the fall, we have Norway being convoyed to Belgium. We have English channels supporting Picardy to Brest, but failing as Mao taps it successfully while the double bounce works in Gascony. This means that now goes to Mao and bounces out as well. But the Italians continued their successful march in the southern Mediterranean as in the Western Mediterranean, as Marseille supports western to Spain, Tyrrhenian makes it into Lyon, Ionian holds, Venice slides into Piedmont. This is looking all great for Chris Brand in Italy. On the other side, though, we see things looking really, really good for Jamal Bukharli as he slides into Ukraine, pivoting that army, taking getting bounced out of Galicia, but otherwise getting exactly what he wants, while Black Sea fails to make it into Sevastopol. All things are looking good for Austria. All things are looking good for Italy. This is going to be a very, very fun middle game.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's so bizarre to me that, you know, after a tournament of just some really, really rough Austrias, that one, that it got chosen before the end, and two, it seems to be doing well, and they're not just collapsing on him quickly.
Hate the player, hate the country, not the player, not the game.
Builds are fairly typical. Another fleet from the Italian, another fleet Liverpool, and armies from Austria and Russia.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A lot of stuff happening here. So Jamal slid into Ukraine and is piffed right back out. But for that trouble, Doc loses Sev and that fleet is piffed. So overall advantage still to the AT in that fight. Meanwhile, Chris Brand in Italy is just like, hey, cool, you guys do your thing. I'm just going to go by myself over here now. And just pulls everything west. Germany helps him into Gascony. So he's on the side of the EG. And France doing his best to make anything change here. Just doesn't have any friends. So that's rough. Oof. Yeah. So France loses Brest due to a convoy from Belgium and support from Picardy. Another attempt to take Paris, but they cut each other's support. Nothing comes of that. So the army in Brest is piffed. And now we're getting standoffs between Chris Brand in Italy and the English player, Brandon Fogel. So we'll see who breaks on that. But we did see some cooperation between Italy and Germany, so we'll see if that continues. And meanwhile, in the East, it's a whole lot of support and a whole lot of nothing. Thank you, Kevin. That's helpful.
We'll do our best there. Yeah.
I like that. That's really, really nice.
All right.
All right. So that's all I got for this one.
So I have not been paying attention, but I see there's a lot of big of a jumble. I hear Chris Brand's name has been mentioned a lot. Things are coming up Chris Brand, and I could see by positioning, I could see why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of cooperation between the Italian and the Austrians and the Turks. Trouble for Doc Binder in Russia, and trouble, obviously, for Peter in France. But now we're starting to get that EG meets, well, at least Italy. But the other side of the board now that France is getting mopped up.
I used to love the way that Italy would go west. You didn't see it often. You don't see it often. You don't see it at all anymore. You know what?
So thank you, Chris. We appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Let's see the build. Another English fleet on the west coast. Fleet Smyrna. Is that expected?
Not terrible.
It's not terrible, and I think it was time. He couldn't just build armies forever.
Yep.
The temptation for Chris eventually wins out.
All right, Karthik. Spring 1904.
Okay. So we see basically Munich sliding into Silesia there, while Austria makes aggressive moves to try and take Munich by force. I love that. in this type of stage of the game when we are in 1904, 1907 game. We see at the same time England sliding down into mid-Atlantic, taking that by force as well. Well played. At the same time, we have Ionian trying to top Greece, trying to basically see what's going on there. We have the Black Sea getting buried in Sevastopol, which I think is curious. I think it's a good sign for the AT that's happening. We also have Vienna now in Tyrolia, where it could slide into Venice if it wanted to at any time, while Bohemia slides down to Tyrolia. So very, very good position for Jamal. I think he's in the driver's seat right now, followed closely second by Italy.
Yeah,
sorry, 1909. And thanks for the correction, Brian.
Yeah. I'll say that this AT is quite something and has the potential to get a lot of momentum. I mean, Austria's in the middle of the board and doesn't really have anyone much else to deal with there. Then the Italians helping them, and the Italians in Burgundy, for heaven's sake. Like, you gotta love it.
Piffing of a German fleet.
Yeah, the fleet in Picardy. Because just tried to go to Belgium, and there are too many bounces.
Karthik, what else do we see?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much everything that important that's happening there.
Yeah,
Russia takes Norway.
Yeah,
Russia takes Norway, yeah. Oh, and also, yeah, Tyrolia taking Venice as predicted, yeah. I mean, that's huge, I think, for them.
Yeah, and I will say that you're seeing Chris Brand pivot a little. The fleet in Smyrna, I think, maybe is making him a little anxious. So he's pulling back just to make sure that Greece and now Eastern Med don't get too cutesy.
So does that open it up for Brandon then? Does
Well, he tried to support Brandon to Portugal,
Yes.
actually.
Yeah.
So I think it does open it up for Brandon.
Yep. But Brandon didn't take it.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure I would have believed it if Chris had offered it to me in that moment.
So Chris pulls one. Jamal builds one. The PIF Germany rebuilds. Brandon loses Norway.
Okay. All pretty expected.
So that had to have been planned. The PIF of the German. Yeah.
So that he could rebuild it, because that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, Siobhan, let's do one more year, and then let's take a state of the board and who's got the advantage.
All right. Yeah. So you see the AT working together and seeming a little bit less, Italian friendly as time goes on here. Supporting Austria down into Ionian, Bulgaria to Greece, presumably to convoy to wherever they need to be as Venice drops into Apulia. I mean, this is just great for Jamal. Like, the potential for growth is huge here. And there's not much Chris can do about it. He can pull a couple of things back. He takes Brandon's support into Portugal, and Burgundy supports Gascony to Brest. Nice try there, Chris, but Burgundy does not actually border Brest. So I know you usually play Italy, not France, and you're not accustomed to that geography, but and I guess, Peter just says, fine, have it. I'll just sit here. Doesn't matter anyway. But I, had a guessing game. Was he going to force Paris or take Brest? And Brandon goes elsewhere, presumably to try and mop up Scandinavia and get his piece of that pie. Did I miss anything, Karthik?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, well said.
So is this going to give Turkey some freedom to move if Brandon is focusing on Scandinavia now? Yeah.
It gives Turkey freedom to move, but he forgets to clear Sevastopol for that army.
Oops.
So that's unfortunate. But he does get a straight convoy into Naples, courtesy of Austria, as Chris does what he can to defend what he can. Chris forces MAO, and as a result, lets Brandon retreat into Spain. But Chris picks up Paris, so he picks up Portugal and Paris, loses Naples and Spain. So Chris remains even in the end. But then Brandon takes Brest back, so he's happy to keep that his, and picks up Norway. So Brandon's up 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so Brandon's the big winner of this turn. That catapults him up to tie with Jamal for first for now.
And we say thank you, and thanks for playing, Peter McNamara. It was not a fair fight. You've got 3 coming after you from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The builds. All right. So builds, Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London. Gotta be.
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah.
Russia pulls an army somewhere. Not Livonia, I would think. Maybe. I don't know. He just forced Austria back and now has to not pull one.
Yeah, I guess Livonia.
Or with only having Brandon having fleets, maybe you give up St. Pete.
Maybe you say,
it.
yeah.
And then Turkey for not clearing out Sev. That's a tough one, but
Yeah. Happens to the best of us, and the pressure on a board like this is another level.
Right.
all right. Fleet Con got rid of Liverpool or Livonia, sorry, and then the 2 fleets. 2 fleets for England. All right, so position-wise, we got 2 at 7, 1 at 6. Turkey has no enemies. Got convoyed over to Naples, so that one's not terribly defendable, but
Mm-hmm.
who do we like? Brandon seems to be the favorite. Who could, other than Brandon, who do we like?
I like Austria here a lot. Where is Turkey going to grow here? Not exactly clear. I think, as Akala said earlier, this is a big
Did we lose
A,
him, or
little
did you guys
T.
lose me?
Wait, sorry, what?
Mm.
No, I think it's big A,
Big
little
A.
T here, and I think Austria has a really, really good position to work from here.
Mhm.
I think Italy will get chopped down to size, I think, due to the misorder around Mid-Atlantic Ocean,
Yeah.
and the complete decimation in their home front. I think England will have some growing pains, I think, potentially from the Russians and the Germans in the midterm, and also just from the Italians choosing to be annoying. So I think when I look at who has a clear picture going forward, I'm like, where are the threats to Austria, really speaking? And I'm just not really clear where.
Yeah, I would love to find another answer here, but I think, Karthik, you hit the nail on the head, and there's no way for me to genuinely make an argument for anyone besides Brandon or Jamal.
Well,
Right.
Karthik, I think this is your year. Not
Mhm.
too annoying from Italy.
Indeed. So Italy chooses to take Spain, as one could expect, but makes no attempt to take Belgium, makes no attempt to take Brest. So something has been negotiated out there. Good for them. At the same time, we see Austria making their way into Rome. Not great for Italy. We see the Turkish fleet swinging down around into Aegean. We see the English army in Galicia getting piffed. I meant Russian army in Galicia getting piffed. We see the Germans convoy into Livonia. That's, I think, the shocker of the season, because it sets up a really, really nice fight on St. Petersburg. That's going to be really, really hard to defend. You'll have Livonia going to Moscow, probably. St. Petersburg being forced and piffed. So really, really good turn for EG here, and Austria as well. So kudos to all 3 of them.
Yeah. No, I think that covers it.
Fall orders.
Yeah. So Mid-Atlantic Ocean goes. Oh, sorry. That's why it's confusing. Okay. So Mid-Atlantic Ocean goes to North Africa. Spain holds. Tyrrhenian goes to Tunis, while Leon tries to backfill Tyrrhenian. What's weird here, though, is Naples walks out of Apulia, and Rome just walks down into it. Aegean walks into Greece, though. Maybe that's some sort of trade. Ionian bounces the Italians out of Tunis, but Livoni supports Lycia into Warsaw, showing the EG continuing to make moves. Baltic walks into Sweden, and St. Petersburg is taken as well. So all around, once again, the same winners seem to be the same people. England and Germany, especially this turn. Austria slightly less so.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit to see the logic behind the Naples walking to Apulia and leaving Rome in Italian control. I understand the desire to put the Turk in Greece so that you have another unit on Ionian to support and do what you need, but isn't Chris losing a dot more important? Well, actually, he gets to gain and build. They opened up Rome for Chris to build.
Mm-hmm.
Which is here. I don't see that. They must have forgotten they didn't already own it.
Maybe.
That's all I can think. It's easy when you see the map like this with all the colors on it to know who owns what, but sometimes face to face it gets really tricky to remember.
Right.
But hey, good luck for Chris Brand.
There you go.
Eddie, the big winner on builds this turn, building 2. I assume army to not make Brandon mad, but there really should be a call for a fleet again, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I expected to see. I wanted to see a fleet, but I don't always get what I want.
Yeah. That's the wrong band. We got the Beatles here now.
Oh, right, the Beatles.
Right,
okay.
right.
But you get what you need, and Eddie needed those builds, even though Brandon's not gonna.
Love the train that Jamal is doing here. Curious to go to Trieste instead of to Venice.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see the virtue of this train, if I'm being completely honest.
Like I'm okay with it if Tyrolia had gone to Venice. It sets up a nice clean line around your border. But Trieste I don't understand in the slightest, I'll be honest.
Right.
So, but AT takes back Rome, allowing Chris Brand to retreat into the aforementioned vacant Venice. And we're setting up on the line, get a fleet in Naples, put Greece into the Ionian, Aegean's behind it. Chris gets into Tunis, backfills into Western Med. So, I mean, we're just setting up all those stalemates, right?
Right.
The thorn on the side is that I think they didn't expect Chris to be in Venice, keeping Rome, getting to build all these extra details.
Right.
Meanwhile, up north, Eddie does some shifting. Silesia, Holland, southbound in Denmark. Okay. Brandon's getting a little cute, slipping into Skagerrak and backfilling North Sea, presumably to make a play on, I suppose, Denmark. But it appears defendable to me. So, or Sweden, perhaps. Oh, he'll make the play on Sweden. That's what it is.
And the play he does.
And there it goes.
There you go.
But meanwhile, Eddie says, hey, so Doc, Brandon's going to swipe this for me. Can you just put me into St. Petersburg?
Mm-hmm.
And, being Eddie probably says to Brandon point blank, if you use Norway to force Sweden, I'm going to take St. Petersburg from you. Just beware of that. And Brandon says, I'll get that back later.
Well, yeah, true. Because it goes to 1909, which is a bit shitty after this whole broadcast. Yeah.
Elsewhere, I mean, Jamal's trying to make up for that mistake of not going to Venice last turn, forcing Chris Brown out, but Chris Brown forces him out of Tyrolia, forcing him to retreat to Trieste, where he just came from, compromising that position, and just making Jamal take a little bit longer to get anywhere.
Right.
So 1907, we're getting to the, okay, I got to figure out how to get my centers point. Karthik liked Austria.
Mm-hmm.
Austria's in the lead, 2 years to go. Getting a build. got to put down another army.
Right.
Is this the time you figure out maybe the easiest builds are against trying to turn around on Turkey?
That'd be like it's hard because if you pull down, you're asking to get capsized by Germany, who is your closest competitor. Part of me thinks like, but you also don't want to give England too big of like a chance to like get into the lead as well off of like a weakened Germany. So like I think Jamal, I'm a little bit less positive on his position because he has to ride such a fine balancing line here. I think he can do it. He's a really, really good player, but like it's such a fine line.
Siobhan, can I make the pitch for Turkey?
I mean, you can try. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I mean, where's the growth coming from?
Well, turn it around. If Austria is distracted by Germany, who is one of the Brandon and Eddie are tied at 7. If Jamal doesn't turn around for a stab on Turkey, he's looking, in front of him.
Yeah, well, he'd better get to it if he wants to do it. So what's the move set there, right? Sev drops to black, arm to Sev, con to bull, put 3 on rum, put yourself in a position to take as much as you can take Naples.
All you need is 2, because Austria is dropping in that case, and then you're at 8. Who wins out of the Eddie and Brandon battle? That's the question. Can I get to 8? And Gavin owns the tiebreaker, I believe, I didn't write down the order, but
Eddie wins every tiebreaker. 6th was Doc, something.
Doc was earlier on. Where did I put it? I should have highlighted that one. Oh, well, we'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it was Jamal, Gavin, and Eddie were 5, 6, and 7.
Yes.
So we will assume that. So all we got to do is get Turkey in a tie, and here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Italy getting Munich.
Karthik, I think this is yours.
Yeah, no, this is my year. I'm just wow. So
Taking it all in.
I think Turkey has a better chance than I gave them. Getting into the Black Sea, getting into Sevastopol cleanly, getting into Bulgaria cleanly, while Austria only manages to bring 1 back. That is really, really good for Turkey's chances here. And I'm really, really positive on those moves. I think Bohemia supporting Italy into Munich should be just the advantage that England needs to come back into things, because now getting Holland, getting St. Petersburg back, Eddie's going to have a much harder time, I think, trying to keep pace with England, and England will start to gain this advantage. So now, it's really going to be a really fun, really interesting race, I think, to see in the final 2 years as it plays out.
Yeah. Absolutely excellent turn by Brandon. He manages to walk into Holland, take back St. Petersburg, take a few off Germany. Munich retreated to Ruhr, but Brandon will be fine. And the Turk Gavin does exactly what I said if he needed to attack Austria, which is drop into black, go up to Sev, go up to bull. But, Jamal does kind of smell it coming a little bit, because he does pull back to Serbia, and you start to see some détenting between Austria and Italy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to fix the tiebreaker on Brandon and Chris, but let's get to follow 8 as I do that.
Excellent. So I think this is going to be the real turn that's indicative of how the final year is going to go. Germany taking back Munich saves themselves from the worst ruin possible. Mm-hmm. England does manage to keep St. Petersburg, keeps Holland without any opposition. If Germany wanted to, given the English orders, they could have forced it. But I think they chose their priority to be the Italian in Munich. At the same time, though, Austria manages to negotiate Bulgaria walking out and Serbia just walking into it. I'm not sure how they pulled that off or why they pulled it off, but I think Austria is going to win this tournament then. Like, if Turkey is okay with it, then
that might be the move of the tournament, and it might just be as simple as Jamal saying to Gavin, hey, I get why you are where you are, but if you continue this, this gives the tournament to someone else. Would you rather see me, your friend, fellow Aussie, someone you know, who's been good to you all game, we've had a good relationship, look what we've done, would you rather see me win it? Or would you rather see one of those other buffoons win it?
Right.
And I think that's the pitch you make in that moment.
And I think it's a really good pitch, personally.
Yeah. Well, because Gavin's not winning, right?
Right.
I don't see that he has time to get 2 or 3 that he would
with
need.
the way that Brandon has been playing, it looks a little bit harder than it did just a little bit ago. Because I mean, he has the units now 4 deployed. He could try to win the race, but it's a hard one to win. And if you're not willing to commit immediately to it, then you need to bail out, quickly.
Well, and it's between, our 3. It's really just Jamal and Brandon again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because Eddie's dropped down 2, and Jamal beats out Brandon in a tiebreaker, so Brandon needs to win it outright.
Right.
So much to consider here. All right.
Siobhan, take us home.
Oh, yeah,
baby. This is a battle to Kingmake. And
okay. So, yeah, Gavin says, cool, let me convoy you into Ankh. I'll walk out of Con. He'll probably walk out of Smee. He'll leave Greece open. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if we can get him Sev, but they might try. And then Brandon's walking into Kiel, setting up to take Denmark, setting up to play on Berlin. 1, 2, 3. What else does Brandon have? Paris. 4. Brandon needs someone to walk out of something.
No, but at the same time, though, Eddie is completely giving up in the north. So we have Brandon sliding into Kiel, coming down into Berlin next year, taking Denmark.
Oh.
So it's going to be a hard race there.
Denmark, Kiel, Berlin, and Paris are Brandon's.
Mm-hmm.
Con, Ankh, Smee, and Greece are Jamal's. So unless there's something I'm missing for Brandon, it's a tie.
Which Jamal would win.
Oh, God. Sorry, we're not ignoring Eddie, but I don't think Eddie's going to beat them.
All right. So that's
Paris also. Paris maybe.
Yeah, Baltic to Berlin. I mean, any of those fleets. Denmark, Kiel, Berlin, Burgundy to Paris. Those are all unstoppable.
Yeah. Unless Chris walks out of Spain, I don't see anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Or Tunis or,
Now, here's where I would have made the pitch that instead of trying to go to Spain last turn, Brandon should have gone to MAO. And, well, no, but Marseille could have blocked Spain. I was going to say make it a guessing game between Spain and Portugal. But, all right, let's see it.
So is there any way he can't get any more? Jamal can't get any more than 4, right? Romania to convoy to Greece. There's no way, no. Nope, that's it. So, yeah.
Because he takes Sev, takes Greece. He can't take Smyrna without walking out of Con or Ankh.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's 4 for Jamal, no matter what. So, Sev is Sev is there, but he can only take 2 of those. And Chris could convoy Jamal into Tunis.
And Chris, oh
no, and gives Brandon Spain. So it's a tie, but it's 5.
They both got 5?
I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We talked about Chris walking out of Spain. We didn't talk about
the convoy to Tunis.
Oh my God.
That is ridiculous.
Wow.
So yeah, Eddie kicks off the throwing race in Germany. After Eddie kicks off the throwing race, Turkey responds. And then Chris is like, hey, you guys are throwing. I'm going to one-up both of y'all. And I'll throw 1 to Brandon, 1 to Austria and Jamal. And wow. I mean...
I'm going to put myself into Brandon's shoes for just a moment here.
Mhm.
I see immediately that Chris has walked out of Spain for me, and I think that I've done it.
Yeah.
I think that I have won World DipCon.
Right.
And then someone points out to me that Chris also gave Jamal Tunis.
Well, so for those of you who've never been to a face-to-face tournament, the orders are read, usually rotating around by power. So
Austria would have come up.
It depends.
Well,
it depends on where
he's
you
reading
fall in
here,
the
yeah.
list. Like if Austria was read before or after, like Chris, Brandon, and Jamal, like if Italy's orders are read first, Brandon knows if you're praying that maybe Austria misorders. Or if Brandon's is read first and then Italy's and he hears the Spain order before the convoy order, think you got it, and then like 2 seconds later you don't got it. I'd love to know how those orders were read. Oh, Goffey read all the top board orders. Oh,
Goffey
so
read
did
all
he
the top board orders.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I guess, did he read them in a random order? Did he read them in a certain order? Oh man,
that is intense.
I don't want to diminish at all, and a very, very huge congratulations to Jamal, and we will get there. But if I am Brandon in this moment, I am crushed.
I'm not.
For all the ribbing we give that guy.
But no, I think we're not ignoring Jamal either, and definitely congrats. This is the turn. This is how a championship is won and
Thomas
lost.
Haber in the comments says that there is a video of the fall 1909 order reading online in the Renegade Discord server. Brandon was crushed after seeing the convoy. Which is exactly what I would have expected to see.
Oh, for sure. Well, and Chris, who knows what even Chris said to either of them? Did he tell them both, I'm throwing to you? And Jamal knew.
Or did he just slyly say, oh, yeah, I'll give you what you want. You want Tunis, I'll give it to you. You want Spain, I'll give it to you. And just conveniently leave out the rest?
Right. Yeah. But once Jamal knows he's getting Tunis, though, that's guaranteed for him. But did he not tell Brandon that he was giving Tunis?
Well, that must have been it. Oh. Wow.
That's where we appreciate the reporters when we have the sideline reporters for Top Boards, DBNI, VDL, to be there, to be listening. Because like in face-to-face, you don't want to get near them. We were talking about the stress at the top of the broadcast. You don't want to be irritated. You don't want to throw off their concentration. I know we do it in DBNI, but we do it for, entertainment purposes as much. But face-to-face, it's oof. Oh, man.
This is, wow. I need a moment to process all of that. Yeah.
All right, Karthik, give me you picked Jamal from 1903 or 04. Did the scenario of where the dots come from, is that how you pictured it, or were you thinking?
No. I expected like a hard slog that like Jamal comes out in like 8 or something like that, or like a 9 center top, because I was just looking at it, I was like, he can secure the Balkans, he can secure a decent chunk of Italy for himself, but when it comes down to it, I just don't know if the rest of the board would be in position to really do anything to stop him, because he would get those 9 centers and the clear opposition. Turkey was pinned in a way that the units couldn't really be brought to bear. Italy was off gallivanting in the West too much to do anything about it. England and Germany I expected to get sort of locked up in this stalemate that would go nowhere. Never in a million years did I think, in 08, Eddie's going to throw. After Eddie throws, then Turkey will throw in response. And then after that throw, then there will be more throwing on top of that throwing with Chris throwing. And I'm just like, the throw palooza, I was not geared up for at all.
Yeah. I was not prepared for this.
Yeah. Every top board has throwing. There's always, I can't imagine face-to-face tournaments. We didn't have one last year because Carnage was just best of rounds. 20 and 21, we didn't have tournaments. I don't remember 2019. I was not there at 2019 because it was in Europe. 2018 was a little bit of it. 2016, there was a lot of it. There's always this type of play, but nothing like I can't zoom in on the a highlight on this. But this is just, you're working it and you're working it and you're working it, and yeah. Oof.
Yeah. That's going to take us a while to get over.
All right. So coming into the top board here, let's transition to Jamal here. Coming into the top board, we kept seeing his name in first place, round 2, round 3, round 4. I thought I didn't know. I did not expect him to win coming into a top board with this caliber of player. I know he's a really good player. We've watched him on DBN a ton. But at the end of this broadcast, I was gonna bring him up as someone who just played an excellent tournament and maybe ran into some, bad luck or bad draw or something on there. I was looking forward to highlighting his play coming into it. And so for him to come out on top, he got the most centers in the tiebreaker. He did it, and he won the championship. I thought he played an excellent tournament. Solid, good alliance play. I don't think he had a stab the whole tournament. I think every dot he earned was through either brute force tactics or with great alliance play. It was a solid 3 days of diplomacy.
Yeah, it's such a major testament to his abilities to make things work in that fashion. Like, it is hard to be able to take a game at a WDC and play strong alliance play from beginning to end. So it's a testament to Jamal's abilities and skill and play style that he managed to take that and then manifest it into a WDC victory, as we see here.
Yeah. Wow. What a tournament.
I think I have, let's see, some competition. So we were talking about best Austria's, best countries. So unknown best Austria 25-20. That was the final round. I don't know if that is considered for top board. I don't know if we give that to top board. So let's see if I can reset this map. And then, nope. No, it wouldn't let me do that there. All right. Well, we'll figure out if Austria best country went to
unknown.
Yeah, unknown for winning. Or it was because that was the score of the final board.
Whether the top board counts for best countries or not. Yeah.
Right. Peter McNamara, congratulations on best England. Dan Lester in the final round that was played concurrent with the top board. Best France. Brandon had a wonderful Germany. Doc Binder in Italy, Ken Gordon in Russia, and Hunter in round 1. So round 1's Turkey lasted the whole tournament. So congratulations to our top board. And as a reset, I reset it. No, I won't. So unknown. So maybe there was another unknown. But here, so 4 eliminations for Austria. We were talking about 5 England. But the average much lower. Although look at Austria, we were dinging them pretty good. Russia and Turkey had worse tournaments. Yeah. All right, now let's go back to the current. We'll go to the standings. This did not work either. So maybe this one was programmed not to filter into the final standings. But Dan Lester snuck into 7th overall, according to here. We'll get the final standings. We'll post them. We'll make sure we get them on diplobn.com. All the results over the last 3+ years are involved. The World Diplomacy database, which I know a few of the folks who were helping with the tournament run and keep organized. I always use it for reference points. Don Del Grande's comment about WDC's going back to 1988 with a few skipped years. All that data is on the World Diplomacy database. It's a great resource. We'll get the final standings put on there. That's it. We have been on here for quite some time. Karthik joined us midway through. Siobhan and I since the beginning. So Karthik, we'll start with you. Thoughts of what you saw throughout the broadcast and the total championship.
Sure. So I think I just want to give a lot of credit to Jamal for first winning his first WDC, coming right off of winning PoppyCon, just an incredible series of tournaments from him. I've had the pleasure of playing with him in the past. He was a phenomenal player then, and he's a phenomenal player now. And just massive credit to him for, as I said earlier, playing a very, very alliance-based game in a tournament full of sharks. And then not only coming into it after dominating the regular rounds, but then to come in and then top the top board as well. Just massive credit to him. Other things that I thought were really, really cool, we're seeing these sort of different styles of play, right? You have different, regions of the world who all have their own metas for how to play diplomacy. And you saw very, very interesting moves that are different from what we are used to seeing here in North America, because DBN is generally North American centric to some degree. And just to see that, sort of rich, tapestry diplomacy play, really, really fun. And that's why I love Worlds coverage so much.
Siobhan, long broadcast, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely a lot of fun. And just to echo everything Karthik was saying, the style of play, and just even the style of play that was encouraged by the scoring system and timing wise, because we always say the scoring system changes play, and I don't know that we've seen it demonstrated quite so obviously as we did today. It changed the way people played in ways that I fully expected, but haven't seen in a while. So all around, a stacked tournament. There was no lightweight board of any kind. And well done to Jamal for making it to the top board and making it out on top.
Yeah, excellent play all around. Bigger picture on the tournament things is, again, thanks to Andrew Goff and Lay and everyone who made this possible. Thanks to all the travelers. There was, I think, one or two locals, and I know that Australia is, not that far away, but it's not next door. And so I think 20 plus odd travelers came around the world to play some great diplomacy. It was, like Karthik said, that the games were dynamic. They were different than what we see, which is great. We got some good strategy, good tactics. We enjoyed it. The top seven all played well all weekend long. Peter got ransacked in the at the start, but going into 1907, I think there were 4 or 5 of them bunched up right there, and it plays out the way it did. I'm terribly sorry for Brandon when you run that close and you're that close. It's that's miserable. He's going to beat up on us now a few more times in Chicago, but. Congrats again to Jamal. Well played all weekend long. Like I said, I was well played going into the top board, and definitely an earned victory. You got the number that needed to make it, and that's where we're at. So we look forward to seeing everyone here again on DBN soon. We've got Summer Classic. We don't have broadcast times for that, but we're going to have some kind of coverage on that. We will get to that when we go. Next DBN League Night broadcast is Saturday, September 23rd. We'll get that announcement out there as well. I'm going to put the banner up one more time in case people just came up to the end. Go to this way again, that way, to sign up for the Summer Classic. Thank you, Siobhan. You've been helping me all day with that. Summer Classic sign up is there. The NADF server is where you can find all of our next tournaments, for which Weaselmoot here in Chicago is September 29th through October 1st. That'll be the next broadcast on DBN I will be playing. So hopefully we will find someone out here to broadcast for us that day. And on that note, let's get rid of that one. Let's sign us off.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, Kevin, for all the hosting work you do, and thank you, Karthik. But until we see you all again, everyone, stay safe and stab well.